Silent Night by Foy. The snooze button link in the description. Chapter 1. Don't Turn Away From Me. Two of the three living founding members of the Akatsuki were having an argument. A man with pale red hair and ominously glowing purple ringed eyes made to storm out of the Amikage's office, away from the person he was arguing with, before he could do something he would regret to his best friend, but the other person refused, grabbing Nagato by his shoulder and forcing him to turn around to face him. This man was as imposingly tall as the Amikage, and he faced the hateful Rinnegan glare with his own glare, his cerulean blue eyes narrowing. He was wearing the robes of the Akatsuki, something Conan thought of after they had defeated Hanzo of the Salamander barely 2 months ago. He had dull blonde hair that flopped down his head to the nape of his neck and fringed heavily over his right eye, reaching down to his chin. Over his mouth and nose was a black half-face mask that had pearly white teeth grinning evilly, a grisly thing to behold for any of his enemies, and these bared, painted teeth looked even scarier as the man scowled when Nagato slapped his hand from his shoulder. The purple-haired angel of Amigakure, Conan moved between both Kage-level ninjas quickly and fought to push them apart as they butted heads over her own head. "Guys," she pleaded, breaking her stoic mask and worryingly, frantically, looked between both of her childhood friends. "Please calm down. I let you desecrate Yahiko's body, Nagato," the masked blonde snarled, jabbing his finger at the Rinnegan god's face, very much unafraid and not in the least bit intimidated when Nagato's eyes glowed with ill intent. "I looked away when you dug him up and used him as one of your Rinnegan puppets," he spat, his voice came out clearly in spite of the fear-imposing mask covering his lower face. "Now your grand plan to attain world peace is to blow it up? To combine all 9 beasts and point it at the planet? Do you know how many levels of crazy that is?" Nagato barely pushed down the urge to crush his friend with gravity and growled. "Don't talk to me about crazy, Naruto." Conan was now desperate, holding them apart from ripping each other to shreds. "Naruto, Nagato, we can resolve this." "No, we can't." The masked ninja named Naruto grated. "He comes up with the craziest, riskiest plan, and those plans almost end up with all of us dead or dying." The Amikage was adamant. "The world needs to learn how to behave. If creating a nuclear-level threat is the only solution, then so be it." "There he goes again, spitting rubbish. Just like your plan for killing Hanzo, huh? Do you remember that?" He saw Nagato waver and Naruto pointed outside the window at the recuperating village, where it rained heavily and the people were shuffling around, still trying to get a bearing of what had happened a few months ago. "It destroyed half of our home, ruined hundreds of lives, and severed 2 major alliances to the village. You went with the plan. You could have left and yet you didn't." He didn't raise his voice, like Naruto, though it still carried enough venom. "I told you we could lead Hanzo away from the village and kill him in Suna, where he's weakest, but you said you wanted him at his best. You wanted him where everyone could see you kill him. You wanted the people to know you're the new Kage." Naruto slowly deflated and he exhaled through his nose. "Yahiko died because of you. Don't you dare say that. My student would have lost her life too if I wasn't there." The masked man continued as if he wasn't interrupted. He shook his head sadly and his eyes dimmed at the thought of losing his one and only student. He was put on the spot by Hanzo on who he would rather save, Yahiko or his student, and he chose the girl as his best friend impaled himself with his kunai. That situation could have been avoided entirely if Nagato listened to him for once. Tired shadows gathered under his eyes and he closed them, sighing. "Your pride will be your downfall, Nagato." "I?" He hesitated, looking at his glaring friend with somber eyes and raising his hands in surrender. "I will have no part of your plan. I'm done covering for you. Didn't need you anyway. You know where the door is. Get lost." He jabbed his thumb over his shoulder and Conan moved in front of Naruto as he made to walk out, gently keeping him from walking by pushing her hands against his chest. "Naruto, no, we need you," she pleaded and her dark brown eyes softened. Naruto observed her for a moment before he shot a quick look at Nagato, bent down to her ear and whispered. "He'll need you. Look after him." He straightened up and brushed past her. His cool eyes didn't change as he heard the woman sniff behind him. He closed the door behind him and mentally began planning in how he was going to pack his things because he didn't want to see Nagato travel deeper and deeper into the abyss of his own creation. The 17-year-old jumped in surprise when he turned back around, face to face with his student. She wore the same Akatsuki garb as her teacher and she didn't look that much younger than him, maybe even just 3 years younger. She had the same lower face mask as Naruto, but hers was simply plain red and she had long, soft white hair that reached her hips and 2 fang-like bangs that reached her pale hidden cheeks. Her curious red eyes shone even in the dim lighting of the hallway outside of the Amikage's office, and the girl looked up at her teacher without much emotion on her face. "I was coming back from the medical ward because some civilian caught a disease while digging up a house." She raised a perfectly curved eyebrow and Naruto walked past her. She hurried up to his side, making sure to walk a step behind him with hurried steps. Did something happen in there? Oh, you know, Nagato's gone mad and Conan's going along with him, the usual. He flippantly answered the expressionless white-haired teen, and the girl treaded lightly after him, her large Akatsuki robe making muted rustling sound with each step. He looked at her from the corner of his eyes, noticing that she was wearing a larger robe than the one she usually did. This one covered her hands and rose up to under her chin, where her lower face was protected by the half-mask. She was also wearing stainless silver-colored leggings, so he couldn't see her toes either. He wondered if it had anything to do with her bloodline. She furrowed her eyebrows softly and tugged his elbow. What do you mean, Naruto-sensei? Nothing you should worry about, Sueki. He exhaled. He laughed quietly when the girl still tugged on his elbow, calling for his attention. Then where are you going? I'm leaving AIM. It seemed the gravity of his words didn't really disturb her that much, as Naruto, his best friends and she had spent most of their lives in rain. She simply shrugged, still holding his elbow, and walked skipping after him in the poor light leading towards his room. Okay, I only need 5 minutes to pack. I think you should stay back. His student's answer was an immediate, no. Naruto felt a groan coming up and he came to a stop, something that made his eagerly trailing though blank-faced apprentice run into his back. She moaned quietly and rubbed her nose over the mask with her free left hand, looking up interestedly to the back of her teacher's head. I'm not going to force you to come. I know, that's why I'm coming anyway. She said it so easily and with the most honest smile, a smile that shone through her bright red eyes and brightened up her pale face. It made the masked teacher scoff. He was the one that taught her that I smile technique. He studied her for a moment, mulling it over in his mind and ultimately reaching the decision that even if he ran away at the dead of night, she would find a way to track him. He couldn't shake her when she was a toddler, he couldn't shake her when he started learning from Orochimaru, and he couldn't shake her when he went out on blind dates outside of AIM, in Rain Country, for the girl would invite herself to the table and take up all of the Naruto's attention from his date. The girl was fixated on him and he didn't know why. Against what should be expected with a devoted stalker like his student, she was nice company and she was there when he needed someone. He sighed in defeat and her eyes lit up again. Alright, fine. Get your stuff ready and meet me at the west gate. Great. She breezily hugged the tall blonde and ran back the way they came from to her room on the opposite side of the tower. Oh. The ghost of AIM sat down on his bed with a huff and a misty blackness ebbed from his back. The puff of darkness disconnected from his body and formed 2 clones, both of which had black-eyed with dark red irises instead of sky blue. The clones began gathering his things from his room while the real shinobi stared at the 3 pictures he had on his walls. There was one of him as a 5-year-old with his dead parents, clinging onto his father's left leg and angrily pointing, roaring at the cameraman to not take the picture as his mother covered her mouth to hide her laughter and his father rolled his eyes in frustration, shaking his leg for his boy to get off him. A small smile came to his face when he remembered his younger self. He was wilder and more rebellious, insisting on his own way and no other way. That picture was taken a week before they moved from Darkness, or Dark Country, to AIM at the peak of Darkness's civil war. His parents had seen the move as better than staying at the war-torn country because no other country wanted anything to do with dark refugees. His father, a tall man that often wore a scarf around his mouth and had black hair with blue eyes, promised that AIM would be better than Darkness, and his mother, his sweet mother, a beauty with equally blue eyes and soft, rose-petal-smelling blonde hair, agreed to move. Naruto had no friends in Darkness, as people were more concerned with either fighting the government or surviving the random bombings, so the boy only wanted the family to settle down in a place that didn't pose any daily danger to their lives. They stayed in the same town as his childhood friends, Yahiko, Nagato and Conan, on the far outskirts of AIM, far from the conflict in Darkness and also away from the global war waging within Amigakure. That time he moved he hid most of his face under a scarf, like his father, and so the 5 friends didn't know how he looked for a number of years. Another picture was of him, 11 years old and wearing a mud-splattered black shirt and black pants with blue sandals, a red scarf around his face and holding a fighting stance across from his opponent, an orange-haired boy that grinned teasingly, wearing a similar style of clothing. The ghost rubbed his eyes as he laughed at the memory. Yahiko had challenged him to a fight, claiming that Jiraiya's teachings were superior to Orochimaru's. Naruto didn't care much for the fight, so he declined, but Yahiko, that lovable idiot, thought blindsiding the student of Orochimaru with a ball of mud was a good idea. Hence the twitch in young Naruto's right eye and the smoky darkness behind him. That picture was 4 years after they had all lost their parents and 2 years after 2 of the legendary Sannin picked them to be their apprentices, Jiraiya went with Nagato, Yahiko and Konan, and Naruto refused because he didn't want the Toad Sage's attention to be too divided. The last picture was of him standing in the heavy rain, with his right arm around her shoulder and playfully tousling his student's wet white hair with his other hand. Beaming at the camera, Sueki was giving him a side-eyed glare and crossing her arms. Both of them were wearing their half-masks and wearing the Akatsuki garb, seeing as they were about to enter aim to fight Hanzo, the then Amikage. Naruto was, and is, 17 years old. The story of him finally accepting the white-haired girl into their circle of friends made the Kage rank ninja chuckle and stand up, accepting his bag from one of his clones, dispersing it back into dark release chakra. Tragedy truly brought out the best and worst in people. Oh. For the longest time Naruto had been content with staying in the background, behind his three best friends, and allowing them to take most of the credit while he watched their backs, protected them from any of their mistakes blowing up in their faces, and put his body on the line so that they wouldn't die. That was how much Naruto treasured them. Wherever they messed up, Naruto appeared and picked the slack so none of them got hurt. That was one of the reasons he was called the Ghost of Aim. He was an entity that couldn't be comprehended and left a trail of bodies after him when, even if you looked hard enough, you wouldn't see him at all. He wore a mask for the most part of his life, and he stayed in the shadows of his more public friends. All they knew was that no enemy who managed to get near Yahiko, Konan or Nagato would get any closer before they inexplicably died. Especially Nagato. Before he got his Rinnegan, Nagato had the habit of picking fights he couldn't physically or mentally measure up to. That was what Naruto had come to meet when he moved to AIM. A boy with blonde hair and wearing a long scarf around his neck, mouth and nose raised an eyebrow and crouched down onto his right knee, ignoring the light rain pouring down on him in cold waves. He was staring at a red-haired boy yelling at the top of his lungs at three bigger boys, who looked to be about 9 or 10, surrounding the boy as they pushed him about. "Leave me alone." The redhead blindly swung his fist and it slightly clipped one of the bigger boys. The boy that had been hit spat and drove his fist deep into the weak boy's stomach, savoring as Nagato coughed and whimpered, holding his sore belly and falling onto his knees. Naruto hummed and his lips turned down when one of the three boys kicked Nagato's back. He was obviously not a threat again. Why hit him while he was down? The three bullies had initially come to the boy for his pocket money, and instead of giving them, Nagato had called their mothers, a word Naruto's mother would have murdered him over if he ever said it. Naruto knew bullying. The three boys came with smiles and laughter, genuinely asking for the boy's money. It was in the playground of the civilian school in the town, but the darkness-born boy knew no place was safe from bullies. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed when the other two joined in and began dropping blow after blow on the smaller boy's curled-up body. The other kids looked away from the blatant bullying, and the blonde instinctively knew that if they intervened then they too would be ganged up on. He stood up from the small hill he was crouched on and walked to the gang beating, saying over the rain, "Hey, that's enough. You've got what you want." The boy that began the volley of kicks looked up with a deep scowl, looking over Naruto's face covering and his hand-me-down clothes. "Who the heck are you supposed to be? This has nothing to do with you." The school was underfunded due to the war, so the teachers couldn't care less if Naruto reported him, so Naruto removed the option of reporting the bullying to them. They went back to attacking Nagato. Everyone gaped when Naruto dragged one of the boys back by the back of his shirt. "I said, that's enough." The boy he pulled back turned around and shoved the masked boy down, shouting, "That's it." He ambled to Naruto and the boy scurried away from the larger boy. The other two bullies left Nagato's shaking form and followed the supposed leader of the group. Naruto wasn't fast enough, so the leader picked him up by the top of his shoulder, lifting him clear off the ground and yelled, "Should have minded your business, scarves." Naruto, who had formerly been wide-eyed and trying to pry the boy's hands off his shoulders, covered his mouth and giggled. "Scarves? Really?" The boy holding him up prepared to crack his knee into Naruto's gut, but the boy had already shot up his right leg, crashing it between the large boy's legs and felling him down so he could hold his throbbing groin in agony. Nagato looked at his savior with large eyes, watching as Naruto landed on his feet and quickly moved backwards when the two other bullies were trying to figure out what Naruto had just done. The mystery boy raised his fists and hopped on his feet, something he had seen his late uncle do when he was telling Naruto a story from his time as a ninja. The blonde paused and beckoned the confused pair to go, returning to his sloppy fighting position once again. The two bullies only surged to Naruto when the groaning boy on the ground yelled at them to. Naruto bent under a punch to his face and drove an unforgivable uppercut into the attacker's groin, dropping him down onto the ground to painfully cradle his aching nuts. Naruto continued his motion even as his second victim went down and scrambled away from the last bully's kick. He managed to get upright again and the panting bully ran to him with murder in his eyes, ready to avenge his friends. The darkness-born boy reared his right leg back and met his aggressor first, striking his groin with such strength and accuracy, for a 5-year-old boy, that the latest victim leaped back a step with his hands cupped over his attacked groin and tumbled onto his back with a scream. The playground erupted in celebratory squeals and Naruto smiled at his work, 3 larger boys rolling around on the ground and wailing. Nagato later met Nagato after school, flabbergasted beyond belief and hailing Naruto as his hero. He asked if they could be friends and Naruto agreed. Later that day Nagato introduced him to his other 2 friends. They were attending a shinobi school, Yahiko and Konan. AIM was in serious need for soldiers and Hanzo reduced the recruitment age down to 5 years old, forcing healthy children to be mandatorily enlisted. Yahiko's father was a high-ranking shinobi directly under Hanzo and Konan had an older cousin that was a successful medic, so them being made to attend the shinobi school was unsurprising. Nagato wasn't qualified to attend the school with his friends because he was too sickly and weak, so his destiny was to become civilian cannon fodder for the army, educated cannon fodder but cannon fodder nonetheless. Naruto didn't mind more people his age to talk to since those in his part of the town were elderly and unable to keep up with him. It was all going fine for them until a year later another couple from his home village, Darkness, moved into their town. Now, Darkness was a fairly large place so Naruto couldn't possibly know every person from there and he certainly didn't know those newcomers. They were pale, like all of the populace in Darkness, and they possessed quirks special to people from Darkness, but he didn't know them and Konan and Yahiko rudely thinking that all people from Darkness knew each other couldn't change that fact. Naruto's parents hit it off with their fellow Darkness comrades but Naruto didn't warm up to the nice couple's peculiar 3-year-old child, Ketsueki Sakanomi. Ah? Konan murmured, leaning close to Naruto and whispering. She's following you, again. Naruto inhaled shakily, covering up his frustration into a worrying twitch of his right eyebrow. He released the air through his hidden mouth and shook his head, placing his hands behind his head and slinking with his female best friend as they went towards Yahiko's house. Just ignore her. She'll leave, eventually. She didn't. She stalked the boy for 5 more blocks. He spied a red twinkle from the corner of his eye. A girl with white hair messily wrapped her mouth and peeking out from the side of a failing bookstore. She squeaked when she noticed Naruto had seen her and ducked back into the alley, covering her head and trembling with her eyes tightly clenched shut. The bottom of her damp flowery yellow and white dress was speckled with grass, showing that she had followed Naruto as he and Konan leisurely walked through the park, and mud, meaning she passed through the same puddles as the older children. When she thought Naruto had gone she slowly opened her eyes and turned her head, still covering her head with her small hands, to look out of the alley. She jumped back when an unimpressed, incredibly annoyed Naruto stood before her with his sparkling blue eyes dark with irritation and his forehead crinkled deeply. I told you to leave me alone. Do you want me to hit you? He said, waving his fist in front of the cowering girl. She mutely shook her head. Konan placed her hand on Naruto's forearm and gently pushed it down. Naruto, stop, you're scaring her. He removed his hand from her grasp, glad she couldn't see his cheeks flush at the contact. Good. She should be scared. He waved his hand and turned away from the red-eyed girl, continuing his and Konan's trek to Yahiko's house. Get lost, weirdo. Sueki fled from Naruto and he thought that had finally done it. But it hadn't. Matter of fact, the stalking had gotten worse starting the very next day when Naruto's parents hosted Sueki's parents for early lunch and allowed the little girl into Naruto's room while the boy was coming back from school. She rummaged through his things and tried to decipher his elementary-level textbooks and his jottings, memorizing his chicken scrawl-like handwriting and taking her time to rub her face into Naruto's pillow, so as to absorb his smell and also leave hers behind. She learnt the bare basics of how to read and write within the next few weeks from her parents, a feat that shocked them, and she utilized the little she could do every day. Sueki pursed her lips and pointed her pen at a dirty pink thing wiggling in the mucky grass of the park. Was it? Naruto eyed the tiny girl at his side, running as quickly as her small legs could go after the boy that was walking as quickly as possible from her. He looked at the creature she was pointing at and walked on. Worm. Her tongue stuck out from the corner of her mouth and she wrote in her gradually soaking notebook. Woom. She looked up at him when she suddenly remembered, asking. Naruto-sensei, spell worm? The boy tiredly grumbled. I'm not your sensei dash. I'll spell it for you. Yahiko exclaimed from Naruto's other side, shoving the blonde out of the way and smiling brightly at the white-haired girl. If there was a way for looks to torture and kill then Yahiko would have died a horrible, painful death. Sueki frostily narrowed her eyes at the orange-haired 6-year-old and gripped her pen tighter in her hands. Yahiko stepped back, surprised, and cleared his throat when the girl didn't speak, only glaring death at him. In an even more puzzling turn of events, she threw down her book and pen in outrage and, copying something she had seen Naruto do on numerous occasions, she clenched her fists and threw them forward. This time Naruto slipped before his confused friend and held Sueki back by her face, making the irate 3-year-old wildly swing her fists in a fruitless attempt at tagging who she thought was the orange-haired boy. Nagato crowed with laughter. "I think you got her mad, Yahiko." He joined Conan and waggled his eyebrows teasingly at the tired blonde. "I know one way to calm her down." Naruto sighed and muttered. "Shut up, idiots." He was honestly tired of chasing the girl away, and he was tired of running away. He was tired of her looking at him like he was some kind of gift from the heavens, always coming to him with questions and for help. He was tired of the assumptions his friends made, that Sueki had a crush on him. Naruto scoffed. "Ridiculous. She's just being a weirdo, like always." Sueki pushed and fought against his hand, preventing her from futilely wailing on his friend. "A creepy weirdo freak that won't stop stalking me." He rubbed the bridge of his nose with his other hand's pointer finger and thumb and said, "Stop, okay?" Realizing it wasn't Yahiko but Naruto that was keeping her back, Sueki suddenly stopped and her expressionless face gave nothing away. "Okay. Worm. Are you happy?" he grumbled as he released her face. She picked up her book and scribbled the words in, bobbing her head. "Yes, I am." Sueki, from what Naruto knew, wasn't much on smiling, or showing any emotions for that matter. The most he could get from her, since she now had a red bandana over her lower face, were the infinitesimally changes in her blood-red eyes when she was pleased or displeased with something. Now her eyes glittered and she pushed her book into his face, asking, "Is this it?" He could hardly read what she had written but he still nodded. "Yeah, sure." The group went on, Yahiko quickly getting over his hurt feelings when Conan asked him if he had orange juice at his house. Sueki pointed at a brown mound that distinctively looked and smelt different than mud. "Was it? Dog poo." Only a year later did catastrophe strike and the dreaded Great Shinobi War reached their peaceful town. A squad of samurai flooded into the town one day, took down the town's civilian guards. They hid among them and a day later Aim's shaky ally, came around to coax the samurais out. The fight had been long drawn out and it was out of control. Nagato's parents were initially killed gruesomely by the samurai because they were stopping the Iron Country soldiers from looting their house, and Yahiko's father was away at the war front with Hanzo, and seeing as the orange-haired boy didn't have any mother he couldn't stay alone. So they ran to Naruto's home and hid with their friend's family. The next day, when Naruto's parents were ushering them out of the house so they could flee to Fire Country, his parents stepped on an active mine set up by shinobi. The only thing going through Naruto's mind, as he fought the urge to look at the bloody, scattered remains of his parents, was to calm his friends down and find a good place to hide until everything calmed down. In his search of refuge, after stowing a passed-out Nagato and Yahiko under an ignorable shrub, he found Conan blankly cradling her mother's head. He gently pried the head from her arms and gave her a tight hug, providing human warmth in the only way a recently orphaned 6-year-old child could provide, and it allowed his best friend to cry. He supported the listless, catatonic purple-haired girl around the town as he cautiously checked for any more fighting or danger in general. The IWA ninjas and Iron Country samurai had taken their conflict further away, but the devastation they had left behind ruined any sort of normalcy. Houses had fallen into themselves and bodies of innocent people littered the ground, parts strewn around carelessly from samurai that could care less of casualties and ninjas that didn't mind ending innocent lives as long as that helped kill a few samurai. He found Sueki ineffectively pulling at a pale hand from under a pile of rubble and twisted metal that used to be her family's house. She wasn't smiling or crying or showing any emotions whatsoever. It was like she already knew that she was holding a lifeless hand in her own, but she still couldn't accept the fact that her parents were gone. Naruto watched her sniff and mutter for her father and mother to come out for a minute before he went to her. He couldn't for the life of him leave her, no matter how annoying she was. He had to hold her in his arms for a few long minutes before she tentatively responded by pressing her face into his chest and embracing him back. She made no sound, but her body shook with the tears that refused to come out. Naruto was just happy she was alive. The scarf-wearing boy carried the then 4-year-old girl on his front and Conan on his back. His whole body still felt the effects of the mine from 3 hours ago, and the combined weight of his two friends had his legs shaking under the effort, though he still powered through, steadily walking back to Nagato and Yahiko. He didn't comment too much when he saw that Nagato's eyes had changed from kind brown to an ominous blazing purple with black concentric circles. It wasn't funny how war forced children to grow up, not even as he looked back on it years into the future, and most definitely not when he was still experiencing it. For what felt like months, Yahiko, Conan, Nagato and Sueki were lost. They vacantly stared out at nothing, through the frigid cold nights and through the blisteringly hot days caused by living under crossfire. Their eyes lost the wonder and shine of childhood, the hope for the future and a present determination to reach that hopeful future. They lost all of that. They lost everything, but they only had each other. They realized this when they finally began to notice the efforts of one of their friends in making sure they had somewhere livable to lay their heads at night and always had something to eat when they were unbearably hungry. Naruto was forced to grow up and care for his friends when they were processing how their lives could have gone up in flames so quickly. He snuck into enemy camp and stole food for his friends, endured the beatings they gave him on days he was unlucky and got caught, shuffled around on his own in search of a warm place to spend the night, far away from the eternally dangerous nights. He sacrificed his sleep so they could rest. He sacrificed his food so they could eat. He sacrificed his body so they wouldn't get hurt. Naruto only found out, after another consecutive night of sleeping without food, that protecting and caring for his vulnerable friends gave him something to do instead of dwelling on his own vulnerability. He questioned the point of his continued existence and his insignificance in the universe as a mere speck compared to juggernauts that shook the world with the smallest actions. The only thing he could do was ensure his friends lived, even if he was dead inside. It was the role he couldn't play but the role he had to play, as his friends were too physically and mentally broken to do anything but kill themselves. Naruto was just as broken as they were, if not more so, but the awareness of his tiny existence forced him to make many personal sacrifices so that his friends' existences shone, never knowing that even in the darkness he was still growing to be a giant star. Orochimaru wrote this about his lone student in a journal the Sannin forgot in AIM. Before the battle for AIM, Naruto found it and gave it to Sueki for safekeeping. She seemed to appreciate it, even more so with the words the future Nuke Nin wrote about her teacher. Life was crazy and the ghost of AIM lived for his friends. The 7-year-old had to make do with what he had, which was absolutely nothing, and he managed this nothing for 2 painful years, making sure his friends kept their spirits up in spite of the terrible war going on around them. Sueki was the first to pull out of her daze and she dutifully devoted her life to the person that had cared for her when she couldn't care for herself, learning from Naruto as if he was her only hope and eating everything he told her like it would be her last time hearing his voice. She took learning from Naruto to another level and Naruto was fine with that now. It was her way of coping. Who was he to judge? He didn't know that Sueki actively becoming his student, in her mind, went light years further than simply coping. Naruto had picked a half mask from a dead Suna shinobi and wore it instead of his scarf because Konan had caught a cold and he had been looking for a substitute for days before he could comfortably give his friend the scarf that hid his identity. This meant he gave Konan his shirt to use for extra warmth until he could get his shirt back and give her his scarf. Sueki adopted a similar half-face mask not even a week later. The Sannin showed up and Jiraiya offered to teach them all but Naruto said no for himself. Yahiko, Nagato and Konan then went on to learn from the newly named Toad Sannin. Orochimaru was at the time feuding with Jiraiya for Tsunade's affection so he chose Naruto to be his student, branching out this offer to Sueki, then 6 years old, but Naruto staunchly refused, saying that she was too young to learn ninja techniques. The Sannin quietly backed away when he discovered the young mask-wearing blonde had 2 very powerful bloodlines. While Tsunade left for Konoha, Jiraiya and Orochimaru stayed back to train their new students, coming and going to different war fronts until, 5 years later, they were too busy with the war and hastily graduated their students to the stage of personal training. They were still on this stage, a year after the Sannin left, but they had used the skills they had acquired to defeat Hanzo the Salamander. And that fight was brutal. It ended with the 4 surviving friends all crossing out the AIM forehead protectors Nagato provided them as the new amicage, over the grave of their fallen comrade. Oh. Naruto silently plodded through the rain and the shallow puddles, navigating through the back alleys from the Amikage's tower to the west gate of the highly industrialized village. The Akatsuki robe he still reached his midcalf, so the rain only soaked into his black sandals, though he wasn't too bothered with them seeing as he had grown up with the feeling of wet shoes. He flicked away the bang hanging over his right eye and looked out of an alley where a swarm of people huddled under a large tarp, distributing and collecting hot food. There was a small stir as a boy about 10 years old turned in his direction, catching the attention of who Naruto could guess was his brother and his sister but no one else. They squinted to look into the pitch blackness of the alley and the low afternoon sun for who they thought they saw. The ghost shook his head slowly and placed his pointer finger on his mask, telling them not to speak. They gawked dumbly at who they saw. The legend that had aided in putting down their former tyrannical leader and the only one they knew that could pose a challenge to the newly instated Amikage, the god of AIM. The 3 kids nodded and went back to eating their porridge. It was remarkable that they could even sense him. He walked backwards into the dark and his presence gradually left. A tendril of wispy smoke seeped out from the ground a mile from the west gate and formed into the mask-wearing blonde, who started walking at a casual pace westward. He was soon joined by Swaki, panting for air as she reached his side. "Didn't you say?" She closed her eyes and wheezed, tightly holding the back of his cloak in her small hands and blindly walking with him. "Meet you, at the gate?" "I did." Naruto answered candidly. The girl, also still wearing the soon-to-be S-rank rogue organization's black with red clouds robe, didn't look to have any luggage or scrolls on her person. Like her mentor, she sealed her storage scroll into a storage seal painted onto her right upper arm, but unlike her teacher she had to run a mile in 5 seconds to reach his position. She got her breath and curtly walked at her master's side, moving a step behind out of a sort of respect for him. Was it a test? Yup. She blanched. Did I pass? He didn't look at her as he answered. No. Swaki's less than pleased mood came into her eyes as she lowered the burning red orbs to the ground, disappointed in herself. From years of knowing her friend and her mentor she knew when he was in a bad mood and she knew the consequences of prodding him during his bad moods. She sighed and remained silent, keeping her obvious question to herself. They were still within rain country territory and as such the rain still fell on them, though not as heavily as they were closer to Amigakure, the center of the developed country. The country itself was small and AIM made up 90% of it while small settlements surrounded the massive rain village. Nagato planned to merge it all together as well as imbue the natural rain with his chakra once AIM had gotten back to its feet. This was to increase security so that if invaders came from any direction, he would know from the beginning. The 3 surviving founders of the Akatsuki had so many plans for AIM to prosper and become a global powerhouse worthy of challenging all the other major villages at once. Now that Nagato wanted to do something that would inevitably result in another great shinobi war and possibly end with the world destroyed, the ghost finally found the line he couldn't bring himself to cross to protect his Rinnegan-bearing friend. Yahiko wouldn't have wanted it if he was alive, Naruto knew that much, and Konan didn't want it, but the Angel of AIM followed Nagato because Nagato wouldn't let her go because of his and Naruto's promise to Yahiko. It was why Naruto didn't ask Konan to come with him. Nagato had her in a cage and her frail, unadjusted mind told her that she should stay in his cage. Yahiko's death affected them all, even little Swaki, but it hit Konan worse. The whole thing was just too frustrating. He released a breath he didn't know he was holding and Swaki felt his pent-up frustration leave his body. She liked her small lips and asked, a voice very close to monotone. "So, where are we going?" His answer was enough to shatter her stoic expression and make her eyebrows shoot up into her hairline. "Kiri. Next time on Silent Night." He announced to them that he was going to end the war and bring their country back to normalcy. They were to focus their attention on expelling Fire Country and any other leeching foreign country from their country, which were Earth, Lightning and Waterfall, while the other countries that had not participated or contributed whatsoever in the violence, like River Country, Sunagakure, which was their western neighbor, Kiriagakure and Yuzushiogakure, were to be left alone. They would establish a formal alliance with those 4 places after the war. The forced removal of the undesirables from their country was set down in history as the Purge. Oh. In Orochimaru's words, Naruto was a living anomaly. He had 2 naturally cooperative affinities, one of which was strong enough to be considered a bloodline, and these 2 affinities combined to form an extremely rare bloodline. Oh. Gimme me a minute, crack. The whole bar was in chaos and if there weren't bodies littered on the floor then the other patrons were either fleeing from the general vicinity of the insane ninja or were cowering under their tables. Naruto's blue eyes were dark and the intimidating beastly grin on his half-mask finally scared the downed man into the sweet bliss of unconsciousness. "You're drunk, Dash." Naruto growled lowly and swiped his hand back, pushing the white-haired girl away from him and readying another blow. "I'm not drunk, crack. I can't get drunk." She could see it in his vacant blue eyes, between each swallow of sake and rum, the emptiness and the purposelessness that wallowed in his dead orbs like silt at the bottom of a pond pool, muddying those formerly crystal-clear and cheerful cerulean eyes. The void of life that had taken the place of direction and the daily settling depression and personal disgust at what used to be his life and what his life was now. Naruto was lost. Chapter 2. Despite being a girl that knew how to outwardly suppress her emotions, Swaki's forehead crinkled worriedly and she grabbed her teacher by the back of his featureless black cloak and tried to pull him back, but the stronger ninja held strong, his left hand clenched on the shirt of a downed man and his right hand balled into a tight fist. The man lying on the ground that Naruto was holding hacked painfully from his no doubt fractured ribs and his broken nose pulsed with fresh blood, pouring down his partially shattered jaw and onto the wooden floor. Naruto pulled the man up by his shirt and bashed his bruised fist against the other man's head, cracking him down to the ground, but Naruto wasn't satisfied as he lifted the man up again slightly, ready to break open the drunk's head. Sueki cried. "Sensei, no. Gimme me a minute," crack. The whole bar was in chaos, and if there weren't bodies littered on the floor, then the other patrons were either fleeing from the general vicinity of the insane ninja or were cowering under their tables. Naruto's blue eyes were dark, and the intimidating beastly grin on his half-mask finally scared the downed man into the sweet bliss of unconsciousness. "You're drunk, Dash." Naruto growled lowly and swiped his hand back, pushing the white-haired girl away from him and readying another blow. "I'm not drunk, crack. I can't get drunk." Sueki knew this very well, of her master's fast metabolism and his continuously active cells, but she unfailingly went back to him and this time wrapped her arms around his abdomen from behind and pulled him back with all her might. This couldn't compare to the blonde's strength, and his right arm twitched to drive his elbow backwards, into her temple so that she could just leave him to vent out his frustration. But even in his blind rage he couldn't do that, only releasing his grip on the man's shirt and holding down the urge to spit on him. He closed his eyes and breathed in slowly, exhaling slowly again. Sueki pressed closer and pushed her face into his back, between his shoulder blades, and closed her eyes as well. Naruto heard her voice, muffled from his cloak and her mask, and she whispered, "Let's get out of here, before Kiri ninjas arrive." There was a thick silence after her silent words, and the excruciatingly sober former shinobi of AIM rubbed his forehead. "Fine," he gave the man on the floor a parting kick to his ribs and mumbled. "I was done here anyway." The night had started like how every night for the past 3 months had started, with Naruto leaving the shared apartment they had in Hidden Mist and stumbling into any bar that hadn't banned him to waste away his night, drowning his soul in self-loathing and alcohol. Sueki knew there would be a blowback from leaving AIM, leaving their childhood friends, but she never anticipated for it to take this much of a toll on her sensei. She could see it in his vacant blue eyes, between each swallow of sake and rum, the emptiness and the purposelessness that wallowed in his dead orbs like silt at the bottom of a pond pool, muddying those formerly crystal clear and cheerful cerulean eyes. The void of life that had taken the place of direction, and the daily settling depression and personal disgust at what used to be his life and what his life was now. Naruto was lost. The hollow pain he should have felt after losing his parents, after losing his childhood, after losing Yahiko, after losing the one thing that kept him together for all those years since then. Naruto was lost. He didn't know what to do with himself, and thinking of the life he had left behind was akin to torment, remembering the extents he would go through to ensure his friends were safe and content. Recalling how his parents promised, every night they tucked him into bed, that they would be there for him forever. Orochimaru too made that promise, and he too left for Konoha without looking back, not hearing his student heart shatter at another precious person leaving him. Night after night he would hope that his kidneys would finally give out and allow him to feel some sort of agony, hoping for even the littlest reprieve into the stupor brought upon by alcohol so that he would leave the world behind for the moment and forget his worries, but there was no drink strong enough to put him down, so he took out his anger at yet another failure at getting drunk on anyone that was near him, barring Sueki, who he would skirt around to get around the war zone that was the bar, never once taking off his mask but always somehow finishing his drinks. Day after day he would sit on a chair by the window and stare out at the thick white mist of the village. Unmoving, cold, like he was an uninhabited shell, rigid and imperceptibly breathing. While Sueki briefly left the apartment to hunt for food and money, usually by bringing back Kiri missing ninjas and using the bounty to fuel her teacher's nightly bar hopping and binge drinking. She knew he would feel lost, and he became violent to find any kind of feeling to fill the place his motivation used to be. Yet, she refused to leave him. Naruto didn't abandon her during her darkest time, and she was not going to abandon him either. The little boy huffed and his legs visibly shook under the combined weight of both of his female friends. Sueki had her arms around his neck, forcing her face under his chin with her eyes clenched shut. The boy was carrying her in his arms and the other girl on his back. A tiny, 7-year-old Konan, mutely tightened her arms around his belly from behind and hooked her ankles at his front. The darkness-born child staggered, Konan on his back and Sueki in his arms, and it was still faster than with them walking on their feet. Naruto struggled for air with each step, and his bare feet, mud-stained feet, felt closer and closer to slipping with each movement, and yet he fought on. His arms hugged the young girl closer to him, and Konan moved slightly on his back, closing her hands into fists on his belly and gathering his shirt in her small hands. He wheezed and his mother briefly flashed through his mind, so quick anyone else would have noticed, and the boy shivered, suppressing his tears. Her bright smile and her radiant blonde hair, her impeccable grace and her unshakable stance on life, no matter what happened and what she went through, she always found a reason to smile, if it was only to lift her mood or to lift her husband or her son's mood. Tears found their way down Naruto's eyes at the thought of his mother's sunny disposition. It seemed like nothing was going to bring her down, Not the civil war in darkness, not the shinobi war going on outside and inside of darkness, and not the rampant destruction of property from the Iron Country samurai that invaded or when the IWA arrived. She carried a shimmering smile for her son as she pulled him by his hand, guiding him, and in turn Nagato and Yahiko, after Naruto's father, who stealthily urged them to quicken their pace. Nowhere was safe, and yet she smiled. Naruto grit his teeth as more tears washed down his dirty face, struggling as he moved. His mother kept repeating something to him, so occasionally that it sounded so much like a mantra. A hurried mantra to keep her precious son's spirit up in spite of the blood-soaked rubble their formerly peaceful town had become. Sueki, Keikonen. He whispered, amid the distant cacophony of warfare occurring to his far right. The girls didn't move at his voice. We're going to be okay. Sueki, wrapping her right arm around her teacher's lower back and fit herself under his right arm, guiding him as he listlessly trudged through the misty village. His eyes became a cold, dark blue abyss of vacant darkness, walking without purpose and only directed by his loyal student. She held Naruto close and repeated those very same words he said to them, over and over again, so that they would never completely despair in their situation. Sensei. He didn't move at her voice, as if he had not heard her at all. We're going to be okay. They had pretty much severed their ties to AIM, and their two close friends, and the girl was struggling to make ends meet by working multiple jobs, catching up to 10 missing ninjas within the Water Country vicinity, specifically around Kiri, and they were low-ranked, hardly worth anything at all. It was them now, as it always had been for the past 3 months. Naruto just needed some more time to find himself again, she consoled herself. We're going to be okay. Oh. The next day was different. They had been running low on cash and Sueki had already hunted most of the missing shinobi close to Kirigakure, so she had to venture outwards, closer to Lightning Country in search of missing shinobi whose bounty could take them through 3 days relatively comfortably. She returned back to their humble apartment in the misty warmth of Kiri's suburbs late in the night. Sensei, I'm home, the stoic, red-eyed girl called from the door as she opened it. She stopped abruptly when she encountered thick darkness inside the house. Her eyes narrowed instinctively, preparing to defend herself as well as searching for her teacher. She saw a blue glint from the corner of her eyes and her blood-red eyes shifted there, where she found a set of crystal blue eyes sighting on a chair wedged in the corner of the room, beside a coffee table with a switched-off lamp on it. The only source of light in the depressingly dark room was from the window on the other side of the room, shooting streetlights into the dreary room and giving the person sitting on the chair a vague, dark form. Any other feature was hard to discern, even the face, but the bright blue eyes of the person had Sueki drop her guard and fully turn to him, cocking her head to the side with her eyebrows crinkled in concern. She nodded. Hey! Naruto was silent for a moment, simply staring back at her for a long minute before he answered in a very low voice. Hey! Sueki crossed her arms, her large black, featureless cloak moving with her action and showing her silver leggings and her silver gloves peeking out from her sleeves. So, sitting in the dark, she said with a slight joking smirk. Is this a new thing or? She heard a low hum of laughter from the corner of the room and her teacher sat back, making the couch creak quietly as he did so. I was thinking about something. Sueki remained at the door, sweeping her eyes around the apartment to confirm that the place was empty besides herself and Naruto. She idly wondered whether it was his bloodline that made him more accustomed to pitch, choking blackness. About what? The blue eyes closed briefly, then reopened. Why are you still here, Sueki? The white-haired girl snorted, like the answer was obvious. 'Cause I want to be here. She walked closer to him but stopped when what she thought was his hand flicked up, telling her to stay away. I'm the student and you're the master. I've still got a lot to learn from you. Is that all? Naruto mumbled to the 14-year-old former AIM Jounin Kunoichi. Konan and Nagato can teach you whatever you want to learn. I don't know anything special I can teach you. Come on sensei, you know that's not true. She interrupted him, raising a single white eyebrow. Everything I know is because you taught them to me. Plus. Her expressionless face warmed and a tiny smile curved up on her lips, her crimson eyes deepened familiarly and some color came to her pale face. You're a very important person to me. More important than Yahiko and Konan and Nagato? Naruto asked with narrowed, skeptical eyes. Like you won't even believe. Sueki answered easily, without pause for thought or reflection. She was glad to see her teacher speaking to her for the first time in months. Words couldn't even begin to describe what Naruto meant to Sueki, and the teacher saw this from her eyes. A pale hand reached up from his right and clicked on the lamp on the small table at his side. It was then she noticed that his famous half-mask was lying on the table, beside the lamp. Light washed over her teacher's face and the girl's eyes widened. She gasped with her hand over her masked mouth, barely stopping herself from stepping back in morbid shock. "Sensei, what happened?" Naruto clicked the lamp off and she could see his vague figure shrugging carelessly. "I don't know, probably has to do with my dual bloodlines." Sueki was still trying to get over what she had seen, her master's face. She could only open and close her hidden mouth in horror. The usually composed, stoic teen couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. "It's been like that since after we killed Hanzo." But dash. "Yeah, I know. I didn't want you guys to worry, so I went to ask Orochimaru if he knew what was happening. I didn't take long in Konoha. He had no idea what was happening, but I suspected it had something to do with my bloodlines." He saw the betrayal on her face and his eyes dipped down. "You were still in the hospital dash. Nagato could have helped, somehow," she said suddenly, then she jabbed her thumb to her chest and spat. "I can help dash." "Don't," he said with a raised hand, silencing her. "This has nothing to do with my blood." He motioned at his face. "It's been like this for months, so I think it won't get worse." Sueki cleared all emotions from her face, straightening up. "What now? Do you still want to stay?" His eyes fixed hers and gauged her reply. "Yes." The hand still on the switch of the lamp slid down and picked up his half mask, putting it on so that it covered his nose and his mouth and fixing it in place. The same hand switched on the light and Naruto stood up. "As you wish." He passed her and opened the door. She grabbed his elbow and asked, "Where are you going?" "We're going to train." This time her eyes widened with excitement. "Hi, Sensei." Oh. The civil war in Hidden Darkness, or Dark Country, sparked up about a year after the Second Great Ninja War erupted. The country had formerly been unconcerned with the massive global war and had closed its borders for any of the conflict to flow in, but then the daimyo, a man known to have had a Konoha-born father and a Dark Country-born mother, opened the country's borders for Fire Country and began supplying them with able-bodied shinobi and their vast generational intellect to assist them in their war efforts. It was small and insignificant at first, only a few ninjas, some solid oak trees and a large basket of pure obsidian iron, but then it increased and Fire Country demanded more and more from the small nation. The daimyo caved and allowed the bigger country to influence it. Dark Country was rich with unique bloodline holders that were grouped into 7 distinct clans, all of whom were united under Dark Country for thousands of years. These clans had subdivisions of their different bloodlines, but the single fact was that they were all at peace with each other and had close ties with other clans for an uncountable number of years since the creation of their country. The daimyo was brought out from what was considered a royal clan, which was the clan that didn't have any bloodline of note and would have been seen as civilians if they were in any other country. The royal clan had not done anything special in the unification of the 7 clans, as they weren't considered a clan back then and thus weren't included in the 7 clans, but the founder of the country, a dark and light release user, had appointed the cluster of bloodlineless men and women as the leaders of the country. The reason was unclear, but the 7 clans went with it out of their deep respect for their founder. The present daimyo had pretty much sold all of Dark Country to Fire Country, making the smaller country an unofficial annex of the larger and more influential country, thereby dragging Dark Country into the unexplained skirmish of the Second Great Ninja War. He had given virtually everything to Fire Country in support of the war, except any clan as a whole, and this left close to nothing for the people of darkness. Konoha ninjas populated the country and plundered civilian families and clans of what little they had while the daimyo ordered them to do nothing about it. It was when the daimyo had signed away the deeds of an entire clan, the Kurama clan, did the civil war start. Forces loyal to the daimyo fought against the rebels, which comprised of the 7 now 6 clans. This had gone on for years and Konoha, satisfied with what it had leached out of darkness, pulled away and did nothing to stop the feuding between the royal clan and the rebel forces. Darkness was an unsafe place to live, despite the Second Great War ending after Hanzo had been killed by the 4 Akatsuki founders, with the backing of the rest of the Akatsuki. It looked like the war between the royal clan and the 6 clans would go on for years and years to come, but, some months after the end of the war, it all came to an end when 2 ninjas of unbelievable repute arrived in darkness. It was no secret that the former ghost of AIM and his loyal student were born and, for some years, bred in darkness, just like it was no secret that the ghost and his student left Amigakure and disappeared into thin air. The adoration the 7 clans had for the ghost was astonishing. The respect and admiration went beyond logic, and for good reason too. The ghost was easily a double S-rank ninja that had been able to fight Hanzo and the ninjas loyal to the dead Kage for 7 hours straight until the current Kage had been able to gather his wits and add his support. It was then he had been dubbed with the moniker of Ghost. Then there was the fact that the ghost was the one that had trained his high A-rank student, a white-haired girl with red eyes that they also knew was from darkness. Add in the fact that the ghost was not someone to brag of his accomplishments and had been known to get off the pedestal the people of AIM placed him on to help Rain Country recover from the ravages of war. The blonde enigma was a rallying cry for the rebels, despite the ghost not stepping foot in darkness, and the royal clan saw his existence as a threat to their power, as the 17-year-old legend had never been back from AIM to Dark Country, and yet he had more adoration from the 7 clans than they could have ever hoped for. Their biggest nightmare was if the ghost made a return to Dark Country. That nightmare came to reality exactly 6 months after the conclusion of the Second Great War. The leader of the rebels, a holder of the rare Mercury release Kekai Genkai, fell onto his knees and opened his arms as the terror-inspiring blonde entered the rebel command tent. The man stared up at the teenager with his muddy brown eyes, and his guards, 5 in number, followed suit when they too recognized the person before them. He bowed his head. "Lord Naruto, you have returned." Unaware of his popularity in his home country, the blonde, half-mask-wearing shinobi raised a questioning eyebrow. "Lord?" He was then filled up on how he had reached such a high status for the people of darkness. At first the rebellion had been to remove the royal clan as the leading family, but then it expanded to the 7 clans recognizing their northern neighbor, Fire Country, as the larger problem. Then news of a single shinobi killing and maiming scores of Konoha ninjas by himself reached them and was immediately tied to darkness, seeing as they found Naruto and Ketsueki in their birth registries. More and more news came, in spite of the civil war, and, ever so slowly, the people of Dark Country began hailing the ghost of AIM for successfully expelling Konoha ninjas from AIM and helping to end the war. Fire Country was despised and was almost directly the cause of the civil war, and anyone that could basically bat away the leaf was a hero in their books. The 7 clans and the clanless people had resolved to ask the ghost to come back to their country when their civil war was ended. Naruto overlooked the man's enthusiastic welcome and the bowed guards and had the leader call for all of the clan heads to assemble as many of their ninjas in front of the tent. When that had been done and he exited the tent to speak to the gathered ninjas, he was forced to face the sheer magnitude of adoration the ninjas and civilians of darkness had for him. Hundreds of people were on their knees, their hands over their hearts and their heads bowed in submission. The black-cloaked man slowly looked over the multitude before him, astounded by how deep in gratitude they were for him simply being there. He looked at Sueki from the corner of his eyes and saw her tilt her head down towards him, not fully bowing but also offering him her undying loyalty. It was humbling how much they believed in him, and it warmed his heart to think that they saw him as a source of strength. He announced to them that he was going to end the war and bring their country back to normalcy. They were to focus their attention on expelling Fire Country and any other leeching foreign country from their country, which were Earth, Lightning and Waterfall, while the other countries that had not participated or contributed whatsoever in the violence, like River Country, Sunagakure, which was their western neighbor, Kiriagakure and Yuzushiogakure, were to be left alone. They would establish a formal alliance with those 4 places after the war. Naruto made sure to do his research before entering the rebel camp, like how he knew no self-respecting dark female would willingly procreate with any of those from the list of undesirable countries. There were Konoha-fathered children from women that had not given their consent to their aggressors, and no female from Naruto's detailed research wanted anything to do with the father of their children, but they would fight tooth and nail keep their children. The forced removal of the undesirables from their country was set down in history as the Purge, as darkness was essentially removing all the countries and villages that had done nothing but harm them. This action alone bolstered the people of the country to unite even more under Naruto, as they no more divided their attention between fighting the royal clan and defending their people from the undesirables. This made it faster. No undesirable was safe. If they failed to vacate the country, then they would be lynched, and their bloody or severely burnt carcasses were left on the border for their respective countries to retrieve them, if they wanted. Else their corpses would be used as manure. They did this within the span of 3 days of the, at first, mass expulsion before it became more methodical and careful so as not to accidentally kick out a future ally. As this was going on, the territory occupied by the royal clan began to reduce as more and more foreign ninjas were ejected from darkness. Their influence reduced and their manpower became less and less specialized, ranging from shinobi and samurai of low C rank to mid A rank. The dense forest within darkness that served as the border separating them from Fire Country, at their north, regained its vitality as the nature chakra that had been lacking in the area due to systematic deforestation returned. Pitch black, soul-sucking darkness flooded the forest, and animal life steadily restarted as well. The royal clan hid away in their only surviving temple, situated close to the night forest, as close to Fire Country as possible. Formerly, a great number of their forces included foreign ninjas, but lately they were all getting brutally murdered by something so quick they couldn't see it coming until their heads rolled. That was the next part of Naruto's plan. While darkness focused on taking care of the undesirables, he and Sueki would handle the royal clan. Oh. In Orochimaru's words, Naruto was a living anomaly. He had two naturally cooperative affinities, one of which was strong enough to be considered a bloodline, and these two affinities combined to form an extremely rare bloodline. Smoke release itself was not rare, as there was a whole clan in darkness that could use the Kekkei Genkai, but what made Naruto's rare was that the affinities combined to make his own bloodline weren't fire and water affinities, which naturally opposed themselves to form smoke but instead were lightning and water, of which his lightning release was also a bloodline on its own. Normally water and lightning could come together to make deadly results for any receiver, but Naruto's lightning clashed against his water to form smoke. That was something that confused the snake scientist. At first, the snake Sannin wanted to say that his student had dark release at the similarities between Naruto's smoke release and dark release, but had scratched out that summary at the obvious fact that it wasn't darkness Naruto was expelling but smoke. There was the hidden mystery of what was happening to his face under his half mask. Then there was his learning speed and thirst for knowledge. Naruto was neither a prodigy nor a genius, but he was a highly adaptive person with a quick-to-process photographic memory to boot. The AIM orphan had been forced to adapt by his circumstance, and so no matter the scenario Orochimaru threw at his student or put him in, the boy would only take a few seconds to adjust before he overcame the obstacle. The masked teen could conjure up 100 plans and ideas to tackle a problem of any kind, whether shinobi or civilian, and yet he didn't have the patented prodigy's look, where it would seem his mind was constantly churning and spinning, thinking deeply and speaking from the soul with the liltingly condescending tone. Naruto's clear blue eyes changed from situation to situation. To his friends and those he considered family, they held warmth. Joy so pure and welcoming that the receiver had to have the heart of Yami to not succumb to the happiness in his orbs. To his enemies and those he considered a threat, they held death. Painful, agonizing, excruciating death. No hatred, but there was manic excitement at the thought of snuffing out a pest, and so his blue eyes would darken and spin slowly, ringed with black and speaking little of the uncontrollable madness they held. No, Naruto wasn't a prodigy or a genius. Naruto was a beast. A phantom. A specter. He was the stuff that made the nightmares of enemy countries like Lightning Country. His shadowy rampage as the student of the snake Sannin and after Orochimaru had gone gave chills to any self-respecting human being. He was the legend parents told their children at night to keep them in line. He was part of the symbol of hope for all of Amigakure. He was the symbol of unity to his home country of darkness. Orochimaru didn't know what he had trained until it was too late. Naruto was someone that could make his teacher stop and hesitate. He was silent. He was careful. He was methodical. He was the ghost. Naruto squeezed slightly on the binoculars in his hands and they zoomed in closer on the heavily protected fortress the royal clan were hiding behind, the very last of their hiding places the ghost and his student had dismantled. He counted 28 ninjas guarding the building and his eyes roved up, catching 2 sentry posts with 3 guards per post, making 34. He brought the binoculars down from his eyes and pressed his right pointer finger on the earpiece in his ear. Can you sense the daimyo inside? The sound of static answered him until, yes, I can feel the whole clan in there. Sueki pursed her lips and her eyes stayed closed in concentration. I feel like they have escape tunnels in there, maybe to Konoha. They do, ancient families like that have contingencies in case something ever happens to their power. Then why are they still in darkness when they can take the tunnels and hide in, I don't know, Konoha? It's a trap. It's a pretty risky trap, sensei, the red-eyed girl muttered. Having all of their family here and present just on the off chance they can get you. Naruto scoffed and peered through the binoculars again. No one ever said this daimyo was smart. I can sense him but not his wife or son. So he had them escape and the rest of the clan don't notice anything off. The stoic girl shook her head in exasperation. Overprivileged idiots. Naruto watched the guard rotation for a second, then he sniffed sharply. Are your sanban ready? There was a clipped click on the other side and Sueki hummed, removing a fistful off combat needles and studying the thin red substance inside the needles. Yeah. Take out the 2 sentries at the top and I'll handle the ones at the bottom. If the alarm goes off then the royal clan will flee through those tunnels. Maybe. Confirm your kills. Roger. Any questions? Just one. Why are we doing this again? Not including the major point that Naruto could murder all the members of the royal clan and their guards by himself, Sueki couldn't really see the point in ending the darkness civil war, except that this is a great way to burn time and maybe teach me a thing or two in assassinating a well-protected family. Other than that, I don't see the reason for doing this. Naruto dropped his binoculars and stored them into a large storage seal hanging on his lower back by a thin yet strong string crossed over his torso. He flexed his fingers and answered. My mum always said that no matter the nature or gravity of a problem, a child can and will always return back home, or something like that. His eyes narrowed and he exhaled, a small burst of thick black smoke blasted from his mask. And, I promised my pa that I'd come back to Dark Country, whether the war ended or not. Naruto's father didn't ask his child to make that promise, but Naruto, after listening to what had caused the civil war, swore he would return one day. It was going to be a handful now that the people recognized his power. They would most likely want him to stay back after the war. Instinctively, the blonde teacher sensed his masked student's green thoughts and chuckled with his eyes curved up in a smile. What's wrong? Underneath her half-mask, Sueki frowned, shattering her emotionless mask, and her red eyes squinted with mild annoyance. Am I not enough for you, sensei? A large, nervous drop of sweat grew on the side of Naruto's temple and he felt that he wouldn't say the right thing, so he tactfully did something that usually worked for him on his precious student, a bribe. I'll give you extra lessons if you collect 20 or more confirmed kills. Extra training if you kill your 6th century targets before I finish my 28 on the ground. This answer made the pale girl's eyebrows lower, her frown relax into a small, easy smile. Whatever. That's the spirit. Are you ready? Ready. On 3 amusement danced in his eyes when he saw a flash of red shoot out from Sueki's position, sinking deep into a sentry shinobi's neck. The ninja turned around and swung his fist right into his comrade's face, burying his foot in his other comrade's stomach, while Sueki repeated her first action of throwing another Senbon, but this time she switched places with the blood-filled needle, appearing on top of a female Konoha sentry in a burst of red chakra, landed on the grown woman's shoulder with her feet framing the kunoichi's head. The girl flicked 2 more needles and they impaled the foreheads of the Konoha ninja's 2 comrades and ended the flurry of attacks by bringing down the stunned ninja she was standing on with a stomp to the center of her head. Sueki blew out a breath and dusted her plain black cloak daintily, just as the first Senbon victim finished crushing the heads of his teammates with his fists. This happened within 20 seconds. Meanwhile with Naruto, the same split second the Senbon left his student's right hand he disappeared in a small plume of black smoke, fizzling into non-existence and reappearing before his first victim. He stabbed a kunai deep into the side of the man's head and left again in a burst of smoke, carving out a thick line on the necks of 3 other ninjas after 3 consecutive pops of smoke, seemingly from out of nowhere. Pumph. Pumph. Pee-pee-pa-pumph-pa-pumph. Muffled pops echoed in the vacuum of silence around the royal clan's last hideout and the resulting smoke vacated as quickly as it arrived, whereas a person would crumple onto the ground. Dead? Most of their throats slit with the precision only a practiced surgeon would know, so as to quickly bleed out the target and end their lives. It was like looking at death teleporting around the building, except this death could not be seen and was only sensed as the line of blood left their necks. One moment they were looking around and then the next they were on the ground, choking on their blood and vainly gurgling for air. No one saw anything coming until it had happened and their attacker had moved to his other targets. The last person to go down only felt a knife slide over his throat, opening up his jugular and sealing his fate. He fell down onto his face and saw a pair of feet clad in black shinobi sandals stop at his head. His eyes began closing in painful slumber as he heard his killer mumble. That's 22 seconds. I guess you win, Sue. Another pair of feet crunched up close to the first pair, this one wearing dark red sandals and her toenails also painted an almost identical shade of red. The first person visibly leaned back as the second came closer. This one, clearly female, replied. Cool. Alright, let's go kill this guy, Naruto said, stepping around Sueki, away from his dead last victim, and his body broke up into thick black smoke, melting through the infinitesimally small crack from the sealed-shut main door. Sueki huffed and scratched her chin, wondering how she was going to get into the building without triggering the alarms. She swore quietly, barely maintaining composure, and swore to herself she would have her teacher show her how he used his hidden art, secret smoke technique, body smoke tunnel transformation, or at least a variation of it that would suit her bloodline. She swore once again and clambered up the wall of the fortified temple to one of the sentry posts on the top, layering her palms and feet with chakra to stick here securely with each upward leap. She landed carefully and removed a single key from the pocket of a dead sentry, using it to jiggle open the trap door on the floor of the sentry post and dropping inside with her crimson red eyes burning with determination. She was going to have those extra lessons from her dear teacher, even if it killed her. Oh. By sunrise the next morning, before a gathering of as many as 100,000 darkness citizens that had traveled far and wide 2 days prior to the attack on the daimyo's fortress, it was announced that the daimyo of Dark Country, the head of the royal clan, had been ousted and the royal clan in entirety was disbanded, exiled out of the country without any money or resources to their name, as everything they owned, including the clothes off their backs, was seized by the two invading ninjas. As they were kicked out of their home, the royal clan's estates and properties were rightfully taken back by the people of darkness, and as the very last ex-clan member of the royal clan fled the country, but naked, the borders were closed up by high-powered seals created by the country's foremost seal masters. A week-long celebration ensued, and the people of darkness, as well as the other foreign people from countries darkness did not despise, joyously celebrated the return of peace to the formerly war-torn country, not really minding the locked borders, for everyone was simply glad to be alive at the end of the terrible civil war. This 7-day party was organized by the rebel leader and the 6 clan heads, maintained from going out of control by equally happy ninjas. The day of the ousting and the 6 subsequent days were made into public holidays, named after the 2 ninjas that had ended the civil war, though the red-eyed student graciously stepped down and gave all the credit to her teacher, for she personally wouldn't have returned if not for him. Fireworks and music could be seen and heard from as far as Sunagakure, their western neighbors, and some parts of northern Fire Country. At the end of the week-long party, as thousands of people reconvened on the location the end of the civil war had been announced, the rebel leader, with the backing of the 6 clan heads and the population as a whole, declared Naruto the new leader of Dark Country. Chapter 3. First order of business. Naruto waved for silence, and it immediately came. His strong voice said over the turgid silence of the thousands of people standing before him, all whom stared up at his with rapt attention and reverence. He laid out the first of 4 phases he foresaw his country going through before they could truly get back to their feet. All the people displaced due to the war can now return to their homes, as restoration and rebuilding would begin as soon as sunrise tomorrow. I will personally go about, accompanied by my student. He motioned to Sueki at his right, and the girl nodded her head. To supervise the work. Those that had fled the country when the war was at its peak should be contacted and given the option to return back. This point he posed directly to the former rebel leader, and the man bowed in subservience, already preparing deployment orders in his mind and which ninjas he would recommend the new leader to send out to inform the displaced dark people. For now, our priority is for us all to recycle parts from destroyed buildings and machines and reuse them to build our home again, but once we have generated enough money we would make those buildings stronger and better. The crowd cheered approvingly, roaring out their support for the first part of the plan. Their leader had to rebuild their formerly prosperous nation. Naruto's eyes glowed happily that they weren't against his idea, but the issue went deeper than what he was letting on. He needed to meet with the clan heads and the former rebel leader to confirm how much money they had and how much was in circulation, as well as the total number of people in the country, so that the next part of Naruto's grand plan could be clearer. What he knew was that the whole country didn't have that much money and food was scarce, so to handle that, while the people were building, he would separate a small group of ninjas to distribute their rations while he personally worked with the farmers to grow crops faster. They also weren't to worry too much on the security because he had set up dozens of clones to patrol with some members of the 4 clans found around the north of the country. The rest were to rebuild and the others were to defend. He had known his country was rich in natural and human resources, but he didn't know the full extent of this until he journeyed around the whole country, which was unarguably about the same size of Iwagakure and half of Kumogakure. He was made to behold the underestimated force of the things darkness could naturally provide. Naruto now understood why Konoha had used the former daimyo to sap his country's vital resources. Darkness was rich with strong, healthy and, in some cases, chakra-saturated trees that, when used to build, would stand the test of time against anything less than a jutsu-created tornado. There were gold and silver mines east of the country, under the jurisdiction of 4 of the 6 clans, and pockets of natural gas could also be found clustered together at the east. The sea bordered the nation to the south, and, if there were not a great number of fishes and other water life there, then there was an abundance of fishes in the lakes and ponds randomly spotted all over the country. The animals were mostly secluded to the night forest of the north, but some of the plant-eating animals roamed just a fraction from the pitch-black forest, and the whole breadth of the north was under the joint protection of 4 clans. The last rare and incredibly important resource to note were the caves of obsidian steel that were found along the north side of the country, not too close to the night forest but within the black forest's general vicinity. The black, cursed metal was so rare and so hard to mine, for those not taught in the ways of mining them, that it had taken Konoha 5 years of relentless mining to get a few small chunks of the precious metal. Seeing as the only clan well equipped to mine the cursed metal had refused to share the information on how to mine obsidian with the royal clan and the Konoha ninjas, but they readily and willingly provided this knowledge to the new leader of darkness. With this knowledge, Naruto would admit that the ancient way of mining obsidian was effective but would need a bit of refinement. Obsidian steel was such a rare mineral that Dark Country was the only place in the entire world that was populated with the mines. The metal was, without a doubt, the strongest material in the world as well as the most dangerous to anyone that directly touched them who wasn't the wielder or from the Soul Clan that could mine obsidian. When they graduated from the academy, the Genin of Darkness were given a set of kunai and shuriken that whose blades were made out of the obsidian as a graduating reward and, if they paid for it, they could have any weapon of their choice crafted from the metal. It was from dropped kunai from dead shinobi that some of Konoha had been able to get their hands on obsidian. As of during the reconstruction process, Naruto had no place to call his leader tower, or even an office, not to even talk about a home of his own, as the temples and fortresses the royal clan had formerly used were demolished in the mad fray as they were being invaded and kicked out. So he made it a point that until everyone in his country had a warm, stable roof over their heads, they weren't to build a leader's tower for him. He would camp wherever he could, and then he graciously accepted invitations civilians and clan heads made for him to stay over in their place. This was when he couldn't bear to see his loyal student sleep on the ground anymore. The people saw the fact their precious leader didn't have a place to call his own an atrocity, and how he placed them before his own comfort further deepened their great view of him. They worked harder and worked faster, as fast as they could, to give every displaced family a house and to build a massive orphanage for children that had lost their parents. Everyone was to have some form of home that they could live in comfortably, like an elderly home for those too old to look after themselves. A large plot of land was set aside smack dab in the middle of the country, and construction of the leader's tower began in earnest. With her mask hanging off her neck, Sueki stretched her arms over her head and yawned widely, rubbing at the corners of her eyes and smacking her lips. She fixed her plain black half-mask back onto her face and looked at her master as he waved genially to their latest hosts, a widowed civilian lady and her 3 children. "Thank you for having us, ma'am," he said, looking much too chipper for where he had slept. Naruto was strongly against imposing on the homes of his people. They were already going out of their way to welcome 2 strangers. He personally wanted his student to have the best while he could have the rest. He didn't want her sleeping on the ground in a sleeping bag anymore. That was the compromise he had reached with his older hosts and this current host. He took the couch in the living room and she slept on a spare bed with the children. He also exclusively stayed for no longer than 3 days, choosing to move around his country and supervise the rebuilding process it was undergoing. He was fine with the discomfort because, quite frankly, with his past, the only time he was ever comfortable was when his parents were still alive. The civilian woman bowed her head frantically. "It's an honor, my lord." The children joined in and bowed to the kind leader of darkness. Naruto squinted up at the sun, noticing that it was still early in the morning, and he trotted eagerly towards the noisy building site. His presence attracted the eyes of every single worker, and they clattered to a stop to gawk at the legendary teen as he clapped his hand, rubbed them together and looked around for the contractor. He finally spotted the man as the middle-aged contractor ran as quickly as his legs could carry him, lugging along 5 large blueprints and followed behind by 2 attendants that carried a large table. They dropped the simple wooden table and the builder rolled out the building plan before Naruto. It looked good. Naruto bobbed his head as the man ran him through what he wanted to do and how he wanted it to be done and what he had to do those things and what he needed to finish doing those things, all of which were within what the country alone could provide without help. Naruto knew this, and from what he had seen during his travels around his country was that the houses were built and were stable, though needing a few renovations and a well-trained Fuinjutsu team to go around and apply some seals he learned from Orochimaru that would overall make life easier. All in all, the building itself was 10 stories tall, of which 3 extra stories went underground, and the materials could be brought, and even after the building was built and fully furnished there would still be unused and leftover materials remaining to use for the people. "There's no rush," Naruto said, patting the shivering man on his shoulder, and his blue eyes shone with happiness. "This will be the administrative headquarters of the whole country, and this entire region will be the capital of our nation. We want to show our future allies that we are strong." He motioned to the dusty, scattered man-made path he and his student had followed towards his capital. "When we invite allies, they will have to see firsthand the greatness of darkness, the shops, the houses, the hotels." He swept his hands through the messy surroundings. "I don't want any inch of my country to look or feel cold or dirty. We have a long way to go before we seek alliances, but I'm confident that darkness will become the strongest country on the planet." He whispered this oath to the contractor, and yet his words carried to the listening workers, and the ninjas that followed their leader wherever he went. His words, his promise, ignited a bonfire in their chests. It was like they had been sleeping for years, centuries even, allowing the world to move about them while they lived on in solitude and silence, making neutral friends. Darkness was a nation that preferred not being noticed, and it had worked for years until Fire Country, Konoha in particular, nearly exploited them to death. Their new leader had made a promise to them, a solemn vow to his people for their nation, and they would help him accomplish his goals, until their dying breaths. They all slammed their left feet down in attention and hit their chests with their left hands closed into tight fists, their eyes burning with pride as they all collectively shouted, "Yes, sir." Naruto's eyes curved up and he patted the contractor's shoulder once more before he asked a question that floored his fanatically loyal people. "Now, where can I get my hard hat?" He intended to physically work with them. Some weak-willed civilians fainted. The poor contractor stammered pitifully. No, si sir. We can handle it." Sueki covered her mouth to hide her tinkling giggle as her master looked at the sweating builder with his eyebrows crinkled in confusion. "I assure you I won't get in the way, if you tell me what to do then dash." "With all due respect sir," the contractor coughed with a deep bow, suddenly finding the idea of their lord dirtying his hands with menial work offensive, not to himself or to the people, but he was offended on Naruto's behalf. "There is no need for you to stress yourself. We can handle it." Naruto was taken aback by the resolution in the other man's eyes. "Okay then. When will it be done?" "About 10 months, Lord Naruto." The leader tapped his chin in thought. "Seems like a long time." The contractor wanted to say that he could cut down the time if his leader was gracious enough to assign a few more ninjas to the site, where he already had half of a clan helping with the work, but the blonde spun around and called over a seemingly random ninja. "Tell Yuto to summon the 6 clan heads here, we're going to begin phase 2. The clan heads were before Naruto within the next hour and he spoke with them on what they were all going to do. "Rehabilitation," Naruto said. He fixed the 6 powerful ninjas with a strong gaze. They stood at attention before their leader and listened to what he had to say. "Re-education," he added, as if it was an afterthought. "The country won't be able to grow unless the people themselves are growing. I don't mean growing physically but growing mentally," he said, tapping the side of his temple with his pointer finger. "The Civil War stopped all schools and shinobi training was rushed and haphazard, resulting in young children getting pushed onto the battlefield, ill-prepared. I understand the reasoning, more or less," he said, cutting off a male clan head before he could politely provide a reason why shinobi, during the war, were in high demand and children had to be trained as quickly as possible. "But, seeing as we have peace, we have to change that. Civilian and clan children have to be in school, whether it is a civilian or ninja academy they choose is up to them. Only those that aren't indigenous to this country aren't allowed, not until I form an alliance with their respective countries. I also want those who were made ninjas during the war to go back to the academy, if they wish, and fine-tune their skills. I will not tolerate any half-assed training," he said with narrowed eyes, forcing his will on his subordinates. The clan heads nodded in agreement and 2 knowledge-based clans scribbled his words down. "The former daimyo's vaults have been raided and there is enough money to pay teachers for about 2 years, but before we officially open the schools I want to make sure they don't cave in on the students." The turnout for the first day of the Civilian Academy and the Ninja Academy was unbelievable. Thousands and thousands of people, men, women and children, trooped from their houses and surged towards the schools of their choice. Life was slowly returning back to normal in Dark Country. The trauma of the war still remained and it haunted some more than others, but Naruto had created a special clinic where those haunted individuals spoke to specialists to help them get over their past. The civilians were getting properly educated from teachers that had been hiding through the war and the aspiring ninjas were being tutored by veterans of war. Soldiers that had returned from their posting in Fire Country did what they could by lending a hand in teaching the students of any academy, informing their leader the current state of Konoha before they had left. The Leaf was pissed. Their ninjas had come back in either a box or mutilated and they were angry. Despite this anger, they were still smart. The barrier erected by the people of darkness was near impenetrable and the other major fact that it was the ghost that led the country forced them back. They had tried to kill him before, sending exactly 150 ninjas after him, and he had killed them all. They needed to get stronger if they wanted to challenge the ghost-led darkness. Their fear was that, as they were getting stronger, darkness was also getting stronger away from sight. This was true. Darkness was getting stronger. The utter devotion the people put into accomplishing their leader's goals, the single-minded drive to impress him, was what fueled them. The people in the academies gave everything they had and then some into their studies, and it clearly showed. The results each every 6 months was through the roof, and there was soon a demand for the schools to be expanded to further accommodate more eager students who needed more well-equipped classes. Those ninjas that had earned their ranks before the war trained and lent their support to the leader in fulfilling his plans. The sea south of Dark Country was brimming with life after months of cleaning and nurturing, and the soil of farmlands on the east became vibrant, creating harvest upon harvest of crops that pumped throughout darkness, feeding the masses. Pipes were laid into the ground and connected each house to a clean water source, refined water from the sea. The main source of electricity was from a hydroelectric dam west of the country and, after a number of years, backup generators were provided to each of the 4 regions in the country in case of a blackout. This water-powered electricity only came about 4 years after Naruto had taken the helm of affairs, from rigorous studies of his engineers and many trials and errors. 6 years after the Civil War had ended and Dark Country had finally reached a brick wall in their developments. The country was clean and the people were happy, but Naruto, sitting behind his desk and reading a letter from the Uzukage concerning a possible alliance, realized it was time for the last step. The leader of Darkness had been sending letters back and forth with the leader of the clan of Redheads, telling the man that Darkness was not ready for an alliance yet whilst trying to sound as respectful as possible. The Uzumakis in Darkness had been imploring their Kage to establish a formal alliance with the thriving nation so that they could mutually enjoy better benefits. The Uzumakis could open shops, apply for longer permission to live in the wonderfully hospitable nation and enter their schools so that they could possibly serve under the Darkness banner as ninjas of Uzushio. Darkness would get the full support of a much-respected country, access to resources kept from other countries and shared missions, which Darkness dearly needed to help keep their economy moving, alongside a trade agreement. The Redheads had gone as far as personally imploring him to agree to an alliance, meeting him in his office nearly every day. Darkness's economy was booming, that much was obvious. Fresh currency moved around the country mainly from the foreigners bringing Ryu to buy the goods and services Dark Country offered. There was an abundance of ninjas that ran errands around the nation, though never going further than Sunagakure to catch and bring back bounties. Naruto's ninjas had brought back over 10 million Ryu worth of bounties, and that was distributed through the economy, resulting in sharp boosts from different departments, which were split down the middle and separated into civilian and ninja departments. The country was quickly becoming industrialized, and that in turn needed more money to fund the groundbreaking work being done in both the civilian and ninja departments, which could only come about through an agreement between nations. So Naruto did just that. It was the third phase of his plan anyway. He not only replied to the Uzukage that he was now willing to make an alliance but also sent letters to the Kazekage of Suna, the Mizukage of Kiri and the Daimyo of River Country that he will personally go to them to establish an alliance. The replies arrived a week later. River Country's daimyo wanted to go to Darkness and witness all his people were telling him, and the Kazekage also wished to go to Dark Country to express his willingness to ally with the budding nation. The leader of Darkness declined for the Uzukage to come to his country and decided, out of respect for the Godame Uzukage, Naruto would go to him instead. It was the right thing to do, in Naruto's opinion, seeing as the Dark leader had been deflecting the Uzukage for years. Uzushio no Sato was many miles south of Darkness. The island country was protected by killer whirlpools that were strong enough to rip a whale to shreds, and the tides could crush bone into dust. These riptides and whirlpools couldn't be seen from the shore, but they lay hundreds of miles away and in the immediate surroundings of Whirlpool Island country. Naruto, with a flock of Dark Country people behind him, waited on the shores of his country for the ship that would pick him up and take him to Uzushio. It wasn't even funny anymore how much the people looked up to him and how much they wanted to be around him as much as possible, physically or not. This could be seen from the shops, hotels and other businesses built around his tower, according to the country's building plan. The rippling murmurs briefly stuttered as Naruto turned around to casually converse with a few of his ninjas to pass the time. He noticed the look in all of their eyes. The very same look the 6 clan heads had when he brought up his decision to draw alliances with the 4 places, 2 countries and 2 hidden villages. They were nervous. The group of ninjas the blonde was talking to posed the question on their minds, and Naruto shared a look with his faithful student. The problem with our former alliances was that they were neutral, non-aggression to keep the peace between our nations. Konoha, or even Fire Country, was never part of our alliance, not even once. The thing with Konoha, and our other former alliances, was that it wasn't a symbiotic relationship. There was no mutually beneficial relationship, or better yet, association. There was no mutual agreement for cooperation. The ninjas close to him nodded in agreement to their leader, and those closest to the group turned towards them and listened as well. That shouldn't stop us from making friends with those that never once harmed us. Take Kiri for example, he said, entering his teacher mode and crossing his leanly muscled arms with his chin perched between his right thumb and pointer finger. They're more like us. They have many bloodline users and many clans, and they have a known history of being defensive to their allies. Those from Kiri among us can attest for their village. The people of Darkness conceded that point. They weren't biased to the foreigners from the 4 places they wanted to ally to, and those people showed their willingness to create a bridge with the rising power that was Darkness. Naruto was the leader of darkness and his position basically made him a dictator, of sorts. He was the supreme ruler and his word was law. The council he created had no real power aside from that of being clan heads and head of department for the civilian division. Naruto was at liberty to accept or deny their advice and whatever his choice they would stand behind him. Naruto did not have to provide any reason to his people for making alliances but he still did so that there wouldn't be unrest among them. The people of darkness followed him, not only because his decisions had rebuilt their country and shot their development through the roof since the past 7 years but also because they wanted to follow him. Naruto hadn't been wrong in any decision and none of his plans were bad anyway, alliances didn't sound so bad. The conversation between Naruto and his ninjas then returned to normal. They spoke about things like life at home, their kids' results, future plans, and some used this as their chance to pitch a few ideas to their leader, like creating a special tactical force separate from normal ninjas that handled covert and harder missions. That was an idea Naruto could get behind as, if the alliance talks went well, the country would have access to more missions. Sueki, speaking for the first time, added her voice and supported her comrade's idea. Naruto looked at his disciple with warmth in his eyes, proud of her growth. She wasn't as withdrawn and uncaring of others like in the past. The now 21-year-old lady recognized her role as the leader's student and also as her teacher's unofficial advisor, where he bounced ideas off her and gauged her response. The red-eyed lady and the blue-eyed man still wore black cloaks but in the case of the woman, her clothes were more fitted for her slim figure and reached only her mid-shin. Her legs were covered by silver-colored leggings and she wore normal black shinobi sandals. There was also now a dark country forehead protector proudly displayed on her forehead and her blank black mask still adorned her face, like her teacher's grinning mask did. She didn't look to be carrying any visible weapons but she did have a large sealing scroll slung onto her lower back, where she kept all of her things and her teacher's things. She tied up her waist-length white hair into a messy ponytail and 2 red sanbon firmly held it in place. Once Naruto familiarly ruffled her hair and turned back to speaking with his ninjas, her reflective eyes unabashedly took her teacher in. For Naruto, the leader wore a ceremonial garb for one of his high office. His pitch-black cloak had misty white designs on his feet and the ends of his sleeves and there was the kanji for darkness drawn on his back. He also had a wide, flat hat on his head that was as black as his cloak besides for the white, triangular tip that also had the kanji for darkness. He looked the very same image of power his people had of him and much, much more. He oozed power and the authority of not only his office but also his status as a double S-ranked shinobi. Naruto was their beacon of hope. He was their source of strength. He was the object of their undying loyalty. Just being around him invigorated them and cemented their resolve to serve him. If not for Sueki's teacher, darkness would buy a dying nation. Now that Naruto was the leader, they could only imagine the things he had planned for his country. The ship finally arrived and Naruto boarded with his student and 5 appointed guards. Oh. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, received a report from his Black Ops that the leader of darkness was leaving for Whirlpool and he promptly sent for the Kurama clan head. He needed to find a way into darkness. He wasn't disappointed by the clan head's answer, he was angry. The Kurama clan head was a cool-headed woman in her late 50s, the age grade of most of the clan heads in Dark Country. She had the illusion-based clan's bright orange-colored hair and perfectly tanned skin. The kunoichi cracked a teasing smirk, her seductively painted red lips quirking up and a perfectly carved eyebrow rose up as she observed the Hokage's reaction to her answer. "We will not betray Lord Naruto and we certainly won't betray darkness." She continued, languidly crossing her right leg over her knee and her slim-fitting battle kimono swished with her. The Kage closed his fist to hold down his rage. "I specifically remember your clan swearing loyalty to the Leaf Dash." No, Umara Kurama purred, her dark brown eyes glittered at how unimpressed she was of Hiruzen. "We were forced out of our home by your ninjas and the dead royal clan." She pointed out accurately. The royal clan signed off the rights to the great clan but this alone wouldn't have been enough to force Kurama out of darkness. Konoha had conspired with the then daimyo to kidnap the current holder of Mania, thereby forcing Kurama to follow else the beast they had been charged to contain would break loose and destroy the world. That was the Kurama curse. Their potent illusionary chakra kept the beast asleep, as the holder, a Kurama child, did not have the chakra to do it herself, and the Kurama could not bodily touch the girl or the beast would wake up from his slumber. They clan did not specialize in seals, so they had been using an archaic seal to hold the beast within the child, a seal that could be dated back 100 or so years. Mania was a secret kept only within the clan and the royal clan and the Leaf had been looking for ways to weaponize the extraordinarily powerful demon but Kurama had not allowed anyone near their ward and they had refused to become ninjas of Konoha. You have sworn to serve the will of fire. Umara pursed her lips in amusement and shook her head. No, we didn't. The dead royal clan signed us away and they don't have any binding power anymore. Paper is cheap, the woman said with a light laugh. I never signed my clan's servitude to Konoha. If you people will not be of use to Konoha then, you know what that means. The sandaime said with narrowed eyes, placed his elbows onto his desk and laced his fingers together. The regal woman was not intimidated. You kill us and the beast is free. It was her turn to narrow her eyes. Aside from the fact that Konoha would be wiped off the map if more than half of us die, there's one more thing you need to consider. If even one of us dies at your hands, and the ghost hears about it. She leaned forward to the young man behind the desk and Hiruzen remained still, not giving anything away. He will come here, and he will make it rain with your blood. She stood up flawlessly and straightened the front of her long white and gold embroidered battle kimono. I have clan issues to attend to. You know how to find me. She left, not caring of the Sarutobi's response, and the Kage began to slowly regret forcing the Kurama clan out of their homes and into Konoha. Jiraiya still couldn't find a way to break through the seal wall erected by the clan, and even if he got close to the defense, 3 minutes later he would have to retreat from swarms of border defense teams. The student his student had taken up was making waves in Fuinjutsu, and Jiraiya recognized the young Namikaze as a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy that needed to be carefully nurtured. Hiruzen allowed Jiraiya to focus more on Minato while Orochimaru and Tsunade would try and contact the latter's former student to coax or threaten him into allying with Konoha. Darkness was too rich in resources, and the 30-something-year-old Kage didn't know why his predecessors did not capitalize on this years ago. For the moment he put Darkness aside to think about other problems, like how IWA and Kumo ninjas were strangely working together and how less and less Uzumaki came to Konoha, which itself made him silently grind his teeth. Darkness was where the Kenjutsu clan migrated to, and Mito Uzumaki too wanted to spend some time in Dark Country to visit some cousins living there. In about 3 years, they were to get a replacement Uzumaki to hold the Kyubi no Kitsune, and now it was in jeopardy if their resident tailed beast holder would choose to stay in their rival nation. He could only hope Orochimaru could soon get a hold of Naruto and bring his former student to order. Hiruzen forced the matter out of his mind and began making orders for his ninjas undercover in IWA and Kumo to watch the two villages carefully. Oh. Ahahaha, welcome to Uzushio, Lord Naruto. The Godame Uzukage, Torian Uzumaki, said with a larger-than-life grin, walking up to the leader of darkness with his arms wide open. Naruto's cerulean eyes sparked at the man's ease around him and he laughed along with the man. Closing in, both men hugged tightly, patting each other's backs as if they were long-lost brothers. It was a strange sight, seeing both men, who had so far never met each other face to face, hold themselves by their shoulders and speaking so freely. The Uzumaki Kage was in his late 60s, but he looked to be in his late 40s, with wildly tousled red hair and dark purple eyes that glowed with a mysterious sort of happiness, one that couldn't be explained but was truly genuine, especially now that Naruto was there. The man, like Naruto, had deep shadows under his eyes, but unlike Naruto, he had deep laughter lines on the edges of his mouth and he had a healthy tan. The old Kage had been exchanging letters with the 24-year-old leader, and Naruto was still a bit taken aback at how open the man was around him. Sueki too was surprised when the man insisted she not bow to him, as since she was the student of the country leader then they might as well be family. Torian slung his arm over Naruto's shoulder and the masked blonde copied the action. The Uzumaki that had accompanied their Kage to welcome the small Dark Country delegation could not say they weren't surprised by how their Kage greeted the other man. Torian was normally a happy and smiling man that saw the best in most situations, but even this came as a surprise. Naruto and Torian chatted as if they were blood brothers. The old Kage took his friend on a quick but somewhat thorough tour of Whirlpool. It was exhaustive and yet it was informative. The country hidden in the eddies was a flourishing nation of peaceful people known for their fiery tempers when crossed. The redheads were kind and they graciously bowed when Naruto and Torian passed by, eagerly calling out their greetings to the man that had ensured the Uzumaki in darkness felt welcome, despite the limited nature of their stay, and Torian never ceased to tell him how much he appreciated Naruto for both ending the civil war and creating a second home for his people. I have nephews and nieces back in your country, the man said, and Naruto's eyebrows lifted up into his hairline. Both leaders leisurely walked with their hands behind their backs and relatively alone as their respective guards and student made sure to keep the people a respectable distance away from the men so they could speak in private. Though Naruto had just recently gotten into crafting laws to open his schools for his allies, which would be added into the alliance talks, he was too busy leading his country to actually know the full background of those staying in his country. Yes, that was a bit careless on his part, but he had his head of rescue and support, who doubled up as his police chief, to make sure they didn't cause any trouble. He could have guessed Torian had direct relatives in darkness. The man noticed his mild shock and chortled deeply, scratching his hairless chin. Their kids want to become ninjas, you know. Is that right? Yes, they have many friends there and they want to enroll in your academy. The system in darkness did not give permission for foreign children to attend the ever-growing and developing ninja academy but limited them to the civilian academy. This was inspired from when Naruto was a child in AIM and couldn't become a ninja because of his immigrant status. Torian then closed his eyes and laughed at something his eldest daughter had told him during her visit back home. Your ninjas are very impressive too. The masked blonde ran a hand through his hair and returned his hand to his lower back. We're all trying our best to protect our home. That is true, but you're not giving yourself enough credit. The redhead said with a small, real smile. I can personally attest to the strength of darkness back during the Civil War, as I helped some of your people escape the bloodshed and murder, but now. He whistled, impressed. I don't know what you did or how you did it, but your ninjas are very strong. Naruto slightly bowed his head. Thank you, Lord Torian. Naruto straightened up and said. Your clan has been around since the creation of this planet. I'm just glad you're not annoyed I kept on pushing away your alliance attempts. The wrath of a Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu specialized clan is the last thing I want. Torian scoffed. PSSSH, I'm not mad. In fact, I understand why you didn't ally with Uzushio earlier on. Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at the Kage curiously. You do? Of course I do. Darkness needed to get back onto its feet with its own strength before it could ask for help. I would have been disappointed if you accepted when I first sent you that letter. Now, 7 years later, Darkness could say it was back on its feet and quickly taking off into the sky under Naruto's leadership. Whether or not our alliance talks are a success or not, I only hope for your two countries to still be on friendly terms. I assure you, Lord Torian, Whirlpool and Darkness will ally. Naruto stated with a firm look to his fellow leader. In one way or the other. A rumbling chuckle came from the older shinobi's chest. You know, with your upbringing and all the fabled legends going around the continent about you, you're a lot more, what's the word, more professional, ah yes, that's the word, you're a lot more professional than I anticipated. Torian acknowledged the mutual benefit of both countries allying, and so did Naruto. They weren't creating an alliance for their own personal advantage but for their people. There is a terrifying amount our countries can gain from this union. As I am the one requesting the alliance, I hope you have your conditions ready. Yes, I do, and they are not beyond reason. Great. He looked to the sky and saw that the moon was already out. Naruto too seemed surprised at how quickly time had flown by. The streetlights were on and the people were beginning to disperse back to their homes. Let us go to my house, we can begin talking about the alliance first thing tomorrow. Oh. The next morning. Kushina Uzumaki could admit that she was enthralled when she first heard of the ghost that led Darkness. Orphaned when he was 6 and forced to fend for himself and his friends during a time the world was falling apart at the seams, trained for a while by the Snake Sannin and one of the 4 people that had ended the Second Great Ninja War. The tales her mother used to tell her, at Kushina's insistence, of the amazing feats of strength and skill of the ghost filled the little red-haired 6-year-old with childish wonder. Hearing that the object of her fascination was coming to Whirlpool, when she was debating with herself of whether or not to go to Darkness, she made sure she was ready. She allowed her mother to dress her in the most formal clothes for one her age. She drilled into her head pointers her grandfather, Torian, said were important when addressing someone of Naruto's status, and she had revised and crammed all of the legendary stories she had been told since she was a baby. She was ready. She wasn't ready. The little girl, wearing a sleeveless, knee-length blue and white dress with Whirlpool designs at the bottom edge of the skirt, white socks and black sandals, gaped up at the tall man and her eyes grew impossibly wide as the man smiled down at her through his eyes. This is my granddaughter, Kushina. Torian said, after introducing his daughter to the leader of Darkness. The older Uzumaki female smiled beauteously to Naruto, and Naruto saw that Kushina had gotten all of her features from her mother. Torian nudged the girl forward a little and the girl dumbly gawked at her hero. She swallowed thickly and her knees knocked together as the masked shinobi playfully ruffled the girl's short, straight red hair. She's a huge fan of yours. Naruto laughed at that. Oh really? Red began creeping up the poor girl's face as 1,000,001 butterflies fluttered in her gut. She had been preparing for this day, reciting over and over again how she would greet her hero, and now, staring up at him with a dumb look on her face and her jaw hanging open, her tongue refused to obey her. Well, it's nice to meet you, Kushina. Naruto said, tousling her hair again and almost making poor Kushina faint. The red-faced, red-haired girl gulped and her clamoring heart rattled madly in her chest. roaring at her to save face and say something. Anything. Ah! Static noises resonated through her head. Her mother gently took her by her shoulders and led her away, saying to the confused country leader, "I'm sorry about her, she's just starstruck." Naruto couldn't get in a good reply, for what was a good reply, before Kushina's mother swept the girl away while Kushina could only stare at her idol from around her mother as the older female herded her away from the two ninjas. Naruto hummed out a suspicious and reminiscent laugh and said to his student, ever at his side and attentive to both her teacher and her environment, "She kinda reminds me of how we first met, huh, Sue?" At that moment, Sueki looked to where the frozen girl had gone with her immaculately beautiful mother, and for the first time since she had started learning under her teacher, her heart went out to the little girl. Torian got their attention once again and ushered Naruto into his office. Sueki too was allowed into the office, as long as Torian could have one of his advisors with him. It took 2 days for both leaders to iron out what they wanted from the alliance. The alliance talks had gone well. Matter of fact, for one to say that it had gone well could be seen as a greatly underestimated statement and highly offensive to both people of Darkness and Whirlpool. Borders of both nations were widely thrown open for each other, and only between Uzushio and Darkness, so much so that the Uzumaki clan were given explicit permission by the leader of Darkness on how to safely and harmlessly traverse the wall of dangerous, soul-destroying pitch blackness he wanted to erect around his whole country to prevent the invasion he no doubt knew Konoha was planning for Dark Country. And the Uzukage in turn, the first time in all of history, gave the people of Darkness complete permission to access the island without the need for an Uzumaki to escort them. Meaning, no whirlpool or riptide could harm them, and the summoned creatures that guarded the island of Redheads would in fact protect the people of Darkness if they were to set foot in Uzushio waters. Naruto had people that lived in Whirlpool, and the same could obviously be said about Torian's people in Dark Country, and so they made a special agreement that not only would they allow their people into the close allies' schools but also they would supply ninjas and train civilian academics to teach in their schools. This could be seen as perfectly equal for both countries because Darkness was blessed with shinobi that specialized in assassination, espionage and infiltration, much like how Uzushio ninjas specialized in kenjutsu and fuinjutsu. They were to expand the ninja school curriculum to accommodate the specialties of both nations, and the civilian curriculum would be revamped as well to include the different histories of the two countries as well as architecture for more advanced classes. The only limit to this was that no clan-based jutsu was to be taught or shared at all. Business could be opened in the two countries, and the 3-month permission the people had to take to live in either country was increased to 5 years. Homes could not be bought but they could be rented. Darkness and Whirlpool citizens could apply for jobs outside of teaching but could not be made managers or heads of departments, though would still be paid equally with other workers. Whirlpool would help Darkness build strong ships, and Darkness would help Whirlpool build strong and impressive buildings. The most noticeable improvement, aside from education, was concerning the almost union of both of their ninja systems. Teams of 3 were increased to teams of 4, 2 Darkness and 2 Whirlpool, each varying in what they brought to the table, and only if the two countries went on the same mission, else it would go back to 3 members of a ninja squad. There were smaller details on nearly all aspects of life. This was closer than any alliance Uzushio had ever made in the past, including the greatly limited alliance it had with Konoha, and when the announcement had been made to both countries there was cacophonous celebration all round. It was almost like the two nations were fully uniting, and the brotherly leaders had seen to it that it had not been an exploitive union. Purely symbiotic. 3 days later, Naruto was scheduled to leave for his country and wait for the delegation of River Country, Sunagakure and Kiriagakure to arrive, separately. The masked blonde was incredibly embarrassed when his new brother, Torian Uzumaki, presented him with a gift, especially since Naruto had completely forgotten to get anything for the redhead. He graciously and gratefully accepted the gift, swearing to return the favor once Torian came to visit Dark Country. The gift was presented in a white and black wooden box, tied up in a velvety soft, dark purple and red material with the country's Whirlpool stamped on the crossing intersection of red and purple. Naruto removed the ribbon, handing it and the wrapping material to his white-haired student, to show that it was a long dark brown wooden box with a silver lock. Naruto eased the box open and his eyebrows slowly lifted up at what lay inside. A ninjato. Shorter than a katana, longer than a tanto, it was the perfect weapon for a shinobi. It was also not rare to find, but this ninjato was different from anything Naruto had ever seen or used. The ninja sword had a pitch-black handle with a silver blade. The single sharp edge started oozing with blackness as Sueki held the box while his right hand gripped the blade. There were 2 whirlpools on the blade, at the tip and just under the guardless handle, and they too pulsed with Naruto's ominously black chakra. His crystal blue eyes marveled at the intricate yet simple blade, made out of what he could only guess was Uzushio steel, a metal that was just as rare as obsidian steel. He twirled the blade in his hands, the blackness following each movement like dark phantoms, buzzing with each stroke in the air. Naruto swallowed. Toryun had been speaking as Naruto tested the blade. I had to ask my blacksmith to put this together at the last minute. I know it's not the best you've seen, Naruto, but I'm sure you can find some sort of use for it. He gently dropped the work of art back into the box. I can't afford this. Booming economy or not, the metal itself cost nearly half of his country and the workmanship cost the other half. Come on, Naruto. This is a gift. Toryun said with a wide smile. Naruto remembered it was a gift, he really did, but this was a very expensive gift. Sueki stepped to his side, still holding up the open box with the ninjato inside. This is too much. I'd like to think this isn't enough. The people around Naruto and Toryun murmured quietly, somewhat surprised that Naruto had swiped the expensive blade immediately without question. Naruto eyed the redheads with furrowed eyebrows and asked the leader. Not that I don't appreciate the gesture, Toryun, but you didn't have to go this far. It's an old tradition for my people. The red-haired Kage began. For a shinobi to give his brother or a sister, whether they are in the ninja force, a weapon to show your intention that you want them to protect themselves and all they love. He made a gesture to the sword and the people nodded with him. It's our way of saying we want you and your people to be safe. Naruto wasn't one to judge anyone's tradition, but one thing stuck in his mind. You consider me your brother? Of course. The much older man said and slapped Naruto's back pleasantly. With the alliance, our nations have become brother nations. And, the expressive man said as he held out his right hand to his less expressive darkness comrade. Naruto shook it firmly and leaned in as the Kage whispered for only him to hear. Even still, we are brothers in ideology. All Naruto and Toryun had ever done was for the benefit of their people. Other countries or villages couldn't compare to this fixation on their people, and Toryun, as soon as Naruto agreed to the alliance 7 years later, confirmed that the leader of darkness wanted his people to reach the much-fabled development wall on their own and without help, while other nations would jump at the first chance to ally with the illustrious Uzumaki people. With this gift, and acknowledging that he and Naruto were brothers in all but blood, he wanted his fellow leader to consider Uzushio another family to protect, as he too would consider Dark a family he too would fight to keep safe. Naruto's eye curved up when it dawned on him the gravity of what the old Kage was saying. Thank you for the gift, Toryun. If you find the time, visit darkness. I will most certainly do that, Naruto. Sueki closed the wooden box and stored it into a storage seal on her inner forearm, the one she kept her and Naruto's things when they traveled. The vampire bloodline user was more or less Naruto's assistant inside and outside of darkness. It was a role she gratefully and dutifully performed, for any function that had her close to her teacher was more than fine with her. Yes, she would have preferred all his attention be on her, and sure, she would have rather stayed in Kiri with him than be in the busy life of Dark's upper echelon, but her personal priority was to ensure that Naruto was happy. It was unhealthy and it was nearly always detrimental to her health, but Naruto had long since been sacrificing his body for her and their former friends. If saving a country from a civil war and growing it into a superpower was what would keep him from self-loathing and depression, then she would happily stay by his side doing what she can to help. She idolized him, that much was obvious. What she wasn't aware of was that without her, Naruto would have still been lost. Her happiness was always in Naruto's mind. The people cheered as Naruto pulled Toryun into a brotherly hug, clapping his hands on the older man's back. I'm not sure how I can top your gift, but I'll try my best. A round of laughter went at Naruto's words. I look forward to it. 10 minutes later and Naruto was on board a ship heading back to Hidden Darkness. The leader of the Dark sat down at the front deck of the ship with his legs crossed, his stormy blue eyes looking over at the whirlpools parting way for their ship to tear through the water. His hands were on his knees and his 5 guards stationed themselves around the ship. Next order of business was getting an alliance deal with Suna, River and Kiri, all on different days so that Suna and Kiri, 2 villages on bad terms, wouldn't meet. Next week. He said to himself. He mentally prepared himself for the upcoming stress. Sueki gingerly sat down at his side and stared out at the sea with him. He glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and he saw the sparkle in her crimson-red orbs. The stoic young woman slowly leaned to the side, tilting her head onto the tall man's right shoulder, and the Naruto chuckled. Yo! She mumbled in response. Sleepy? He felt her nod and grumble. He could understand that, she had been working alongside him these 3 days. There was very little rest. He gently patted her head with his left hand and placed it back on his knee. Get some sleep. I'll wake you up when we get back home. Okay. Sueki closed her eyes and exhaled slowly, feeling herself fall back into her master's warmth. Though she was still on his shoulder, it felt like she was in his arms. Naruto, his back straight, quietly kept on watching the sea, allowing his student to sleep. Meanwhile, patiently taking their seat in one of Dark's many sentry posts, Orochimaru and Tsunade waited. The 4 Dark Chunin posted to that border sentry eyed them cautiously. "What message do you want us to send, Lord Leader?" One of the Chunin watched to see if they would bring out a letter so he could scan it for traps, but Orochimaru answered, instead of what they all expected. "Tell him, an old teacher of his wants to talk to him. It might take a while," the group leader said and crossed his arms. Orochimaru sat back and crossed his leg, as Tsunade brought out a small book and began reading. The medic briefly looked up and said, "We can wait." Chapter 4. Naruto's eyes closed and he exhaled. He sat down with a huff on a seat presented to him by his student and waved for the 4 vigilant Chunin to leave. The ninjas took positions outside of the sentry building, far enough not to hear the conversation going on inside but close enough to double back and provide support in case of an attack on their country's supreme leader. Naruto adjusted his black leader's robe and handed his wide-brimmed white and black hat to his assistant/student Katsueki Sakanomi, fondly called by only Naruto Sueki or Su. The young white-haired woman took the large hat and stood behind her leader, a little bit to the side, her eyes lowered respectfully. Naruto crossed his right ankle over his left knee and sat back, relaxing his shoulders, his hidden arms crossed underneath the sleeves. He tilted his head to the side and examined the 2 ninjas sitting before him, his gleaming blue eyes not giving much. Across from the masked leader sat 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin. "Hello, Naruto." Orochimaru began and smiled warmly, his yellow and black snake-like eyes closed as he mirrored the other man. Tsunade didn't look up from her medical book, only scoffing and turning a page. Neither of them acknowledged the disrespect, especially since Naruto was technically their superior whether or not they were Sannin. "How have you been?" "I've been well. You look," the masked ninja answered, pausing to sweep his eyes over the other male. "Older. Time takes its toll on everyone." Orochimaru answered with a small laugh. Of course he was deeply offended by the remark on his age, seeing as he was dedicating his life to reversing the effects of age to his own benefit, but he was more than used to the Dark Leader's offhand potshots at that point. "I appreciate that you didn't bring Jiraiya with you." "Ah, yes," the man said with a sigh. "My teammate is less than tactful in negotiations. I convinced him not to come out of respect for you, Lord Naruto." The Snake Sannin stressed his former student's title and Naruto hummed with his eyes unperceptibly narrowed. "I mean, I would have had him arrested for his irritating attempts at infiltrating my country." "Are you so confident you are able to apprehend him? An imbecile he may be, but he is still the Toad Sage." "I wouldn't say it if I didn't have my ways." The leader answered right away. "Ah, of course. You are the dreaded ghost, are you not?" the man said with a small snort, waving his hands a little above his head. "You have a reputation in Fire Country, you know." "I know. You're now almost akin to the bogeyman, Lord Naruto." The man closed his eyes and tooted. "I'll admit, I envy your infamy." Naruto stared at his former teacher for 10 long, painfully silent seconds, before he said, "I've got a very busy day ahead of me, Orochi, so why don't you cut the crap and tell me why you're both here?" Tsunade closed her book with a loud snap and looked up at the boy, her eyebrows twitching with suppressed frustration. "Is that how you talk to your teacher, brat?" Sueki looked up and her blood-red eyes constricted, looking straight at the slug sage with eyes as hollow as a dead corpse. Naruto lifted his hand and she stood down, but her fingers remained clenched, angered at the utter disrespect to her master. "Matter of fact, yes." He raised a single finger and then said, "And he's not my teacher anymore." His finger dropped and his eyes remained unchanged in spite of the venom seeping out of hers. His next question surprised them. "Did the Sandaime send you here to strong-arm me into submitting my country back under him, or did he send you here to assassinate me?" The frankness of his question visibly took them off guard and Naruto's eyes curved up into a smile. "Which is it? How are you so sure we're not here for a peaceful alliance meeting?" "Then, of course, I would have been notified through a message through any of my sentries a week prior to today. As per the unwritten protocol of countries attempting to ally with another country. I can give 3 more reasons why you two are here for my head and my country," he said, lifting 3 fingers then flipping his hand airily. "But I'm sure you two can think of them. Lord Sandaime only wants what's best for Dark Country." Orochimaru said, and Naruto settled back. He could see the slight laughing tinge in the blonde man's cerulean blue eyes. "You see, there are a lot of bad people in the world, some who would resort to underhanded means to steal, kill, and rape your country." Naruto didn't move, silently listening. using any means necessary to take the bountiful resources of your naturally rich nation. My Hokage, all he wants is for such a prosperous country, like yours." Here Naruto's head lowered and he looked at his former teacher with gradually darkening eyes. "To not fall into the hands of such delinquents. So? He, Lord Sandaime, wants Dark Country to be under the protection of the Leaf." The Snake Man sharply raised his hands and clarified. "Not under Fire Country but under Konoha. Konoha is known to successfully protect its friends, that is why many villages rush to ally with the Hidden Leaf." Naruto's pointer finger rhythmically tapped on his knee. The Snake Man smiled widely and spread out his empty hands before him. "I'm not sure you've noticed, Lord Naruto, but there are some very greedy men and women eyeing your country's resources, the obsidian mines, the gold mines, the fish, the chakra trees, all of them, and they are poised, ever ready to ambush and take it all from you." Suiki silently looked at her leader as he leaned forward and perched his forearms onto his knees, lacing his fingers together and looking straight at the duo. A bad feeling welled up in her gut. And it wasn't from Orochimaru or Tsunade. Her hands, hidden in her long sleeves, flexed and clenched. "All we want is a small slice of your riches, an insignificantly small slice, you'll barely even know it's gone." The black-haired man smirked. 50% of all your monthly profits, including obsidian steel gathered from your mines and trees cut down from your forests." The man dusted his hands and held them up, as if in surrender. "That's it." Naruto's shoulders trembled briefly as he laughed under his breath. "Is that all?" The duo looked at each other, then Tsunade nodded. "Yes, that's all. I want you to go back to Konoha and I want you to tell the Sandaime something. It's very important, okay?" The former teacher could see it coming, he really could, and he smirked in amusement and looked down, shaking his head. Naruto ignored the man and stood up, his glowing blue eyes boring burning holes into the top of the silently laughing man's head as he continued. "I want you to tell your Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to kiss my ass." Tsunade shot to her feet in outrage but Naruto beat her to the punch. "Get the fuck out of my country." The leader turned around with a swish and Suiki deftly pulled his chair out of his path and he briskly walked to the exit. The girl bowed slightly as he passed her and she started walking beside him, a quarter of a step behind him. Naruto ground to a halt. He looked over his shoulder and said, "Do you really want to do that?" In a blaze of speed, Orochimaru had slithered over to Naruto and wrapped his snake-transformed arms around his ex-student, his yellow and black eyes shining brightly as his jaw unhinged, elongating and wrapping around Naruto's neck once, his fangs just about to bite into the back of the leader's head. It happened so quickly. Orochimaru hissed and his eyes curved up maniacally. "Assassination it is." The masked man hummed. "Your white snake sage form truly is something to fear, old man." The man hissed, both in appreciation for the offhand compliment and in offense at the shot at his age. "I bet you're also going to swallow me whole and imitate me, huh? Sell dark to Konoha, once again." The position Orochimaru was in was inescapable, his fangs were less than a millimeter from the back of the leader's head, his arms and body were wrapped tight around Naruto's body and the sage chakra flowing through his body would prevent Naruto from dispersing into smoke so easily. "You're forgetting someone. Tsunade has her covered." Orochimaru snarled wolfishly. "Does she really?" The man's eyes bulged when he felt a small poke to his side. Suiki, as emotionless as ever, held a white sunban with a red liquid inside to the man's torso, between the bottom of his flak jacket and the top of his pants, and held out another sunban under Tsunade's chin. The woman stood on her toes, trying not to get poked by the lethal medical needle, and her hands were open at her side. Her teeth were grit in frustration as the tip grazed under her chin. She suppressed her breathing and swallowed, ensuring not to touch it anymore. "You have two options," the leader of darkness said as his student held both Sannin by their lives. A drop of sweat rolled down Orochimaru's side. The deadly sharp needle poked further. The bloodline of the blonde student swirling at the ready in the white-haired Lei's body and the blood-filled needles. If the needle entered and Suiki's blood, which were in the needle, entered his bloodstream, sage or not, he should consider himself a dead man. Tsunade seemed to know this too. The fact that it was the dual bloodline user that taught the last vampire bloodline holder. They only vaguely knew of the Kekkei Genkai, as it was one of the rarest on the planet, though they, as well as possibly everyone, knew of Suiki's reputation. The high A rank was nearly as infamous as her teacher. She wasn't called Blood, the vampire empress, for nothing. "Either you let me go," Naruto said calmly. His expressionless student looked between both trapped ninjas. "Or," he rolled out, his eyes glinting at the palpable tension in the small sentry building. "You don't let me go, and risk having your precious village razed to the ground by your own hands." His voice darkened and Naruto's loyal student stayed poised, less than a split second ready to plunge the needles into them. In spite of the snake sage chakra ebbing from Orochimaru, thin black mist wafted from Naruto's body and his visage darkened. Orochimaru realized something at that moment. His ex-student had grown. A lot. 13-year-old Naruto was very different from 24-year-old Naruto. You have till the count of 2 to make up your mind. The foundations of the building shook as Naruto's killer intent pulsed out of him in deadly waves, freezing Tsunade back in place as the older blonde was about to seamlessly shunshin away from Sueki. Her eyes dilated in terror, her blood ran cold and her skin visibly paled. Of Orochimaru, it was like a boulder had settled in his throat. He couldn't breathe. His nature chakra remained, but the fear, the terrible, unsettling, tormenting fear still wrapped itself around his brain and squeezed his senses mercilessly. He couldn't see. The smoke pulsating from Naruto's rigid form blocked all view, filling up the interior of the sentry house and never once escaping outside to notify the Chunin or his other ninjas. He couldn't hear. There was a palpable sound of nothingness ringing in the blackness. A horror-inducing sound of being alone with a being that, though he was wrapped around Naruto with the strength of a constrictor, could reduce him to ash. He tongue flicked out, tasting the air, and he tasted nothing. The snake man grinned. This Naruto was very much different than the one he knew. The killer intent he was feeling was choking the life out of him. Sueki could not feel the effects of her master's carefully suppressed rage. Nor should she, for she was a friend to the dual bloodline holder. 1. Orochimaru unwound from around Naruto, but Sueki kept her needle to his abdomen. Naruto snapped his fingers and the smoke seeped back into his body, rushing noisily into his hands and his bright blue eyes, until there was absolutely nothing left, not even a trace of the leader of the Dark's potent wrath. Assassination mission failed. The mission had always been to kill Naruto when he was off guard and pose as him as the leader of the Dark, but Orochimaru, feeling some sense of pity for the leader, wanted to give Naruto a chance to save his life by agreeing to the Sandame's admittedly outrageous terms. The snake summoner didn't want to say it was because Naruto was his former student, but because a talent like Naruto should not be snuffed out without being sufficiently utilized. Dark's border has so far been impenetrable and the ninjas stationed to patrol the border have been formidable, but Konoha was still a superpower. Younger than Darkness, yes, no one could deny that, but they were more specialized than any other village, country, or nation. They weren't the strongest hidden village for nothing. Naruto turned around and glared at the scientist. If we go back to Konoha, Orochimaru said with a smile, and we fail to provide a correct chain of numbers and letters to the gatekeepers, then they will automatically assume we are under her control. He said, nodding to the impassive girl holding his life at her fingertips. If somehow she is able to figure out the code to enter the village, we will not be allowed in by the seals once they recognize a foreign, unwanted entity in our blood. Naruto's hands unclenched and his eyes cooled down. The snake could see the smirk in the ghost's eyes. If she attempts to summon with our blood, which I'm sure would succeed, then my snakes and her slugs would immediately know something is off and activate a seal somewhere on our bodies that would take us down. Naruto slowly nodded. I see you came prepared to die. No doubt the mission to subjugate Darkness was not documented. No one was aware of their exit from the village. The Hokage was ready with an excuse that he sent them to some obscure location to secure some obscure object. Jiraiya could be a witness. Konoha's allies would fall down on Darkness and not even their strong borders could withstand the joint attack from all of the Leaf's allies. Not for long anyway. If Naruto ended up killing them, then Konoha would be justified in invading Dark Country. You're forgetting something again, Orochi. And what is that, Lord Naruto? Naruto smiled so much his eyes closed. I've got it all on video. The Konoha ninja's eyes snapped around and they saw a small glint at the top corner of the small building, behind the wall-to-wall long desk of the sentries. Naruto chuckled deeply. Did you think we were so poor as to not be able to afford security cameras? Darkness wasn't poor, not by a long shot. No decent village, country, or nation would want to stay allied to a village that would secretly or openly, for that matter, bully small countries into submission, not after the clusterfuck that was the Second Great Ninja War. Villages like Suna, Waterfall, Tea and Tree would pull out of Konoha's alliance immediately once they saw the video seeing both the threat and the attempted assassination. Those villages made up a significant bulk of the Leaf's allies, and without them, Darkness had a chance. I like your confidence, Orochimaru. Naruto said. It is so entertaining to watch how you planned this covert mission so perfectly, yet it fell apart at how much Konoha looks down on my country. Still, Naruto couldn't have his country fight another war, especially with the Uzushio alliance still fresh and primed with potential. The trauma of the past civil war was still on every Dark citizen's mind, and the apprehension was the main emotion when it came to the oncoming alliances. There were also the many wonderful plans Naruto and Toryun had in respect for the Dark Whirlpool alliance. Naruto didn't want to throw all the development the alliance would bring away over another war. Perspiration broke out on Orochimaru's forehead as Naruto grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt and forced him to look into his eyes. Sky blue clashed with bright yellow. Naruto was about the same height as the Sannin, so there wasn't much of an issue. The issue was that Orochimaru and Tsunade just might die over the greed of the leaf. The sunban poking the side of Orochimaru's stomach slid into Suiki's sleeve. "Tell your Hokage," Naruto said in a low, dangerously calm voice, "that if any Konoha ninja ever comes near my borders, I will have them executed on the spot. They would be used as sport for the animals in the dark forest. Their blood would be used to nurture saplings. Torture. Agony. Mayhem. Death." Orochimaru saw it all in the other man's serene blue eyes. "There will be no mercy," Naruto promised, his demonically deep voice chilling the ninjas to the bone. Despite his terror, Orochimaru smiled shakily. "And if your Hokage is persistent, if he truly wants war, then I will be the one to have his head. There was nothing after death. Not by his hands." Naruto solemnly promised, swearing on his own life, that he would show the Hokage the way into the void of death and ease him into the vortex of no escape. The leader of the dark pushed the Sannin away and Suiki sheathed her other sunban with a muted click. Naruto's voice returned back to normal as he turned around once again to leave, taking back his leader's hat and placing it on his head. "Make sure you deliver my message." Blood hurried after the ghost, barely sparing the two legends another glance. "Oh. Ambitious Spirit Cafe. Black coffee, please, no sugar, no cream." He looked at his student and the girl said, "Green tea with honey, please." "Right away, my lord, madam," the waitress said and bowed to Naruto and then to Suiki, scribbling down their orders. "Oh, and some hot buns too, we haven't had breakfast yet." "Of course, sir." It was 10 in the morning and they had just returned from their disastrous meeting with the Leaf Envoy. The boat from Whirlpool had set off close to 6 in the morning and it had taken them 3 hours to sail back to Darkness, where the leader had immediately gone to speak with the two Sannin so as to stave off the risk of them getting impatient and storming past his defenses somehow. They were hungry and they were tired, but there was work to be done. "We'll be in our booth." The lady bowed again and hurried to the back to brew their orders, picking out a few fresh, steaming buns from the oven as the leader of the country held open the curtain into a booth at the far back of the cafe and Suiki ducked inside. Naruto followed after and took his place on one side of the round table and his assistant sat down across from him, on the other side of the semicircular chair Naruto too was sitting on. He gave her his hat, once again, and this time she sealed it away. "Your reaction time was great, Sue. Well done." The woman bobbed her head appreciatively, hiding her glowing red eyes. "Thank you, sensei." She began to set up items on the table, several empty scrolls, a brush and a black ink pot, some letters, and lastly she pulled back her left sleeve and checked her wristwatch. "I'm positive you would have handled it fine even if I wasn't there. It would have been troublesome escaping Orochi's snake form." Naruto shrugged, picking up the brush and twirling it in his hand. "What do we have today?" "The daimyo of River sent you another letter, the fourth one. That he wants the Dark River Alliance to stress more on trade, but military and defense can be a secondary issue of discussion." She rolled open the letter the old daimyo sent and pointed at a few parts where the white-haired assistant had helpfully circled where she had just spoken about. "He also said that he wouldn't be able to come himself because of his sickness, so he will be sending his eldest son for the alliance talks." She highlighted the River Lord's fervent apologies for not being able to attend. "He has also invited you to the annual River Festival next month. His son will formally invite you when he arrives. Tell him that I am saddened he is ill and I wish for him to recover as soon as possible. I do not mind a primarily trade-based alliance, as I can see active trade between Darkness and River will be to our mutual advantage. His son is welcome and I will have to hold my answer to his invitation for later, as I am not sure if I will be free by then. A few of my ninjas will be at the border waiting for them." Suiki jotted down his words and made a mental note to expand them into a full letter later that day. The curtain swished open and the waitress came in with a tray. On that tray were 2 mugs, one of coffee and the other tea, and their hot buns. She graciously dropped them in the middle of the table, away from the letters and scrolls. "We'll be here for maybe an hour. Please make sure we're not disturbed." The woman noticed the scrolls on the table. "Take as much time as you want, my lord." She left them soon after. Naruto faced his student and said, "Send a message to Shiruba Hogo and Kin Gato, 2 clan heads from the 4 northern clans that had bloodlines that specialized in defense, to start increasing our border security. Tell them that we're pushing forward the date to close off our borders completely from non-allies." Suiki left to deliver the message, leaving Naruto to his thoughts. The border till that point had been powered primarily by Naruto's smoke release and an array of seals from a Fuinjutsu specialized clan, the Chueinku clan, but that had been a short-term plan so that the people still in darkness that were from soon-to-be allied nations could go back and forth with little difficulty but under strict border checks. But now that the threat of an imminent invasion from Konoha loomed over the Dark Country, Naruto had no other choice than to create a stronger barrier. With the support of the two defense-based clans, it was going to be a wall built across the border of the country, curving from the west to east, thousands and thousands of miles long, and that wall would have a few openings on major roads leading into Dark Country. These openings would be large gates manned by his ninjas to carefully check those that intended to enter the country. The Dark Forest would be the only place not encompassed by the wall, as the forest itself was a defense mechanism. Dark citizens and Uzushio, as well as the soon-to-be allied nations, would be administered special, painless tattoos to the back of their hands that they would show to the gatekeepers when they wanted to enter or leave the country. The seal tattoo would be verified by the gatekeepers and an invisible barrier they would have to pass to gain entry. Anyone that had a fake, forged tattoo or had somehow torn it from the skin of its real bearer would be immediately detected and taken out. The seals on the wall would be harsh. Naruto's order was for no one to hold back in building or seal reinforcing the wall. The Darkness leader wasn't going to be taking any chances with Konoha, not when they still had a lot to do. The wall would essentially prevent any ambush or surprise attack and ward off those that intended to set up a criminal underworld in Naruto's country. Darkness used to be a quiet country that seldom involved itself in fights that didn't concern it. It was this relative peace that attracted nearly war-torn villages like Suna and Kiri citizens. Uzushio joined in because Dark could have been a superpower with the 6 bloodline clans and their specialized ninjas, but had taken the comfortable position of staying in the background and allowing external events to run its course, much like Uzushio. Darkness never once planned for world domination or the invasion of another nation. The borders were essentially open to those that could keep the peace. The Civil War had changed that mindset a lot. Darkness was an old country, almost as old as Uzushio, and the Civil War from 7 years ago had erased their trust in anyone but themselves. Though Suna and River had not done anything bad to them, they hadn't done anything good either, especially not during the Civil War. Kiri and Uzushio were the only places that helped evacuate people from Dark Country to safety amid the chaos of the Second Ninja War. Naruto couldn't blame Suna and River for their inactivity though, and gradually the rest of Dark Country couldn't blame them either. Suna was in the thick of the Second War and were painfully short-handed, focusing their efforts on their own village not being destroyed from the skirmishes raging across their country, coming in from aim, stone and rock. While River didn't have any fighters well equipped to help in any way, they were a trading country. The most they could do was smuggle food into Darkness, but that was few and far in between. Naruto had a long-term plan to revive his country, and following the former plan of suppressing the might of the Dark people was not in that plan. He was going to make Dark Country into a superpower that far surpassed Konoha. Konoha had 7 clans including Kurama clan to make it 8, so it would explain why it was the most powerful hidden village on the planet. Naruto was an assassin. Shinobi of the Dark specialized in assassination and other quieter, more covert arts. The leader of the Dark was going to make Darkness a dominant country. Though, abiding to the specialization of his country, he wasn't going to publicize their rise. Unlike before, they would rise in the shadows, in secret, and come out as dominant when the situation demanded it. Sueki returned 10 minutes later, after sending a messenger eagle to the 2 northern clans Naruto had directed to begin construction of the wall. The 2 clan heads of the Hogo and Gato clans would first meet the head of the Chueinku clan and inform him of their leader's command, whereas the Grim Ink Art Bloodline clan would begin constructing a suitable seal to place on the walls and the permission tattoos on the back of the people's hands. The defense clans would start construction as the Ink clan started designing seals. They didn't question the command. Not on why their leader had pushed forward the date for the construction or why he did it so suddenly, without prior warning. The Chueinku clan would report to Sueki weekly on their progress. From Naruto's investigation, Sueki and her dead parents were from the Chueinku clan, under a small subdivision of the clan that, instead of controlling and manipulating ink, controlled and manipulated blood. The majority of the blood users had been wiped out during the Civil War by a bloody bold-faced attack from the Royal Clan, and Kirigakure ninjas had only been able to aid Sueki and her parents escape to a small town on the outskirts of Aim, far from the warfare. That was where Naruto and the others met Ketsueki Sakanomi. Sueki, or, as she was known in the bingo books, Blood, was a special case. Both of her parents were civilians, though still blood users, and until she met her fellow Dark Country refugee she had been resolved to being a civilian as well. Orochimaru did not get the chance to see what Sueki could do, mainly because Naruto had put his foot down on involving the little girl in his teacher's training, but he knew the bare basics of what she could do: control her blood. It was much more than that. Much more. Like what her clan could do with ink, Sueki could use her blood to create various weapons and tools, only as long as said blood was outside of her body. While the blood was inside her body, she could use it to strengthen her muscles, harden her skin and, with a sharp increase of blood to her kidneys and her legs, shoot up her adrenaline and thus drastically increase her speed for a prolonged period of time. This was usually kill anyone else, but for someone that could manipulate her own blood, she could easily filter out the excess adrenaline that hadn't been burnt away from the activity once she was done and store it in her body for later use. She also had control on whether or not the blood outside of her body would clot or not. Naruto had trained her to replenish a set of special senbon that she could fill with her blood and use as weapons. Once the needle jammed into its target, and her blood seeped into their victim's bloodstream, then she would have the white and red blood cells overcome that of the target, thus making them an extension of Sueki's will. A human puppet she could control with an errant thought. She could make them fight their comrades, gradually or rapidly destroy their internal organs, use them as spies behind enemy lines as long as there were blood seals or sensors about, and she could extend her blood control to their chakra, but this took a toll on her, so Naruto instructed her to do this only when she had no other choice. Having her blood readily in senbon prevented her from having to slit her wrist on the battlefield, an action that would take a considerable amount of time. She wasn't a sensor, but she was able to pick up the smell of her target's blood in the air, differentiate them and deduce their heart rate, even if the blood was in their body. As the woman unclipped her half-face mask and rattled on with letters from the Kazekage and the Mizukage, Naruto noticed something linked to another branch of her abilities: her teeth. Her pristine sharp, needle-like canines. Now no longer than normal canines, she could extend them to be 1.5 inches long and no less lethally sharp. Naruto had once watched her suck the blood out of an Iwa kunoichi till there was absolutely nothing left, leaving the attacking ninja as dry as a husk. This was at a stage of her development that she moved and attacked impulsively and instinctively. She was 13 and Naruto had tasked her to knock out her first opponent, the Iwa kunoichi, with only a set of kunai and shuriken. Somehow, a drop of blood landed in her mouth. She lost her mind. Naruto had to subdue her before she succumbed to her bloodlust. When she came to, remerging from the forced unconsciousness from her master, she felt so much shame. She had been unable to look or speak to her teacher for days. At her insistence, Naruto taught her how to sneak up on an unsuspecting target, and she would only drain a little blood from his neck. The effects were the same as her using her needles to inject her blood into the victim's body, though with the added benefit of using the victim to utilize jutsu much easier. One drop of her opponent's blood, whether accidental or not, was enough to end any fight. The problem was that even with her considerable amount of skills in sneak attacks, assassination, infiltration, subterfuge and hunting, biting the neck of her opponent became harder and harder as her opponents got stronger and stronger. One fateful week, after a long string of victories, she became overconfident. The memory was enough to make Sueki pause and groan, rubbing her forehead. Naruto smiled slightly. She was 16 and she was cocky. She challenged her teacher, Naruto, to an all-out fight. Her reason for this was so as to prove to Naruto, her idol, and to herself that she could stand shoulder to shoulder with him in battle. Her idea was that after soundly defeating her master, she would convince him to retire forever and she would devote the rest of her life to protecting him. That was the plan. Her abilities were fairly overpowered, she thought. They should be more than enough to beat her master. She had been so arrogant that day it took everything in Naruto's being to not laugh at her. She was so damn cute, and the masked man kept reminding her of that fact as many times as he could. Naruto had beaten her thoroughly. After beating her into a ragged pulp and crushing her into the ground, he picked her up and subsequently put her into a somewhat simple but no less deadly standing submission hold, a choke hold, using his arms and not his hands, standing behind her. She put up a valiant struggle against his iron grip, clawing and scratching at his forearm, gasping for precious air, but his arms stayed firm on her throat. "Quit," he whispered darkly, tightening his hold. "I want you to quit." In spite of the thrashing, the pained girl had refused to tap out and allowed herself to slip into blissful unconsciousness. The next day, she came back to Naruto, penitent, humbled, and begged him for more training. The beating had humbled her. He acknowledged that even in her sorry state, after pounding her into the ground, she didn't tap out to his submission hold. He gave her credit for preferring unconsciousness and the slight risk of death by asphyxiation than giving up. Naruto was nothing if not a tough teacher. It seemed master and student had the same pleasant depending on how you see it flashback. Sueki bashfully coughed into her fist and continued her summary of the Kazekage's letter. The value of the ryu in Suna and most of Wind Country is overinflated. Most food commodities are expensive, this is because the desert sand yields little to nothing for them to eat, so they have to import their food from stone and grass. The traders from grass are too slow in transporting goods, as they have to pass around aim and circumvent fire countries' borders, and the traders from stone inflate the price of their goods. The day-walking, human food-eating vampire scratched her right eyebrow and Naruto hummed, perching his chin in his pointer and middle finger, listening carefully. That was what your spies were able to gather from a little digging, no interrogation or library studies. They observed it all from the buildings and the people. She brought out a few black and white pictures Naruto's ninjas had taken. The buildings were made out of clay bricks, they were small and huddled together. People did anything to get food and the poverty of the shinobi village was apparent. The Wind Daimyo seemed not to careless for the state of his country's only ninja village. Naruto felt sorry for them, but he wasn't obligated to help, per se, not yet anyway. This was all information the Kazekage didn't want to divulge, though Naruto would be doing a great disservice if he didn't look into the village hidden in the sands to confirm they wouldn't turn around and betray the darkness. Suna had a few ninjas but they were undisputedly strong. Darkness was a closer neighbor to Suna, their western neighbor, to be more specific, so the trade routes would be shorter and more in number. What does the Kazekage want from the alliance? Naruto asked, and Sueki flipped through two newly delivered letters from the current Kage of Suna. A military and trade alliance, she answered, showing her leader where she circled the main points. What he could say over the letter was that he will allow some of his puppet masters to teach in our schools if give Suna a loan. Did he say how much? No, his assistant murmured after flipping through more letters. But he did say he will go over the details at his arrival. What do you think, Sueki? I think their intentions are honest. She nodded, rolling up the Kazekage's letters and setting them aside, saying, aside from the fact that we have a few of our people living in Suna, we have uncovered open plans for Suna to begin construction of a large-scale farm, one with loamy soil that can be used to grow crops that are able to weather the hot sun as long as there is the appropriate soil present. They do not have the funds or expert manpower to dig the sand and import the soil. She laced her fingers together as Naruto continued. The best place to set up this large farm aside from near stone and aim, is close to dark country. He nodded at his analysis. Stone would leach off of the farm if it was near them, and aim was too secretive at the moment. Suna was wary. If the farm is established, funds or not, they would still need the prolonged help of my people to maintain it. Suna needed irrigation and darkness could readily provide. Suna needed silos and darkness could build. Suna needed capital and darkness could provide. I know that if my ninjas are able to utilize the puppet arts it would be a great boost to my ninja force, Naruto said quietly. His assistant jotted down his reflective words, not for a future letter though. But they really can't honestly think that I would pour in that much time and effort for just puppetry training. Suna has coal mines and oil fields. Sueki supplied. Oh? She nodded honestly. They also have an abundance of medicinal herbs and medical ninjas. Naruto pursed his lips and muttered. Which would explain the low mortality rate mentioned in the report, despite the hunger and dehydration. Hi, they have been selling oil to Fire Country and IWA for years now, but at a deflated price, because that is the highest they can get. The reason being other nations saw natural gas as superior to oil. Well, that's stupid. Naruto grunted. Sorry? Naruto realized that his student couldn't read his former thoughts. I mean them thinking natural gas is better than oil. Oil, when properly refined, can be of so much use. Of course, sensei. If we secure an alliance with Suna, we can tar all of our roads. Sparing some of his ninjas to build for Suna and a significant portion of his country's money didn't seem so unworkable after all. The masked man could actually see a long-lasting alliance with Suna. I predict the Kazekage would bring all of this up in our alliance talk. I have noted it all down, just in case. Thanks. We'll devise a strategy for handling the Suna alliance later this evening, but for now, he rubbed his hands and sipped his almost forgotten mug of coffee. Kiri. Like with Suna and River, where they had allowed dark ninjas to subtly scout out their territories but not divulging village secrets, and vice versa, the Mizukage had allowed Naruto's ninjas in to look around. The ninjas were respectful enough to not look for trouble by digging too deep. Reports were first passed through Sueki and then to Naruto. There are only 3 locations that are, how should I say it, blessed, with bloodline users. The teacher said, and Sueki scribbled in another jotter, her personal jotter, the one she used to write down any lesson he gave her. Konoha, Kiri and Darkness. He listed them off with his fingers. Any other place have at least 1 or 2 clans. Some have no bloodlines at all, like Snow and Kumo, but that doesn't make their ninjas any less dangerous. Kumo was among the strongest hidden villages, ranked 2nd, and they had 0 bloodline holders. A village doesn't need bloodline holders to be strong, not necessarily, but if they do have them then they are to be treasured. That was exactly what Naruto was doing with the 6 clans and the clanless in his country. They were all different yet they were all united. Sadly, Kiri doesn't truly honor their bloodline holders. Yes, sensei. The vampire brought out some reports and pointed with a slender finger at a few circled points. It says here that there are numerous infighting, quarrels, squabbles, fights and whatnot between different clans at different times. The Mizukage is mostly concerned with keeping the conflict from spilling into the clanless and the civilians but has admitted that he encourages the fighting so as to strengthen their camaraderie, she quoted. I would admit, it is strange that after so many years of these internal fights, it has never once escalated to a full-blown civil war. No lives were lost and not much property damage. It all ends after only a few days? Naruto read. Maybe I read them wrong? Sensei? I'm sure you remember our time in Kiri. She nodded slowly, unsure of where he was going. I constantly saw people butting heads and yelling, so my assessment of them wasn't so positive. He was honestly surprised when he came to find out that the Kiri ninjas or people from Kiri were decent people, some had even helped refugees escape the bloodshed of the civil war. But aren't they a village of hunter ninjas? Hostile emotions leaks and forms killer intent and that warns the enemy of their approach, isn't that Hunter Ninja 101? Suppressing their hostility should be their main priority. His eyes widened and Sueki paused from her frantic writing, ravenously devouring her teacher's words. Or, he looked down and sipped the coffee again through his mask, his shoulders shook with muted laughter. They release their repressed negative emotions on one another but not to the extent that it would result in the loss of a life. The woman's eyes shone with hidden confusion. You see, hunters are meant to suppress their emotions, mainly their negative emotions. Their target will sense their aggression from afar and flee, censor or not. Killer intent is very potent. Storing up their negativity for up to a week takes a toll on even the best ninja, so they take out their bottled-up anger on each other, while still considering how much they release. In other words, they violently blow off steam on each other. The student tilted her head to the side. Do you ever feel angry, Sueki? Of course, sensei. If for some reason you are to hold in your anger for a week, how do you deal with suppressed anger? I hunt animals in the dark forest. Good. We all have our ways of expelling our pent-up emotions. How do you do it, sensei? I eat. That explains a lot. Naruto chuckled. Yup. 2 buns disappeared as they neared his mask. The Mizukage's words make more sense now, huh? They do. She wrote it down. You taught me how to suppress my emotions long ago. You mentioned that it is an essential tool that most shinobi prefer not to learn. Emotions drive people to do rash things. He then pointed out. If I succumbed to my emotions and killed Orochimaru and Tsunade, video or not, we will have been driven into a brick wall by Konoha. Uzushio would have helped but the devastation would erase any development we made and any development we would make. He leaned forward and tapped her forehead with his pointer and middle fingers, his bright eyes turning up into a genial smile. As an assassin, bearing emotions while on a mission is detrimental to your health and the health of your comrades. Having them is not bad, not completely, but having them at the wrong time might cost you your life. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at him. Adoration was plain on her pale, unmasked face, and her mouth fell open ever so slightly as he tapped her forehead again. Do you understand, Sueki? Hi, Naruto-sensei. She said shakily. He pat her head and sat back. Great. What does Kiri intend to do that is of benefit to darkness? She blinked owlishly, trying to pull herself out of her daze, and the leader laughed to himself. Su. Oh, Her lips wiggled in embarrassment and her heart fluttered in her chest, clamoring joyfully at the brief contact. She riffled through the reports and the official letters before her, fighting for control over her heart again, struggling to put a stopper over her wild emotions, and presented a neatly written summary she had made herself on the state of Kirigakure. She cleared her throat and said, as he read. They do not have many natural resources to spare in the alliance, but he has insisted on both a trade and military alliance. He would share his ninjas with darkness if darkness is willing to set up businesses in Kiri. The Mizukage has acknowledged that Kiri doesn't have much information to share on being hunters, seeing as darkness was a country of assassins. But he is ready to compensate your lack of benefit in the alliance by sending 38% of their monthly mission requests to this country, and even split among all 5 classes S, A, B, C, D and E class and see to it that a railway to and from Kiri is built. Why a railway? Naruto asked, recalling the map of the continent. There was a considerable distance between Kiri and darkness, and there was also the notable fact that to directly reach Kiri, they had to traverse the ocean towards the east. I remember you saying they don't have many resources to spare. She shrugged. Public transportation, completing missions easier, exchanging information, that's all I can think of. The leader scratched his chin and thought deeply. They do have a lot of mission requests. He noticed his student shrug. Mission requests and a mysterious railway aren't going to be enough to solidify an alliance, especially with me having to set up shops in Kiri, shops that would increase revenue in Hidden Mist. Darkness would get its own spike in mission requests in a few years, and our Yuzushio alliance is beneficial enough to cover the 3 points the Mizukage brought up. Mission requests, railway, and ninjas. For this one, I'm not sure what the Mizukage would bring to the table. He leaned forward onto his elbows and nibbled on a bun, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. I'm interested to hear what he has to say. Kiri was indeed the one asking for an alliance, like with Suna and River and Yuzushio before, and so it was the unwritten task of the village requesting for an alliance to properly write down, in full detail, what they would provide in the course and what they would like in return. The Hidden Mist would, at this point, know that there was little it could provide for a truly symbiotic relationship with Dark Country, so Naruto honestly wondered what the Mizukage would come up with in the alliance. The possibility of sharing knowledge of how to create the much-fabled, legendary 7 Swords of the Mist crossed his mind, but he cast it aside. Infamous hunter ninjas aside, their 7 swords were what set them apart from the rest of the major hidden villages. IWA had their massive ninja population and their mountainous region. Kumo were speed freaks and the village was super rich. Konoha had their clans and the will of fire, as pointless as that sounded. Lastly, Suna had the desert, people who could adapt to different terrains and their puppet masters. Naruto reached for more buns and grasped at nothing. He looked down and sighed at the empty platter. Hey, Sue. He called, and his student looked up, twirling an inked brush in her thin fingers and trying to think of words eloquent and polite enough to address the current Kazekage to use in the letter that would be written later. I was thinking we check up on the tower's construction. They still had 9.5 months before the Dark Leader's tower was complete. Whirlpool had wanted to help, but Naruto had refused. The tower would be Dark Country's most important monument, an image of strength and power that could very well be seen and felt from far and wide. It was the sole responsibility of the people of the Dark to build such a great monument. We can go now, she said, packing up the scrolls and letters and sealing them into a storage seal on her right inner upper arm. Using that same chance, she smoothly unsealed his wide-brimmed hat and he popped it onto his head. Are you sure you don't want to rest a bit more? I'm sure. Let's go. They ducked out of the booth, and as the waitress saw them, she waved, calling at them before they could approach. It's on the house, my lord. Naruto bowed slightly in appreciation and left the cafe. Sueki followed behind him with a flurry of her black robes. Oh. The Hokage's tower. Konohagakure. He has a security camera? So what? The Sandaime said through clenched teeth. He exhaled slowly and placed his elbows on his desk, lacing his fingers before him and closing his eyes serenely. Why didn't you kill him either way? 2 reasons. Orochimaru said as Tsunade slumped into one of the 2 chairs before the Kage's desk. If I had moved for the kill and succeeded, then Naruto's damnable student would have control over us. We still don't know the full range of her abilities, whether or not she can use her blood control to steal information from our brains or not. Point is, we would be used as puppets to attack Konoha's allies and enemies, creating a whole new war for the Leaf. They were Sannin, meaning everyone knew they were from Konoha. If Sueki could manipulate them against their will to attack, say, Kumo and IWA, then another global war would spark and darkness would find a way to exclude itself. The Hokage hummed. The second? I suspect Naruto might have been impervious to the effects of being in close contact with my sage mode. Hiruzen silently looked at the snake sage and the pale man went on. His killer intent was draining our life forces. If he is able to do that, then who is to say he wouldn't be able to escape? And when he escapes, and Sueki has her blood in our systems, he will raise hell in the village. Orochimaru crossed his arms and frowned lightly. Your head would be the first to roll, not even ours. I see. My advice to you, sensei, Tsunade piped up, finally entering the conversation, is to drop this feud you have with Naruto dash. Feud, the snake man murmured, wondering if that was the right word to describe the situation between Naruto and Hiruzen. The Senju ignored the interruption. Whirlpool has no doubt allied with darkness, and any attack to darkness would be passed on straight to Lady Mito, and we all know what will happen after that. Konoha would lose the Kyuubi. Konoha would lose Uzushiogakure. Konoha would lose the subsequent fight. Naruto had thought of that but decided not to press for war. How considerate. Hiruzen grunted to himself, sarcasm dripping from each syllable. His 2 students looked at him with confusion. Fine. We leave Dark Country alone, for now dash. Just then, the door slammed open and Koharu rushed in. "Hiruzen, you have to hurry." The Hokage stood up abruptly and shouted. "What is it?" "Lady Mito." Koharu yelled, pointing frantically out of the window, to a dark, foreboding shadow leisurely trooping its way out of the Senju clan's entrance gate and onwards to Konoha's south gate. A boy that looked to be in his teenage years with bowl-cut orange hair skipped close behind her, carrying a few heavy-looking bags, supported by an identical-looking girl with straight, long orange hair. "She wants to visit darkness. I can't hold her back anymore." Orochimaru sat down heavily into the second seat as Tsunade leaped out of her own. Hiruzen blazed after out of the door. He brought his fist up to his lips and coughed soundlessly. They just might be losing the Kyuubi already. Chapter 5. The contractor fished out a bottle of ice-cold water from a large cooler and handed it to his superior, Naruto, with a deep bow. The fully robed leader wiped the sweat of the approaching midday off his forehead and collected the bottle with a grateful nod. Sueki also graciously took a cold bottle of water and master and student cracked of the top and drank it down, strangely in sync. Naruto finished the bottle, and swiped his lisp with the back of his hand. He then waved to the rigorously working construction workers, shouting, "Thanks for the hard work, guys." They were working at a remarkably fast rate, even with the enticing hourly wage. Some waved back and some bowed, all returned to work. It had taken the duo half an hour to trek from the cafe, located far south of the country, to reach the capital. The sun was beating down hard on everyone. The workers were currently digging a massive hole, shaping it into a perfect rectangle, a rectangle that couldn't be less than 1,500 meters long and 500 meters wide. They reinforced the clean hole with wooden logs coming in on long carriages being pulled by red-eyed horses. Those at the bottom of the man-made hole started cementing the walls as others laid down the logs and set them up, making sure to clearly show each level in the underground part of Naruto's tower, as per his specifications. Naruto saw some of his genin running errands around the site. He guessed they were performing D&E rank missions to raise their mission quota. The contractor left to go and direct the workers on what to do. Since they were there and they were free until about 2 in the afternoon, where Naruto would have to sit down with his clan heads, his shinobi council, and devise strategies that they could utilize to repel an invading force on an ally, just like what was occurring in Uzushio at that very moment. Naruto turned to his student briefly and said, revising a topic he had spoken about a long time ago. There was time for a little lesson. Sueki, seeing her teacher look at her with what she called his teaching gaze, whipped out a small notepad and waited for him to talk. In battle or on a mission, what is an assassin's worst nightmare? The girl answered not a moment later. A one-on-one fight against an opponent with superior strength. That is correct, but that answer is not complete. She waited for him to go on, her fingers itching. Fighting a strong opponent one-on-one in a featureless terrain. Featureless like no trees at all, not even small saplings dash, short grass, no bushes and no buildings. A normal ninja can still use that kind of scene to fight, but one that specializes in the subtle arts of assassination needs cannot, not unless they are confidently faster than the strong opponent. Can someone like us really fight in an area populated by sapling? There doesn't even have to be that many saplings. Some here and some there, yes, but it doesn't have to be everywhere. He looked forward at the work being done. We walk in the shadows, Sueki. No matter how small that shadow is, we tread in it with the silence of death and with the speed faster than sound. I have a question. Sueki muttered, finished up his former words. She got the fact that assassins thrived in the shade and true professionals killed before their victims could understand they were dead. He nodded. Why is it that you only taught me the basics in Genjutsu? Henge, Bunshin, and detecting Genjutsu. Genjutsu can be sensed from afar. Knowing where you are kind of beats the point in being an assassin and shifts you to being a ninja. Tell me, he said. In all the missions you've gone on with me, how many times have you needed to use a Genjutsu? Her head tilted to the side, bewildered. 0 times, sensei. She honestly hadn't noticed. And that mystified her. Maybe she was getting stronger. Why is that? There was enough cover. She looked up at him, realization shone like megawatt light bulbs in her crimson orbs. More than enough. Naruto's eyes closed, still not facing her, and he hummed with laughter. And if there wasn't cover? Baiting and misdirection. He patted her head and the shorter ninja preened under his hand. Another question shot into her head. Is that what you used to fight Hanzo for 5 hours, Naruto-sensei? You misdirected and baited him into the Cobra Forest. He winked at her. Yes. The battle was long and it had pushed Naruto well past his limits before Nagato found his courage once again and came to his help. That time, Sueki had been incapacitated and confined to a bed in the makeshift Akatsuki hospital. Yahiko was dead and Konan was just as afraid as the Rinnegan holder. Naruto couldn't spare a single second to not hold Hanzo back, for if he let up even a little bit and failed, the old salamander would barrel past him and crush their camp. The other thing was that Naruto was holding back a few of the former Amakage loyalists back as well, confining them in the forest and picking them off one by one. Hanzo of the salamander had been impressed. When he was the very last alive, he had dubbed Naruto with the name Ghost. Then the forest was subsequently leveled by a single jutsu from the ragged old man, who was also tired and low on chakra from deflecting blades to his vital parts. Sueki nudged his side and nodded her head to the side. He looked to where she indicated, his wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his already shadowed face. His gleaming blue eyes cut through the darkness of his hat and intently watched as one of his chunin ran as fast as he could towards him. Sueki leaned back, her eyebrows minutely furrowed in interest, and stood back as the man skidded to a stop, sliding down onto his knees into a deep bow. Lord Leader. 3 people are approaching from Fire Country. Who? Lady Mito and 2 Kurama attendants. Then let them in. He didn't know what all the fuss was about. Tsunade Senju is demanding she enter with her. Naruto rolled his eyes in exasperation. Pumph. He was gone. The thin smoke at his departure dispersed a second later, leaving Sueki to wordlessly turn around on her heel and walk away from the construction site towards the nearest guest house to see if she could get accommodations for the QB holder. Oh. Dark Country's northern gate. Naruto walked out from behind an unsuspecting chunin, seemingly from the junior ninja's very own shadow, and the poor chunin jumped in terror, falling onto his knees immediately as he recognized his leader. Smoke wafted off his black with white detailed ceremonial cloak, following him with clipped steps as he walked to the old Uzumaki, angrily tapping her right foot, irked at being denied entry. The late Shodame Hokage's wife looked on with an enthralled smile at the small display. She hadn't heard or felt him come. He trudged up to the border between Fire Country and Darkness and stopped before the woman. Tsunade, holding the back of her grandmother's elbow in a vain attempt at holding her back, narrowed her eyes at Naruto. She remembered his promise. Naruto stared at the Senju with narrowed eyes, boring a bloody, burning hole into her very soul. The Sannin lifted her chin, defiant, despite the internal rancor of her soul, and met his darkening blue eyes. Ehem. Mito coughed into her fist and his eyes flicked to her, still dark and menacing. Pardon my sudden visit, Lord Naruto. It's fine, he said after a short while. Your brother told me you would be coming. I just imagined you'd be coming alone. The woman's 2 Kurama guides shuffled away at his words, bowing their heads in submission. He looked irritated but they felt no evil intent. I don't mind you brought these 2 with you, not at all. I mind her. If only looks could kill. I didn't want her to come anyway. Mito said, looking at her blonde niece with a glare. She had barked Hiruzen and Jiraiya down into submission but her granddaughter was adamant to follow along. I specifically told them I can manage by myself. I don't know why they worry. Naruto looked down at the 2 scared Kurama teens and said. Please, take her things into the village, someone will show you where to stay. Hi, Lord Naruto, they saluted in unison and fled with the QB holder's luggage. I apologize for my attitude, Lady Mito. Naruto said sincerely, placing his hand over his heart and bowing forward minutely. Please, come in. The woman clapped her hands, please, and made to pass, but grumbled under her breath when Tsunade dragged her back. Tsunade, honey, I have 2 kids and 3 grandkids, and none of them stopped me from visiting my brother. The first QB holder said with a stern cross of her arms, fully acknowledging that her younger brother, Toryun, had welcomed Naruto into the family. In the letter to her, Toryun continuously called Naruto his brother. Naruto's eyes lightened up ever so slightly at her very much offhand approval. Why are you so worried? She thinks I'm going to steal the QB or worse, convince you to stay forever. Naruto said. Tsutsu, come now, Konoha is the village the love of my life created, why would I ever abandon it? I'm not letting you go. Mito sighed, her shoulders drooped. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Lord Naruto. It's fine. Tsunade saw darkness, then a split second later, Mito was in Naruto's former position and Naruto was in her grandmother's, holding her by the face. I just don't like Konoha ninjas. He pushed her away, feeling somewhat like the bouncer of a nightclub, and said in a low voice. What do you have to worry about, slug? She is the sister of a close comrade of mine and your wretched village has one of my clans. Not a day goes by without Naruto worrying about the Kurama clan, where he would send a hasty message to them to confirm that everything was fine. When it came to their retrieval, Naruto was stuck in a bad position. The Kurama clan wasn't particularly a small clan, so sneaking them all out with the help of his ninjas was going to be a monumental task, and then there was the monster the clan had been cursed to protecting. Mania. The people of the Kurama clan couldn't touch the holder of the demon, and they couldn't be any more than half a mile from the holder, else the slumbering monster would wake up. The Kurama chakra was predominantly in release, hence they could use genjutsu with outstanding proficiency, which they could weaponize in their limited reality-altering paintings. Their mere presence, to the demon within the young Kurama girl, was enough to calm it down and put it to sleep. This led Naruto to convincing the Kurama clan head to stay in Konoha. They were going to be his eyes behind enemy lines. Umara Kurama, the clan head, enthusiastically agreed. Anything for their leader. You have nothing to worry about. Naruto hissed. The threat of mania being released was imminent, yes, but the people of the Kurama clan were still part of his people. Naruto didn't mean to devalue Mito Uzumaki, he honestly didn't, but the Kurama clan was higher up on his list priorities than even the Kyuubi. He turned around and, placing a light hand to Mito's lower back, gently led the regal woman into his country. The gesture wasn't to be perverse, not in any way, seeing as the 80-something-year-old woman could crush his head with a flick of her elbow. This isn't the end of it, brat. Tsunade yelled, pointing a vengeful finger at the retreating man and her remarkably young-looking grandmother. Camp out here if you like, I don't care. Naruto replied over his shoulder. Was that teleportation you used back there? Mito asked, quickly discarding how her own granddaughter was treated by her surrogate brother. She wasn't unaware of the bad blood between Konoha and darkness. She had been appalled by how the Sandaime influenced the daimyo to subjugate darkness. It was probably when none of her children or grandchildren raised any issues, leaving only her to oppose the Third's manipulation that was isolating her from them. There's no such thing as teleportation, Lady Mito. I was just running really fast. That's awfully fast. It was like you used the body switch technique. You could say that was my Shunshin. He waved for his Chunin to stand down as he and the old Uzumaki passed the gates and entered the country. His hands went to his lower back as he walked with a straight posture through his developing nation, passing by building renovations and ninjas going on missions within the country. Naruto's body-to-smoke Shunshin involved an instantaneous use of his water lightning-created smoke and extending the use of his lightning-release bloodline to move at close to the speed of light. His body crumbled into smoke and shifted into his lightning form, where his whole body would be covered in his lightning bloodline, then he would shoot through the air in a straight line. I thought you said it wasn't teleportation. Shunshin isn't teleportation. The woman laughed into her hand, her eyes closed. I see. I was under the impression you knew all there was to know about being a ninja. Naruto said, looking down slightly with an intrigued yet humorously raised eyebrow. I only know about the sealing arts. She answered, briefly looking up at him and then back to the rocky road they were treading on. The northern region of Dark Country could be described as having a more solemn air. 4 clans populated the area, 2 of which had defense-based bloodlines, the Gato and Hogo clans the other having an wasp-controlling ability that could be classified as a bloodline, the Suzumabachi clan, and the last was the one Naruto suspected he was from, the Kamuri clan, which was a clan of smoke release users. The east and south shared one clan, the Pansasenshi clan, of whom most of their clan mates could shapeshift into panthers of various kinds. In the west was the Chueinku clan. The Kurama clan had formerly been residing in the east, living close to the clan of ink users, but they had been uprooted and forced into Konoha. That was the simplified layout of the country hidden in the darkness. Not to say those of a different clan couldn't live in a region aside from their own, they could, and not to say that clanless citizens weren't speckled around the country without bias. The one fact was that, in the country's capital, the 6 clans lived together with the clanless without the subtle though still pronounced dominance they have in their regions. The country was vast, an undeniable fact. The north was a 2.5-hour trek to the capital, and, at Mito's insistence that she wanted to walk about, they didn't take a carriage back to the capital. So, on they walked, conversing. North was a quieter area, despite how 4 clans shared the region. The majority of the noise came from a nearby playground, where the children spent their mornings and afternoons, while the adults rested in some of the cafes and shops established in the region. They waved to a few clanless citizens, and Mito's eyes sparked with interest when she saw some older Uzumaki playing shogi with those clanless. They spent a few minutes talking with them before they proceeded. Hashirama would have loved this place. Dare I say even Tobarama? Mito said in a quiet voice. She sighed tiredly and shook her head. I don't understand why Hiruzen wants to destroy this piece. It's so nice here. He is addicted to the taste of my country's resources. The man's eyes smiled as he added. And if you like the north so much, then you'll absolutely love the east. The Pansasenshi clan are notorious for being master chefs. True to his words, the shapeshifting clan were fairly proficient in the art of cooking. Their food was in so much demand that there was nearly always a constant stream of carriages carrying delectable delights from the east and south to the other regions. Delivery boys and girls hefted large side bag kind of coolers around the country. Then we can go and see the Chueinku art exhibit in the tomorrow. Their younger artists are trying their hand at pottery. He looked at her with a knowing glint in his bright blue eyes. Your brother tells me how much you like pottery art. The woman beamed. So my brother is also conspiring with you. The masked man nodded, not even trying to deny it. Yup. Nice try, Lord Naruto. She punched his arm and Naruto winced, hiding his painfully glazed-over eyes. Was it having the kyubi that gave her monstrous strength, or was it because she was an Uzumaki with special, distinguishing chakra, even among a clan of special chakra bearers? Naruto rubbed his eyes with a laugh. Please, just Naruto is fine. I'm still not used to all this lord thing. Then call me Mito, if you please. Of course. Torian once told me how you helped smuggle me and my parents out of this country. The woman looked down and smiled fondly. You're very close to Torian, aren't you? He's a very talkative person. Naruto answered airily. Naruto wasn't so sure why he couldn't recall that it was Mito that had aided in their escape, but he did remember, quite clearly in fact, that his and his parents' helper had bright red hair and sparkling purple eyes. I didn't know you were ever a ninja, Mito. It was during a visit to Dark Country. The Civil War was brutal and the Second Great Ninja War was merciless. She had been with one of her sons on a visit to the royal clan when she encountered said royal clan about to execute Naruto's father. They had already executed Naruto's uncle. Mito's son had provided a diversion while the old Uzumaki swept Naruto's family out of the palace and into a secure path towards Rain Country. They claimed it was because you all stole from them, but I'm a sensor, you see, so I could feel your unique smoke release. You, your uncle and your father were the ones with the water lightning smoke variation while your mother had the usual smoke release. I couldn't stand by and watch them unjustly extinguish human life. Naruto probably blocked the memory. For good reason too. He watched his precious uncle's head being lopped off his shoulders and his father being forced onto his knees to be beheaded as well. I got into a lot of trouble with Hiruzen. Mito said with a small laugh. Naruto stopped and turned to her. The sagely old woman stopped as well and looked up at him, into his stormy blue eyes, fixed firmly onto her own churning purple orbs. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said, I may not be able to convince you to leave Konoha for here, and I may not be able to convince you to stay here forever, but I want you to know. His tone of voice and the sincerity of his eyes had the woman's jovial smile lower into something gentler. You will always have a home here. Thank you, Naruto. His hand left her shoulder and returned to his lower back, proceeding with their walk. None of this wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for you. There was still an influx of Dark Country refugees rushing into the country from around the continent. From far and wide, within the span of 7 years, about 800,000 people returned to their home country at the news that the Civil War had ended and there was a new, kinder, better leader at the helm of affairs. For a time, within their 3rd to 5th year of development, there was a problem of overpopulation and lack of appropriate housing to accommodate those returning, and yet Naruto had soldiered on, commanding for more houses to be built and imploring for families that already had houses to graciously open their doors to the returnees. The 6th and 7th current year saw to the construction of thousands of houses across the south of the country and sweeping into the west, with smaller building projects going on in the north and east. There was currently a census going on, cataloging and recording every birth citizen of the country, including Konoha-fathered children. Mito bowed respectfully to the praise. Naruto's easy stride didn't falter. He asked, How long will you be staying? 2 weeks. I'll need to be back in Konoha to welcome my successor. Your successor? The next person to hold the kyubi. Didn't my Torian tell you? No, he didn't. He must have thought it wasn't something for you to worry about. She said thoughtfully. My granddaughter, Kushina, is the one I will be passing the kyubi to. Is that so? Tamaki, Kushina's mother, told me Kushina put up a fuss. She really wanted to come here. She's a good kid. Naruto commented. How do you decide who gets to hold the kyubi next? There are certain people within my clan that possess extraordinarily strong chakra, the kind of chakra that can hold down the kyubi for as long as the life of the Jinchuriki. She then clarified. A Jinchuriki is one that has a tailed beast sealed within them. I see. He helped up a small Hogo clan boy that had tripped on his feet and dusted down his shirt. The starry-eyed boy hugged his teddy bear to his chest as Naruto sent him off to his waiting parents. The leader of the country waved back to them as they bowed. I thought all Uzumaki had strong chakra. By normal standards, yes, our chakra is considerably strong. The thing is that even still, one person alone cannot hold him. She held up her right hand, palm up, and a thin golden chain slinked out of her hand and wiggled in the air. No one but an Uzumaki with especially strong chakra can physically manifest their chakra. In fact, it was only in the Uzumaki clan that reports of people being able to summon chakra chains, and this too was a rarity. There were some rumors of a meteorite in Hidden Star that could give people the power to do this. Making chakra, for an ordinary person, wasn't possible. Kushina manifested her chakra chains last month. What if no person has that special chakra? The woman smiled up at him. There's always someone. What if there's no one? Then we divide the power and chakra of the Kyuubi among 9 people from my clan, 1 tael for each person. She suspected his next question, this one unvoiced. If there are no Uzumaki available, not even one, then we best all pray someone created a new seal. The 9 taels is that powerful, huh? Like you won't even believe. I've seen powerful. Naruto admitted truthfully. I've fought Hanzo and his salamander summons before. Alone, Mito added in her mind. It's very hard to imagine anything more powerful than that. I hope you never encounter the Kyuubi, Naruto. They walked quietly for a few moments, taking in the scenery, until Naruto asked. Even with your special chakra, isn't it hard to contain the beast? You seem to be interested in the Kyuubi. I want to know as much as possible so in the event of an attack I will be able to find a lasting solution. Mito scratched her chin. Well, you need to understand, the Kyuubi is not just living, conscious chakra, but his chakra is evil. His chakra is literally evil. The Kyuubi's chakra is made out of malice, evil, rage, wrath, negativity. The living chakra is so potently evil that being anywhere near it, unless it is sealed, would give any person chakra poisoning. Death comes painfully and instantly. She waved her hands before her, then they curled up into a light fist. The seal I used to seal the Kyuubi within myself isolates it from my chakra core, so it is unable to influence my chakra while at the same time it is pinned down by both the seal and my chakra. That is not enough to keep the beast's evil influence away, so what I do is very simple. She beamed at him. I fill myself with overwhelming happiness and love. Happiness and love? Naruto asked skeptically. Yes. It counters the beast's negative chakra and keeps it somewhat docile. Naruto scratched his head, bewildered. More than he had ever been in his life. So, happiness and love stop the Kyuubi from breaking out? Yes. For the life of him, Naruto couldn't wrap his head around her words. I don't understand. Why don't you understand? She chirped. Happiness and love aren't real, in the sense that they can't be touched. Unlike the Kyuubi's chakra. Yet it can be felt. She said with a teasing smirk. Right now, can you touch the Kyuubi's chakra? No. Her smirk widened. Can you feel it? No. The seal I used can only tie down the 9 taels, not suppress its chakra. Love and happiness suppress its power. She patted his back. You'll just have to trust me on this one. Ah, okay. There was a near 60-year difference in their age. The woman looked to be in her 50s while in reality she was so much older than Naruto. The masked assassin was still unsure of how to treat her with the regal air the woman carried herself in as opposed to the easiness of how she spoke to him. I'll assign someone to serve as your guide during your stay, Mito. Won't you be the one to guide me around? He shook his head. I'll be swamped with meetings from next week. What about that art exhibit from before? That will be this evening in the capital. We can go together. She clapped her hands happily. Wonderful. Oh. 3 days later. I don't want you to ally with darkness. Hiruzen stated immediately as he took his seat before the Kazekage. The calm man eyed the Hokage from behind his desk, then he said as he continued to write a note on how his second-in-command was to look after the village in his absence. Well, good evening to you too, Hiruzen. I will tear apart our alliance if you so much as meet that blonde brat tomorrow. The Sandaime growled, hatefully referring to Naruto. Do it, the man coolly replied, dropping his brush and folding his hands on his desk. We'll see how long Konoha lasts without our herbs and our oil. That farm you want to build, the third hurriedly said, swerving the discussion from what Konoha would lose if Suna ripped up the alliance agreement. We can help you build it all, the soil, the water, and even the farmers. It'll be much better than anything darkness can ever make. Oh? When I first asked, you shot me down straight away. The impassive magnet release user asked with a raised eyebrow. In truth, if the Suna farm had been established, then the crops and food Suna imported from Konoha at an astoundingly overinflated price would drop to nearly nothing. The main purpose of their alliance, the food in exchange for half of Suna's mission requests, would be rendered useless. The good quality, cheaply priced oil too would be lost if the farm was built. The Sandaime Kazekage sat back with an invisible smirk. Once we finalize our alliance, I won't even need Konoha, the farm, the mingling of their ninjas, the sharing of mission requests, the oil, their herbs, darkness actually helping them construct buildings, and a whole array of other details they would iron out at their meeting. Things the Night-Aim Hokage and the Sand-Aim Hokage had denied Suna, leaving the sandy village in a tight, desperate spot. Naruto saw the potential for the hidden sand to become a desert oasis in spite of the neglect from the Wind Daimyo, and he also saw the long-term benefit of investing in the sand. The chance they had been searching for had finally come, and nothing was going to stop them from capitalizing on it. Sabaku no Tetsuya was not going to let this opportunity slip from his fingers. Hiruzen silently grit his teeth and his knuckles cracked tightly. The Kazekage didn't visibly react to the noise of teeth grinding. "I don't intend to tear up the Leaf Sand Alliance, but..." He leaned forward and his smirk became more pronounced. "I will be making a few small changes. Konoha is your only reliable ally, Tetsuya. I have enough ninjas to overrun Suna by tomorrow. I will seize your oil fields, take all your medicinal herbs and steal your village's secrets. Mountain, tea and certainly not grass would be able to come fast enough to save you. I dare you to try," the Sand-Aim Kazekage said with a straight face. The man's iron sand gourd, leaning by his desk, warbled ominously. "You are not the only powerful ninja. Tetsuya wasn't Suna's strongest Kage for nothing. Whatever animosity you have with Lord Naruto, quite frankly I don't care," the iron sand user said, dark shadows gathering over his eyes as he narrowed them at the unafraid Hokage. "Even one of my stature knows strength when I see it. Lord Naruto is wary of his allies and he does everything for the profit of his people. Suna's alliance with darkness is to our mutual profit, and if anything so much as threatens their profit, death would be the least of their concerns. I do not fear that filthy rat." "You certainly should," Tetsuya shot back honestly. "The lengths a man can go to protect the prosperity of his family cannot be measured, Hiruzen." "Are you saying you fear him?" "I say I respect him, enough to not turn his anger towards my home." Tetsuya knew that outside of protecting the interest of his home country, Naruto didn't care much for anything else aside from his lone student. Very little ever got Naruto angry. Like any other decent village leader, Lord Naruto only wants what's best for his home. "Like me. Why is it that you are so against him? Someone like you would never understand." The Sarutobi spat, standing onto his feet. "You will roll over onto your back just as long as it makes Lord Naruto happy. You disgust me." Tetsuya rubbed his forehead tiredly. "You clearly don't understand what it means to lead a village, young man." In turn, Naruto fully respected Tetsuya. The leader of the Dark had outlined, in vague terms in case the letter was intercepted by enemies, the sheer profit of the alliance and how he too was excited about it, maybe even more so than the Kazekage. "I don't know what else to tell you." The Hokage stared down at the patiently sitting Kazekage, before he scoffed and left his office. This discussion was similar to the one Torian Uzumaki and Hiruzen Sarutobi had months ago, though the Hokage was wise enough to not threaten his Uzumaki counterpart. The third Kazekage shrugged and went back to writing the note. Tomorrow was going to be a big day. Oh. Of all Naruto's regrets, he had one that haunted him to that day. Naruto didn't always need to justify himself, not with all the blood drenched on his hands. Yahiko had just come to him and showed him the letter he received from Hanzo, telling them that he wished for the AIM in its entirety and the newly formed Akatsuki to become close friends in order to overcome Iwagakure and Kumogakure, two of AIM's greatest oppressors in the Second War. The orange-haired 15-year-old had said to his fellow 16-year-old that he sent back a letter that said they would be happy to meet Hanzo, but as long as they cut ties with the Leaf. The Akatsuki didn't trust the Leaf. Konoha hadn't done anything bad, not yet. It was always a bad feeling when it came to them. Konoha didn't feel right. Still, the news that the Amikage wanted to set aside his differences with the Akatsuki was wonderful, and Konan had even allowed them to indulge in their celebration, just a little though. The lower rungs of the Red Cloud organization regularly reported the efforts Hanzo and his loyalists were making to ready AIM for the return of the Akatsuki, even when they were in the thick of the war. The Rain Ninjas had repelled Iwa, Kumo, and Iron from 5 towns in the outskirts of the country, where the Kage would meet the Rennig leaders of the organization. On the way to their meeting area, they were attacked. Dozens upon dozens of ninjas wearing the Rain Hideite and popular Rain combat clothes attacked them, and they got separated in the mad fray. They all knew that they weren't AIM shinobi. It was clear with the way the attackers fought and the way they talked. The 5 AIM orphans knew the mannerisms common to their country, and these attackers had nothing even similar, only their clothes and their forehead protectors. Their minds immediately reached on conclusion. Konoha. Naruto sat down with a tired huff. Below him, the place he was sitting on, was a mountain of broken, warped, cracked corpses. 30 minutes of constant, untiring motion, and even his growing stamina was being taxed. His mind wandered to how his 15-year-old protege was faring with her own AIM imposters. Rain pelted down mercilessly, soaking into Naruto's matted-down blonde hair and into his Akatsuki robes but not really affecting his combat clothes underneath. The assassin's eyes furrowed when he spied a pair of black eyes peek out from a tree. He slowly got to his feet as the person walked out from his hiding place. Shimura Danzo of the Shimura clan, from what the lower-ranked Akatsuki had reported. This one wore the AIM 4 head protector. "What have you done?" Danzo yelled, eyes gaping at the mangled corpses that had been roughly piled up on top of each other. "Lord Hanzo trusted you, dash. Cut the crap, Danzo," Naruto said, already suspecting where this was all leading up to. "My name is Kanzo, not Danzo dash. Can we just skip all this running around to you telling me why you sent your ninjas to die?" What Danzo said next echoed in Naruto's mind to this day. "We are the roots of the great tree, the shadows protecting the leaf. The will of fire will burn forever." Naruto's blood ran cold. "What the fuck did you do, Danzo? For peace to reign in Konoha, there must be some collateral damage." While some of AIM's forces were destroying IWA and Kumo, Iron's leader had forced a retreat back to their home base in Iron Country. AIM was on the very brink of destruction, and the situation that would tip it past the point of no return, no redemption, was if two major forces within the country, Hanzo and his loyalists and the Akatsuki, fought. The country would be ripped apart by the internal warfare. Naruto leaped off his position, disappearing in a burst of blackness and reappearing before the AIM imposter, a fist covered in a bronze brace dug into the man's face. Danzo was barely quick enough to lean aside, but the blow still clipped the right side of his face, bursting his right eye. Naruto followed the momentum of his blow and the direction Kanzo was fleeing in and clipped his foot against the man's right shoulder, shattering his clavicle and his shoulder blades. The young assassin finished off his attack by flicking his wrist, catching a tanto that slid from his sleeve and into his waiting left hand, lopping off the man's right arm. He blazed around him in a frantic flash of thick black smoke, severing Danzo's tendons, slashing his calves and ending the sequence of attacks by sheathing his short blade into the man's lower back, dangerously cutting into his spine. Naruto caught the man by his hair as he fell. "Yua Ergarga. Do you know what you have done, Danzo?" Naruto exclaimed. "Do you even have a faint idea of what you have done?" "I will do anything for Konoha." Naruto tossed him down, face first into the blood-muddied ground, and tapped his ear. "Yahiko. Come in, Yahiko. Don't attack them. I repeat, don't attack them." He could drag Danzo to Nagato and have the redhead squeeze a confession out of the ruthless warmonger. He looked down, ready to pick up the immobilized man to provide him as proof of Konoha's dubiousness, but he was gone. How the dash left in Danzo's spot was a seal he identified as a very simple body-switching seal, which was a lesser-used equivalent than the body-switch ninjutsu. Danzo could be anywhere now. Kami, damn it. An Akatsuki informant in Hanzo's ranks reported that a critically injured and potentially crippled AIM shinobi by the name of Kanzo had dragged himself to Hanzo, claiming to have clawed from Cobra Forest, where Naruto had massacred the AIM impersonating root shinobi, and said that the Akatsuki had been the culprit. More survivors rushed in, some carrying dead shinobi and others fatally injured and dying once they claimed it was the Akatsuki. Hanzo of the Salamander flew into a rage. Nearly every day, Naruto wondered what would have been their fate if he had just killed Danzo and had Nagato resurrect him for questioning. Yahiko had stepped down as the leader of the organization, appointing Naruto, but the assassin didn't accept the title, because he too blamed himself for the resulting blood feud between the Akatsuki and Amigakure. Nagato ended up being the leader after a small quarrel. Danzo manipulated the amicage. No Konoha shinobi could confirm the Akatsuki's accusation. So Yahiko had a theory, of which Sueki, Konan and Naruto supported, that Danzo had acted independent of the Hidden Leaf Village with an army of nameless, faceless ninjas under the warmonger's employ. The theory was as crazy as it sounded, but it was the best they could come up with when, after power interrogating through their 100th Konoha ninja using Nagato's King of Hell, Lie Punisher, none of the 100 confirmed their suspicions, further prolonging the conflict between the Red Clouds and the Rain, instead of both uniting to combat their enemies. Danzo called it the root of the great tree, that shadows protecting the leaf. Naruto hated the leaf almost as much as he hated Shimura Danzo. The masked blonde shook his head and rubbed his eyes. Sueki was still busily arranging the meeting room for the Dark Sand Alliance, straightening the curtains, sweeping aside thin dust on the carpet, straightening the table and shooting orders for Naruto's ninjas to obey, like the kind of food and drinks to be made and at which point in time exactly it was to be brought in. The Pansasenshi clan mates quickly obeyed. Naruto had scheduled the meeting between him and the Kazekage to be in the Pansasenshi clan main compound, in the tea house. The clan was based in the west and south of the country, and the main compound just so happened to be in the west, closest to Sunagakure. The tea house was a quaint, open building with a wide, almost flat roof, and the walls were made out of dark red wood. There were carvings of the phases of transformation a shapeshifter had to pass through before he or she became a full panther on the outside of the small house, and inside, laid out on the ground, was a mat. In the center of the room was a short table and 2 pillows on either side where the 2 tea drinkers knelt down. The clan of shapeshifting chefs treated sharing a pot of fine tea as a sacred ceremony, which should only be celebrated with close friends, families, and potential allies. There were only a small number of tea houses around the country, and whether or not the person was from the Pansasenshi clan, they recognized the significance of sharing tea with someone in a tea house. There wasn't a specific number or age restriction for people in a tea sharing. It was a high honor for all involved. It was all symbolic. The country leader stood before the tea house with the clan head. Daikaharu was a tall man with a toned, muscular build, broad shoulders, and a strong, stubborn chin. He stood at level height with Naruto, with midnight black hair cut very short and pitch black, pupilless orbs. On both sides of the clan head's neck were troubling-looking claw marks. The man was in the Pansasenshi ceremonial robes of a dark purple kimono with short sleeves to show he had on a long-sleeved bright red shirt underneath. There were wild, artistic slashes ripping down the back of his robe from his neck to his lower back. In the very center of his back was his clan symbol, a stick house with an inverted T cutting from the roof of the house to under the house. The man had his arms crossed, his sharp claws on his muscular upper arms, and his eyes staring straight at the supreme commander of the country. Naruto's eyes smiled. "I hope you don't mind me imposing, Daichi." The man cracked a toothy smirk, showing his dangerous fangs. "Not at all, Lord Naruto. It is an honor for my clan to host such a historical event." "Oh, and," Naruto winced. "I'm sorry about Mito finishing all the bread in your store. I assure you, I will make her cough up every ryu." Daikaharu scratched his clawed neck, sharp smirk still in place. "It was my fault, I shouldn't have challenged her to an eating contest. I just didn't know she'd choose bread. Still, a whole year's supply of wheat bread gone. Uzumaki pride is really something to fear, huh, Lord Naruto?" Daichi laughed and Naruto joined him. "My son got into trouble for beating one of them in an arm wrestling contest." "Really?" "Hi, he spent the rest of the night arm wrestling his friend's whole family." The panther shapeshifter laughed boisterously, holding his belly. Naruto cackled, placing his hands on his forehead and holding himself up by the frame of the double door. Mito was in a food-induced coma in the guesthouse back in the capital from eating more than half of the year's store of bread. Nothing can appease the pride of an Uzumaki. "Agreed." Daikaharu squinted up at the midday sun. "It should be about time for the Kazekage to arrive. If you would excuse me." Naruto nodded and waved for the man to leave. 5 other ninjas of Jounin rank accompanied Daichi out of the clan gates and towards the western gate, where the border wall was being built, so that they could escort the Kazekage and his people past the strict defenses. Sueki took Daikaharu's place at Naruto's side, holding a clipboard in her hands and a readily inked brush. "All the necessary preparations have been made, Naruto-sensei." "Great. Do you want me to run you through the alliance points again?" Naruto tapped the side of his head. "Nah, I've got it all memorized." His hands dropped to his side, hiding under the long black sleeves of his leader's robe, except his wide-brimmed hat, and he said as he gazed across the courtyard of the clan head's house. Daikaharu had been nice enough to allow them to use his personal tea house to host the alliance talk. "What I want you to help me do is to tell me about Sabaku no Tetsuyo." She peeked down at her board and answered. Sabaku no Tetsuyo, the Sandame Kazekage of Sunagakure no Sato, is a very calm, very calculating man. He rarely loses his temper and he is very defensive of his ninja's meager number. He is a magnet release user that uses iron sand in combat. He is known to be the strongest ninja in all of Wind Country. He doesn't have much of a humor, he's all business. He is not keen on breaking the alliance Suna has with Konoha. I don't care if he doesn't break that alliance. As long as Konoha stays out of our way. The last piece of helpful info I was able to gather is that he is currently training his son to take over as Kazekage in a few years. His son is coming with him? Sueki nodded. Smart man. He wants his kid to see how important this alliance is to both of our homes. What do you want me to do now, sensei? I want you at my side during the meeting. Since Lord Tetsuyo will be having his son at his side, she asked reluctantly. He winked at her. Something like that. She coughed into her fist and read from her board. Lord Genjetsu Hozuki, the Nidame Mizukage of Kiriagakure, is expected to arrive in 2 days' time. He agreed to have lunch with you on the boat. We can have the meeting after lunch. Lord Kawasatoru, first son of the daimyo of River and heir to the throne of River Country, will be in the country in 6 days. He wishes to meet you in the Chueinku National Museum. He is a big fan of their art. No problem. Soon, the Kazekage arrived, with an envoy of 4 of his ninjas and guided in by the Panther clan head and his clan mates. Naruto stepped down from the entrance of the tea house and walked a few steps to the Sand Kage, who followed suit and walked with clipped steps to Naruto. The leader of the darkness reached forward with his left hand and the Sandame Kazekage reciprocated with his own left hand. The 2 village leaders shook hands firmly, their eyes boring into each other as they tested their resolve. They didn't blink or break eye contact, not until Naruto's eyes twinkled and he said, "Well, shall we get to the matter at hand?" Tetsuyo nodded once. "We shall." Naruto released the older, by a few decades, leader's hand and motioned to the Panther clan head's tea house. They walked up the stairs together and entered the small house. Tetsuyo's son followed his father into the house and Sueki closed the door after herself. The Pansasenshi ninjas stationed to protect the meeting place spread out and the Kazekage's guards did so as well. The assembled clan mates, with some people from other clans and the clanless, gathered far at the gate and anxiously peeking into the clan. At the tea house situated a stone throw from the clan head's house in the center of the compound, they mumbled nervously, wondering what was going on inside the hut-like building where the 2 leaders were conversing. They were being kept out of the compound so that no noise would disturb their leader's deliberation. Some of the more eager spectators at the gate notably identified as journalists held up cameras and took snapshots of the tea house that hosted the tea-sharing ceremony of the 2 Kage-level men and their prospective successors. The patrolling ninjas within the compound, a select few that had been specially appointed by the clan head, walked about the interior, keeping a wary eye at everything, including the 4 guards of the Kazekage. These shapeshifters were in their clan variation of the Dark Country Ninja combat uniform, a plain dark purple short-sleeved shirt and pants that reached half of the calf to dark purple ninja sandals. They had on pitch black gown and flak jackets with a clear white kanji for darkness on their backs and pansasenshi on their right chests, their highlight proudly displayed on their foreheads, and they all grasped their respective weapons though while still in their sheaths. The style of the uniform varied from person to sometimes even gender, but it stuck to the combined color code of their clan and their country, black and purple. The compound was empty, besides the respective guards, at the moment. It might have inconvenienced most of those that lived in the main compound, but it was a sacrifice they willingly made for their leader. A full hour later, both Kages left the house and stood at the entrance. Naruto's eyes closed, turning up into a smile as he raised a thick rolled-up scroll. The crowd erupted into rancorous cheers, hooting and whooping at the alliance of the 2 villages. Naruto handed the alliance to Sueki, who would make a perfect copy of it to be given to the Kazekage that very evening. He turned to the man and shook his hand again, using their left hands. He said quietly, to the older shinobi, "Let us have a long and prosperous alliance, Lord Tetsuyo." An unseen smile ghosted over the Kazekage's lips as he shook his now comrade's hand, patting it with his other hand. He replied just as privately, "Yes, and let peace reign between both of our homes." The deal was that Darkness would give Sand a 10 billion Ryu loan to build their fervently planned farm along the border between Suna and the Dark Country. Naruto would provide farmers to teach the Sand people how to fully prepare and maintain their farm, come to their aid when there hasn't been enough rain for the crops. In return, Suna would use a portion of their loan. A portion both leaders agreed to add to discover the oil fields and coal mines speckled around Sunagakure and pump oil, which would be sent to Darkness to be distilled. The subdivisions of the distilled oil would have a fixed price, like petroleum was 1,000 Ryu per barrel, and then the barrels dark distilled would be split between both nations. Suna would sell to whoever it wanted to sell to, and the same for Naruto's country, using their unallied trade agreements with close to half of the continent. All of the profit was recorded and gathered, whereupon Darkness would get a clear 60% and 40% for Suna, which was because the 10% attached to the dark profit was going to Suna, slowly repaying their loan. Until the 10 billion was fully paid, then the sharing ratio would be split evenly, 50-50. Darkness had a 20% stake in the Suna farm, but majority of the power concerning the crops and the produce would be on the Sand Village, even if the farm was very well near Dark Country's border. It wasn't that Naruto would give Suna the 10 billion right away, he didn't have that money yet, so they agreed on 500 million Ryu per year. The coal too was among the things Suna would regularly send to Darkness to cover the loan. Naruto would deploy some builders and ninjas to study the terrain of Suna and construct houses for the Sand Village, and Tetsuyo would send sand tailors and ninjas to Dark to make the Sunagakure brand of durable clothing and footwear. The Sand would also regularly train Naruto's ninjas in the desert to get the Dark assassins more accustomed to fighting in unusual and detrimental environment. The Kazekage refused to share the secrets to the puppet arts, and Naruto refused to share his country's assassination techniques. Medicinal herbs and medics would be sent to Darkness from time to time, and in return, Naruto would add Sunagakure to the Pansasenshi food delivery route, though the price would be a little bit higher than if the delivery was within the country, for obvious reasons. So that the clan of shapeshifters didn't perish on their way to the village, a tarred road was to be built and there will be escorts. Joint missions would be done from time to time to increase the camaraderie between the two close villages, and shops would be set up in both places. A communication tower was going to be built in both locations to facilitate the transfer of information. The engineers of the two ninja nations were going to research ways for them to transfer funds through a wire. At the pervious pleading of the Chueinku clan head, Naruto suggested to Tetsuyo that they establish theater plays and opera houses where sand citizens and dark citizens, though mainly people from the Ink clan, would perform plays. There really wasn't any point to this, but Tetsuyo agreed to it because it would take down the stereotype that people of the sand all had sticks up their asses. There were small details in the agreement, but the main point was that Suna and Dark were going to be allied for a very long time. Not in the alliance, there was going to be a national bank constructed in darkness that foreigners, those strictly allied foreigners, could make accounts. There would be a rigid card system involved. Lady Kamina, clan head of the Chueinku clan, wanted me to invite you to her clan's opera house in the capital, Naruto said, releasing the hand of his newest comrade. If you're not in too much of a rush, would you like to watch the show with me and my student this night? My close friend, Chio, is taking care of my village in my stead. My son and I would gladly accompany you and your student to the show, Tetsuyo said, the now almost permanent undetectable smile on his face as he patted his teenage boy's shoulder with a strong hand. The boy bowed to Naruto, carefully studying the face of the man his father respected so much, and then looking to the white-haired vampire dutifully at Naruto's side. It would be an honor, Lord Naruto. They didn't blink or break eye contact, not until Naruto's eyes twinkled and he said, well, shall we get to the matter at hand? Tetsuyo nodded once. We shall. Naruto released the older, by a few decades, leader's hand and motioned to the Panther clan head's tea house. They walked up the stairs together and entered the small house. Tetsuyo's son followed his father into the house and Sueki closed the door after herself. The Pansasenshi ninjas stationed to protect the meeting place spread out and the Kazekage's guards did so as well. The assembled clan mates, with some people from other clans and the clanless, gathered far at the gate and anxiously peeking into the clan. At the tea house situated a stone throw from the clan head's house in the center of the compound, they mumbled nervously, wondering what was going on inside the hut-like building where the two leaders were conversing. They were being kept out of the compound so that no noise would disturb their leaders' deliberation. Some of the more eager spectators at the gate notably identified as journalists held up cameras and took snapshots of the tea house that hosted the tea-sharing ceremony of the two Kage-level men and their prospective successors. The patrolling ninjas within the compound, a select few that had been specially appointed by the clan head, walked about the interior, keeping a wary eye at everything, including the 4 guards of the Kazekage. These shapeshifters were in their clan variation of the Dark Country Ninja combat uniform, a plain dark purple short-sleeved shirt and pants that reached half of the calf to dark purple ninja sandals. They had on pitch black gown and flak jackets with a clear white kanji for darkness on their backs and pansasenshi on their right chests, their highlight proudly displayed on their foreheads, and they all grasped their respective weapons though while still in their sheaths. The style of the uniform varied from person to sometimes even gender, but it stuck to the combined color code of their clan and their country, black and purple. The compound was empty, besides the respective guards, at the moment. It might have inconvenienced most of those that lived in the main compound, but it was a sacrifice they willingly made for their leader. A full hour later, both Kages left the house and stood at the entrance. Naruto's eyes closed, turning up into a smile as he raised a thick rolled-up scroll. The crowd erupted into rancorous cheers, hooting and whooping at the alliance of the two villages. Naruto handed the alliance to Sueki, who would make a perfect copy of it to be given to the Kazekage that very evening. He turned to the man and shook his hand again, using their left hands. He said quietly, to the older shinobi, "Let us have a long and prosperous alliance, Lord Tetsuyo." An unseen smile ghosted over the Kazekage's lips as he shook his now comrade's hand, patting it with his other hand. He replied just as privately, "Yes, and let peace reign between both of our homes." The deal was that Darkness would give Sand a 10 billion ryu loan to build their fervently planned farm along the border between Suna and the Dark Country. Naruto would provide farmers to teach the Sand people how to fully prepare and maintain their farm, come to their aid when there hasn't been enough rain for the crops. In return, Suna would use a portion of their loan. A portion both leaders agreed to add to discover the oil fields and coal mines speckled around Sunagakure and pump oil, which would be sent to Darkness to be distilled. The subdivisions of the distilled oil would have a fixed price, like petroleum was 1,000 ryu per barrel, and then the barrels dark distilled would be split between both nations. Suna would sell to whoever it wanted to sell to, and the same for Naruto's country, using their unallied trade agreements with close to half of the continent. All of the profit was recorded and gathered, whereupon Darkness would get a clear 60% and 40% for Suna, which was because the 10% attached to the dark profit was going to Suna, slowly repaying their loan. Until the 10 billion was fully paid, then the sharing ratio would be split evenly, 50-50. Darkness had a 20% stake in the Suna farm, but majority of the power concerning the crops and the produce would be on the Sand Village, even if the farm was very well near Dark Country's border. It wasn't that Naruto would give Suna the 10 billion right away, he didn't have that money yet, so they agreed on 500 million ryu per year. The coal too was among the things Suna would regularly send to Darkness to cover the loan. Naruto would deploy some builders and ninjas to study the terrain of Suna and construct houses for the Sand Village, and Tetsuya would send sand tailors and ninjas to Dark to make the Sunagakure brand of durable clothing and footwear. The Sand would also regularly train Naruto's ninjas in the desert to get the Dark assassins more accustomed to fighting in unusual and detrimental environment. The Kazekage refused to share the secrets to the puppet arts, and Naruto refused to share his country's assassination techniques. Medicinal herbs and medics would be sent to Darkness from time to time, and in return, Naruto would add Sunagakure to the Pansasenshi food delivery route, though the price would be a little bit higher than if the delivery was within the country, for obvious reasons. So that the clan of shapeshifters didn't perish on their way to the village, a tarred road was to be built and there will be escorts. Joint missions would be done from time to time to increase the camaraderie between the two close villages, and shops would be set up in both places. A communication tower was going to be built in both locations to facilitate the transfer of information. The engineers of the two ninja nations were going to research ways for them to transfer funds through a wire. At the pervious pleading of the Chueinku clan head, Naruto suggested to Tetsuya that they establish theater plays and opera houses where Sand citizens and Dark citizens, though mainly people from the Ink clan, would perform plays. There really wasn't any point to this, but Tetsuya agreed to it because it would take down the stereotype that people of the Sand all had sticks up their asses. There were small details in the agreement, but the main point was that Suna and Dark were going to be allied for a very long time. Not in the alliance, there was going to be a national bank constructed in Darkness that foreigners, those strictly allied foreigners, could make accounts. There would be a rigid card system involved. Lady Kamina, clan head of the Chueinku clan, wanted me to invite you to her clan's opera house in the capital. Naruto said, releasing the hand of his newest comrade. If you're not in too much of a rush, would you like to watch the show with me and my student this night? My close friend, Chio, is taking care of my village in my stead. My son and I would gladly accompany you and your student to the show. Tetsuya said, the now almost permanent undetectable smile on his face as he patted his teenage boy's shoulder with a strong hand. The boy bowed to Naruto, carefully studying the face of the man his father respected so much, and then looking to the white-haired vampire dutifully at Naruto's side. It would be an honor, Lord Naruto. Naruto clapped his hands together, pleased, and said with a chirpy glint in his blue eyes. Well then, how about we have lunch in the capital and we can talk about other things? Sounds good. Tetsuya said, and they turned, only to stop when one of his guards steadily marched up to them. What is it, Tsukabe? The Sand Kunoichi named Tsukabe didn't look to her Kage but stared straight at Naruto, who held his pleasantly glittering eyes at her approach, not giving away anything. She stopped at the foot of the short stairs leading up to the tea house, her hands to her sides and her eyes blank of emotion. Naruto's right eyebrow twitched. The roots of the great tree. The masked blonde's head slightly tilted to the side as he observed her. I have a message for you, Lord Naruto. From who? The woman licked her lips. From the roots of the great tree. The man felt another twitch of his eyebrow. Ah? Last time we met, I did not give you prior warning before I destroyed what you loved, she said, referring to how Kanzo almost tore Amigakure to irreversible pieces with the internal war between the Akatsuki and the Amikage loyalists. Now, as it has been in the past, all the cards are in my hands. The roots of the great tree are stronger than it has ever been and is getting stronger than anything you will ever be. The woman paused when she felt the clan head for the Panther clan near her from behind, but the man stopped a good 20 feet away at the small shake of the leader of Darkness's head. She continued as the man looked back down at her, his reflective crystal blue eyes emotionless, even as ominous shadows gathered over his face. I will give you one last chance, Ghost, to redeem yourself and save those you love. One chance to stop the bloodshed of your precious people and your precious allies. The woman took off her Suna flak jacket, showing that she had on a row of explosives on her chest. She discarded her Suna hideite to show a powerful explosive tag secured to her forehead. The leader of the dark only looked on with darkening eyes. He pushed Sueki behind him and the Kazekage nudged his son behind him as well. Submit darkness, all its treasures and all its resources to the leaf and you will save yourself and your people from the calamity I will bring you. Naruto remained silent and the woman finished the last line of Danzo's message. I am the author of death and you, ghost, are merely a side character. In the grander scheme of things I am the king and you are less than a pawn. Now, tell me your answer. Naruto, in a display of speed that caught the clan of Panthers by surprise, bolted down in an arc of fast, blazing white lightning, flashed before the woman, exuding choking black smoke in overpowering waves, jammed his right hand into the root Kunoichi's mouth, holding her up off the ground by her lower jaw and glaring death into her eyes. Aok! White foam poured out of her mouth. Naruto spat out a harsh curse. A scream ripped through the air. The suicide bombs went off. Chapter 6. Onion opened his arms wide, his hands spread as far apart as he could. His dull brown eyes flashed red for the quickest of moments. The other orphans around him turned to him in surprise, diverting their attention from the man standing on the podium to him. The bright lighting of the underground room they were herded in shone down on him as black ops pelted to him the very second he lifted up his arms, immediately assuming he meant their doom. Danzo, the one-armed, one-eyed warmonger, in the half-second Onion the orphan raised his arms, saw something he had hoped not to personally encounter until a few years when he would be ready. He saw the power of the darkness. Hidden art, magnificent Kurama portrait, still life painting jutsu. Tick, tock, tick, tock, tick. No one moved as the Kurama clan genjutsu settled over the entire room, freezing all in place. The ninjas that did not have either or both of their feet on the ground fell down in their flying positions, clattering to the ground like porcelain plates. The orphans stood rigidly, frozen in their nervous whispering, hesitant back steps and scared positions. Nothing moved. No one breathed. Onion brought down his arms and pushed through the crowd of immobile children, ages ranged from 4 to 8, until he got to the raised dais Danzo was standing on. The man's position was different. He looked to be about to fully turn around, pointing at where the 7-year-old Kurama orphan had been, roaring as his feet prepared to carry him away. He was fleeing. Well, about to flee. Even for someone as young as Onion, he knew fear when he saw it. You've done well, Onion. A voice echoed in his head. Bring him home. His arms moved up and he said the words that would seal Danzo's fate. You're coming with me. A boy named Onion. First-person POV. 6 months earlier. My name is Orion, but my sister calls me Onion. She says it's because Orion is a boring name. I call her Carrot, she has big front teeth and she wears these large, round glasses. She's blind as a bat if she doesn't have them on. I like teasing her about her teeth though, and Carrot makes fun of my birthmarks. 2 concentric circles on both of my palms, instead of the usual markings normal people have. Maybe that's why she calls me Onion. I don't like my birthmarks though, the other kids give me funny looks. Never Carrot though, she just laughs at me but it's fine. I asked Auntie Umara why I have them and she says it's because it's a sign that I was born to do great, special things. Auntie said that about Carrot too. I like Auntie. She's nice to us. She said she didn't personally know our parents and that she isn't even sure me and Carrot are actually related, but she said that the whole clan is our family. Whenever we feel alone, we always went to Auntie and she warmed us up. Auntie had a daughter about our age and when we came by we sometimes played dollhouse with her but we had to promise Auntie that we won't touch her. I don't know why. There were attendants with us whenever we played. We weren't allowed to live with Auntie and we weren't allowed to visit her every day, that's what the matron said, so we were only allowed to come twice a week to play with Auntie's daughter and hear her stories. The Kurama orphanage was okay, I guess. Auntie didn't want to tell us but I know our parents died when we moved from darkness to Konoha. What she did tell us were stories about the ghost of Dark Country. It always amazed us of what the ghost did and what he was doing in our home country. And the way Auntie would talk about him. It was like she loved him. So we loved him too. Everyone in the clan loved the ghost. There were myths and tales always being told around the clan by older clan mates and Auntie Umara even hosted an old-fashioned puppet show to tell the story of the ghost. Ghost stories, is what we called it. One day me and Carrot met the ghost, and all the stories suddenly felt like lies. The stories said he was a man that knew no fear and didn't hesitate in his movements. He swept death and mayhem into the battlefield while still protected under the shade of the darkness. He moved with the smoke, even in the rain and even in the sweltering heat, and he struck with deadly efficiency. That was the ghost we knew. The ghost we met was different. He wore a mask over his lower face, so all we could see were his gaily bright blue eyes and his messy yellow hair. We couldn't see his mouth but we knew he was smiling. He carried himself easily, walking with a friendly skip in his step, and spoke with them of times he pranked his old friends and how he used to hate teaching Auntie Sue, but then he fell in love with teaching her. His deep voice held warmth, like sitting before a fireplace with a cup of cocoa in your hands and family all around you. We would find out that it wasn't the fabled ghost we were talking to, it was Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto was nice. Me and Carrot could see nothing but kindness and honesty in his eyes, like we were the most important people in the world and he would sacrifice his own life to ensure our safety. We knew this was true, because someone with his kind of eyes couldn't lie to us, and this was the second time we saw someone with honest eyes. Me and Carrot, we loved Lord Naruto. He said that it broke his heart, each and every day, that our clan was stuck in Konoha, and we knew that was true too. He and Auntie Umara were working on it. He also said that it saddened him that we couldn't speak to him somewhere nice and far away from Konoha, mainly because the leaf was watching our border and sneaking us in would be hard. Auntie Umara said that her artwork could trick the village border seals, but it couldn't trick the censors at the country border. Me and Carrot, we didn't mind, just as long as we could talk to Lord Naruto. Lord Naruto was very nice to us. We had to meet him somewhere out of Konoha border, that was where Auntie Umara could take us. She said that she could paint us a clear path to the forest, but the leaf could sense if we painted past the Konoha darkness border. Lord Naruto noticed I had been sitting on my hands for the past hour since we met and my hands were getting numb. "What's wrong with your hands, Onion?" he asked me, and I shook my head. I didn't want him to see my freakish palm marks. He looked at me with a raised eyebrow. "Is it 'cause of your birthmarks?" Shocked, was what I felt, and it increased as his face glowed. "I think they're really cool." He laughed when Carrot leaned to him, clearly fishing for her own compliment. "Your glasses make you look super smart, Carrot." "Thank you." He got up from the stump he was sitting on and knelt down on one knee before me and held out both of his hands. He nodded with a faint smile in his warm eyes, and I placed my hands in his. He turned my hands up and marveled at the circles on my palms. "Give you a few years and you'll be a master of illusions, just like Umara." I couldn't smile wide enough. "Really? Really, really?" Then, I saw some of the light leave his eyes. I wasn't scared he would reject me for my hands, not anymore, I was worried. "What's wrong?" He let go of my hands and looked between me and Carrot. "I don't want to lie to you too, I need your help. Both of you." There wasn't a word in existence that could describe our surprise, it was taking a shock right to our hearts. It couldn't be possible, right? The mighty Lord Naruto needed our help? What could two orphans possibly do to help the most feared village leader in all the world? These questions spun in my head, and Lord Naruto laughed, his nice, short but warmth-saturated laugh, and sat back onto his stump, patting our heads. "A really, really bad man attacked our home 2 days ago. He said he was going to hurt our friends and families if we didn't give Konoha all of darkness." He nodded to our wide-eyed looks. "I don't have any right to ask this of you, and if there was another way I would do it right away." He looked really sad now, almost like the thing he wanted to say was tormenting him, ripping at his conscience. We don't know when he is going to attack again or who he is going to attack. It could be Uzushio, it could be Suna, it could even be your clan. None of our friends and family are safe, and I hate how he thinks he can threaten us, the people of the dark, into being his slaves. Lord Naruto, sir, I cut in, pushing past the horror of interrupting my supreme leader. "What do you want us to do?" The corners of his eyes crinkled. "Before I can tell you your missions, I need to explain some things to you guys." Carrot pushed her large glasses back up her nose. The sounds of forest couldn't bore into our group. Auntie Umara said that she was using a huge painting to mask our presence, and Auntie Sue was watching in case someone wanted to attack. "Onion, you see, your hands are very special. You can cast Jinjutsu from your hands and you don't even need to use hand seals, but," he held up a finger when I looked at my palms, confused. "You need a lot of training. I mean, you haven't even activated your chakra yet. You can still go on this mission though, but I'm going to need you to trust me. I promise I won't hurt you, Onion, neither of you." He looked at us again, his blue eyes searching ours for hesitation or fear. "Do you trust me?" I nodded. "I can't explain exactly what you're going to do, not now, but my student, Sueki, is going to take a small drop of your blood. I'll make sure it doesn't hurt. The best way I can say this is that, she is going to control you, for a little while, I promise, so that we can get that bad man that wants to hurt all our friends." Carrot then asked. What am I going to do, Lord Leader?" He tapped her nose and, funny enough, her face went red. It was funny because she looked like a tomato with orange hair. I wanted to laugh at her. "You, my friend, have another very important job. When Onion here catches that bad man, which I know he will, and an old Uzumaki friend of mine still goes through with something I keep telling him is a bad idea, I want you to make friends with the Uzumaki girl that comes to the village. Her name is Kushina. It's very important that you do this because I know the kids from Konoha won't be very nice to her. A time will come that she will be in a lot of trouble and I might be too far away to help. I want you to be there for her. Can you do that for me, Carrot? Her chest puffed up and she pushed up her glasses again. I'll do it. I know it doesn't sound as cool as Onion's mission, but it really is. My Uzumaki friend is too old-fashioned and he might not listen to reason. The people of Konoha can be very stupid, so I want you to be her friend. I'll tell Kushina all about you so she also knows she's got a buddy in Konoha. Being her friend could save all life on Earth. Carrot nodded. Oh. Normal POV. Naruto had a lot of doubt in the fact that only happiness and love was enough to keep the maliciousness of the Kyuubi at bay, but with the complacency of Konoha citizens, it was the best he could think of to keep Kushina level while in the midst of Konoha's idiocy. The Uzumaki were infamously temperamental, especially the young ones, albeit a few knew how to perfectly control their emotions. Carrot was going to be the one to keep Kushina calm when things went bad for the little redhead. The Kurama clan could help, but Naruto suspected that it would draw suspicion from the Sandaime that the clan that had been forcibly removed from their home was befriending the soon-to-be Kyuubi holder. Happiness and love were emotions that were too muddled in other emotions, hence why Naruto didn't believe in them, but he certainly felt them from time to time. Being calm was something that had never failed the assassin, and it wouldn't fail Carrot either. Carrot's mission might very well be the most important. Naruto had a feeling Torian wouldn't listen to him, like he hadn't been listening numerous times before, when he said that Konoha wasn't going to be a safe place for Kushina to stay in. There weren't that many Uzumaki left in the village, as a shocking majority had left for darkness ages ago, while the rest were still getting their affairs in order or were too deeply rooted to just up and leave. The video of Orochimaru and Tsunade threatening him and attempting to assassinate him hadn't shaken the man, and another video of the suicide bomber, as well as eyewitness testimonies from the Pansasenshi and the Sandaime Kazekage himself, hadn't changed his mind. Naruto had to ask him, he really did. Why can't he, Torian Uzumaki, listen to reason and take the Kyuubi from Konoha? The leaf was certainly not superior to Uzushio, and then darkness would go to the aid of the whirlpool right away. Konoha would be able to do anything, not even with their allies. Torian said that he was an old-fashioned man. He was a man that abided by tradition. He made a blood pact with Hashirama Senju, right after the Shodaime split the 9 beasts and distributed them around the continent to maintain the balance of power, that Uzushio would entrust them with the Kyuubi on the grounds that the leaf indeed maintained peace and didn't start any wars. This blood contract was born from the shared ancestry of the Uzumaki and the Senju, the obligatory trust they had for one another. As long as Torian was alive, as long as there were Senju in Konoha, and as long as the leaf didn't start or spark any war, then the Kyuubi would stay with them. Naruto wasn't too keen on killing Torian. The 2 videos of the attempted assassinations could be classified under the leaf starting a war, but Torian didn't feel it was. What the Uzukage did though was to sever their military and trade alliance with Konoha. That was enough for Naruto, for now anyway. Naruto called Torian's resolve and their alliance into question, and the old Kage, behaving like a petulant child, wasn't talking to Naruto. Naruto took it upon himself to ensure Kushina's safety. Really stupid reason, Torian. Sensei? Ah yes, Naruto shook himself out from the short flashback of his conversation with Torian and faced his students. Umara and the Kurama children are now safely in the village. As far as I know, they are undetected and unsuspected. She was sitting on a tree branch with her legs crossed and her hands folded together into a snake hand seal. Her eyes were closed in deep concentration. Movement to the Konoha orphanage is now underway. Onion could still see, hear and talk, but his body wasn't his to control anymore. It was Suiki's. They had to shave his head completely bald, to remove all trace that he was a Kurama clan member, and cover his bald head with a black and white beanie Naruto had gifted the boy as an apology for taking away his hair. The boy was very brave. Umara had been able to do some light espionage work and discovered that Danzo, even as an elder of the village and an advisor to the Hokage, was seldom ever seen and his location was hardly ever known. Then there were the bi-yearly disappearance of orphans from the village's orphanage that had gone unreported by the matron. Even though it had long since been proven that Danzo led an underground, fairly independent army of ninjas called the Roots of the Great Tree or Root, it was still far-fetched to tie the secret Black Ops to the unreported Konoha orphan disappearances. The Kurama clan had proposed to Naruto that it was their best chance of finding Danzo. Onion was to infiltrate the orphanage and wait patiently until the next wave of disappearances. Carrot was heartbroken to hear that she wouldn't be able to see or speak to her brother until about 6 months. Though she patiently waited for Kushina to arrive, Umara was teaching her how to write letters so that she and Kushina would be pen pals until 6 days later, which was when the little redhead would be in Konoha. For now, until they could get to Danzo, Naruto ordered his ninjas to be wary. Constant vigilance. They set up a system in which if Darkness and any of its allies were to go on joint missions or any other association with each other, there would be a different word every day to signify that they were the real person and not a rude imposter. The leader of the team, whether Suna, Darkness, or any other new alliance, would inform his team of the chain of words for the week, though this was after they had rigorously drilled them with questions to confirm their identity. Naruto didn't want his shinobi to distrust each other, so to celebrate a successful mission above B rank they would get a free coupon to eat out at any Pansasenshi restaurant as a team. Naruto had taken permission from Daikaharu, the shapeshifter clan head, and had said that the bill for each dinner would be on him. In spite of the looming threat, the leader of the Dark tried his possible best to maintain normalcy to keep his people calm. Even as the effort to maintain the hidden art, demon blood release, blood puppet bond jutsu with Onion in Konoha was evident on Suiki's face, she was adamant that she didn't want any other person to serve as his assistant. She'd be damned if she let some floozy get close to her man. Oh. Onion was a strange boy. He often sat alone and, from what the other kids could see, he spoke to himself in murmured, subdued tones. Then they found out his real name and his birthmarks. They made fun of him, teased him, pushed him around, humiliated him. They bullied him. The best the little Kurama boy could do was run as fast as he could and hide in the smallest, most inaccessible corner he could find. Suiki had ceded control of his body to him but was a lingering phantom in his mind, her reason being that they didn't know how long till the next wave of disappearances, so she wanted to conserve her chakra until it was direly needed. Onion ran from them with his own power, which was very little for a bald child of 7 years old. Fighting them would draw attention to him and, in his mind, it would jeopardize the mission Lord Naruto had entrusted him with. A month of nothing but enduring the Konoha orphans and its severely understaffed, mostly neglected facilities, and Suiki resurfaced in the back of his mind and told him that the leader wanted her, Suiki, to teach him, Onion, how to meditate. He wanted his student to teach the lonely orphan how to create his own mindscape and how to build his memory stores. Brain exercises, is what she called them. During each lesson, he used every chance he could to talk to her. Auntie Sue? Yes. What is Lord Naruto doing now? Having lunch with the Mizukage. She was currently eating a small scone and Naruto and the older Kage were subtly scarfing down their turkey sandwiches. Mizu, Kage? The leader of Hidden Mist. Oh. He went back to focusing on his meditation, mentally carrying small building blocks to fortify his mind and develop his mindscape. He cleared his throat and the voice of his mentor asked. What is it? Why is Lord Naruto having lunch with the Lord Mizukage? Suiki felt somewhat pleased the boy had caught on, knowing the proper way to address the Mist Kage. They're discussing a yearly genin tournament between Darkness, Kiri and Suna. To train up their genin and increase cooperation. Suna and Kiri weren't allied but they could set aside any differences they had for the betterment of their budding ninjas. At the moment, Kiri wants to host the Genin Chunin exams in their village and Naruto-sensei thinks it would be a good idea. Our comrades in Darkness could learn a lot from fighting in an environment of low visibility like Mist. She stopped herself when she felt like her big words were confusing him. It'll make our home stronger, Onion. Dark Country's alliance with Hidden Mist was more focused on the mutual advancements of their ninjas in joint missions and joint training assignments. It looked a bit shaky at first but Genjutsu Hozuki was sincere in his intentions that he wanted a relationship with his comrade in the subtle arts. Focus on your meditation, Onion. Oh. Something's wrong. Suiki said aloud to the Kurama boy. What's wrong? The boy turned over in his ratty, paper-thin bed, curling up into a ball and nursing a bruised rib. Nothin', he felt the mental projection of his vampire mentor sitting behind him on the edge of another overused bed. The white-haired lady crossed her right leg over her left and her burning red eyes bored into the back of his head, silent and patient. The boy huffed, groaning weakly as his rib throbbed. I'm hungry. The woman only he could see and feel swept her eyes over his thin form. Why didn't you say anything? I can send Umara a message to leave behind food somewhere for you to find from time to time. I can go and steal an orange. He mumbled into his knees. I don't want Lord Naruto or Auntie Umara worrying about me. The vampire's eyes softened fractionally and her lips turned down unnoticeably. No, we worry about you because it's our job worry about you. The boy remained silent. None of us want to see a child beg or steal when he doesn't have to, not especially if it's a child of Darkness and we can do something about it. Never again. The boy grumbled again, unmoving. Suiki, or at least the mental projection of her, sighed quietly. Why are you being stubborn, Onion? I want to show, Leader Naruto that I can be strong too, I don't want handouts. Technically, they're not handouts, they're rewards for your perseverance and hard work. It's the very least we can do to help. Leader Naruto is already too busy with home and Auntie Umara is still blocking the Hokage. He relished in his mentor's impressed shock. I'm a kid, I'm not deaf. I hear things too. The Hokage had been having numerous talks with the Kurama clan head on introducing them into the Konoha ninja force, but, since Naruto hadn't notified her to do so, she had been sending the proud Kage back each and every time. I want to be a super ninja like Lord Naruto. I want to look after myself. The image of the white-haired lady stood up and sat down behind the boy, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, something his mind felt but not his body, and she said, "How about this? Umara makes you breakfast and dinner and hides them. Some days, not every day. All you have to do is find them." She rolled her eyes at the unasked question. "I'll give you clues and it won't be too hard. You're a kid, you're not stupid. Deal?" Onion turned around and looked at her invisible form. "Deal." Oh. 30 days later. What is leader doing now, Auntie Sue? The response took a little while to come back. Meeting the Kazekage in the Suna farm. She bent down on one knee before Naruto, placing a hand over her heart and looking down as Naruto looked around at the neatly arranged corpses. The bad man sent his rats to burn it down. Onion screeched to a halt, almost crashing into the back of another orphan as they sluggishly moved along their supper line. The bigger boy glared at the small Kurama over his shoulder, promising a painful beating later. "Is everything okay?" "Yes, I handled it with the Suna shinobi." Coincidentally, the day Naruto had set aside to visit was the day the root ninjas had tried to burn the far down. Sensei isn't happy. Naruto's blue eyes burned as they looked over the laid-down carcasses as they lit on fire by themselves, no doubt from a seal to ensure no evidence remained. The farm wasn't seriously damaged, only half of the corn was raised down before the sand ninjas swept in with Suiki and 2 Gato shinobi assigned to escort their leader. The matter had been dealt with, but it raised the issue of the farm's security. Onion felt a jab to his lower back and he stumbled forward on the line, raising his metal plate up and wincing at the slop the matron slapped onto his plate. He looked down at it with a well-hidden scowl, wrinkled his nose and turned away to find a table. The mumbling of the mess hall covered his silent words. "I saw some strange people talking to matron this morning." "Strange how?" "They kept saying that they'll need more feet in 3 months. He said, we've lost too many feet." Suiki gave this information to Naruto. "Sensei wants to know if you remember any of their faces." "I remember one, he had black goggles, a black coat. I couldn't see his mouth 'cause of his collar. He had brown hair. He didn't talk much." She relayed this to Naruto and they both reached the same conclusion. "Aburame. He didn't have their clan symbol on him though." He reluctantly added. "Root. Good work, Onion. We'll get Umara to track him down." What if we can't find him? Should I have followed him? Did I mess up?" A smile ghosted over Suiki's lips. "No, you did really well. It's good you didn't follow him. Keep your eyes open and your ears on the ground." "Roger." Onion slowly looked up as a shadow loomed over his shoulder. 3 large teens sat down before him and large, meaty hands clamped down on his shoulders. "Sup, weirdo." Onion sighed and handed them his evening slop. "There goes dinner." Oh. 1 month later. Suiki had confirmed, after taking the tiniest drop of the daimyo's blood, that the man had died of natural causes. No poison, not even an undetectable one. The vampire would know if there was foul play at work. Naruto was at least glad the old daimyo had died peacefully on his bed, surrounded by his family. Naruto placed his hand on the old man's coffin and closed his eyes, offering a short prayer that the man was content wherever he was now. "Thank you for coming, Naruto," Kawasatoru said from the Dark Leader's side. "It would have meant a lot to my father. Lord Abumi was a good friend of mine. I would have come no matter what." He patted the grieving young man's shoulder with a strong, stable hand. The prospective river daimyo nodded solemnly, looking down at the casket his father was in. Dash. Naruto shook his head and a gentle light entered his bright blue orbs. "Your father died a happy man, Kawa." The man rubbed his eyes with the back of his forearms and nodded, thanking the Dark Leader from the very bottom of his heart. They turned to a small group of black-clothed mourners nearing them. Naruto removed his hand from the new daimyo's shoulder and bowed slightly to the late daimyo's wife. "My condolences, madam." The woman dabbed her eyes with her handkerchief and gave him a watery smile. "My husband thought so highly of you, Lord Naruto." Naruto bowed again, now in acknowledgement. The woman ushered forward her 3 other children, introducing them to the leader of the Dark. Naruto shook their hands, even as they made to bow deeply to him. One of the widow's children brought forward her own kids, and the tiny boy and girl bowed politely to the tall masked man. Naruto familiarly ruffled their hair, his eyes glowing with happiness as they giggled. Sueki stood to one side, after she had gone through her own round of intros to the late daimyo's family, watching as her teacher chatted with them, leading them away from the coffin and trying his possible best to take their minds off their sorrow. Sensei is very special. Yes. Onion agreed. He has two faces, but he wasn't two-faced. A face for his friends and another face for his enemies. Has anything happened since? No, it seems the bad man is laying low again after he failed to burn the Suna farm. She murmured. Our allies have tightened their borders and our home is blocking all known and unknown holes. It'll only take someone of Sensei's skill to break in. It was another way of saying that only an active kami would break Dark Country's ranks. Within the Dark Country, the shinobi of clans and the clanless were mingling more and more during missions. The Panther clan, the Chueinku clan and the Wasp clan usually made up ninja squads, for their abilities complemented one another. The three clans were assigned tracking, capture and retrieval missions. The Gato and Hogo made up the country's defense corps/police force, mostly remaining in or around the country for their defense-based skills, and the Smoke clan accompanied them on missions outside the country. The three clans, ability-wise, could shift from powerhouse to infiltration. The clanless were speckled within each team from time to time, but most of the clanless chose to function as soldiers in Dark Country's defense corps, the police force or the rapidly growing BLAK. The defense corps and the police worked hand in hand because their roles were every much the same, except the police maintained order, investigated crimes and detained criminals, while situations that were too much for the police were given to the defense corps, like prospective or suspected invasion, major crimes like terrorism and anything that couldn't be handled by the police. The Defense Corps was the oldest of the three organizations in the country. Matter of fact, Naruto had personally set it up during the re-education and rehabilitation phase to ensure internal and external security. The rise of low-level crime became apparent, mostly from delinquents that hadn't gotten over the Civil War, and the Corps became swamped with the small crimes as well as the large crimes. So Naruto established the police force. Naruto finally created BLAK when it became obvious that, as other non-allied nations and villages were taking notice of the mission success rate of his ninjas, more high classes, dangerous missions flood in, and this was also taking into account the share of missions from Suna and Whirlpool. A good majority of escort or retrieval missions from River alone was B-class at least. Naruto's country, now in their 7th year after the Civil War, had an abundance of mission requests and a long list of loyal clients that trusted no one but Dark Shinobi to accomplish. Naruto gave a fair portion to Suna and Kiri, only those clients that didn't specify in their mission. BLAK was an idea that had been manifested roughly earlier that year, after Naruto returned from Uzushio. It had been going around the upper ranks of the country's ninja force for years, a ninja association that performed covert and deadly missions that were mainly in the S to SS rank category. The idea had been pitched to Naruto from time to time, but the country never had enough to completely sustain them, not until Whirlpool agreed to the alliance. BLAK was a force that worked deeper in the shadows of the country, running about on missions and protecting their home for any perceived threat. Their level of professionalism and secrecy couldn't be emphasized enough. They were the shadows in a country of assassins. That's saying something. Naruto was having a large hidden base built by the very same BLAK shinobi and kunoichi somewhere in the wide expanse of the dark forest, increasing the level of secrecy. BLAK was a force of dark ninjas that were deathly loyal to Naruto, dare say more so than normal dark ninjas. In Naruto's shinobi and civilian council meeting, he had offered them a chance to select who they wanted to command the BLAK forces. They returned a week later with Sueki's name. Ketsueki Sakanomi, also known as Blood, the Vampire Empress, was immediately given the title of BLAK commander. She still wished to be Naruto's assistant, but on days she was too swamped with missions and mission reports, she would appoint a subordinate of hers to serve Naruto for the time being. The vampire could take credit for being an active force in preventing 8 separate attempts from Danzo to ruin darkness, all through Naruto's BLAK ninjas. The Defense Corps took credit for 5 attempts and Naruto's main ninja force, while on missions to allied nations, prevented 4. The usually composed vampire scoffed. Author of Death my ass. What about Auntie Umara finding that Aburame? It led nowhere. But in her defense, she isn't the tracker kind. They could get a Panther clan team into Konoha, or maybe a Wasp manipulating team, but only when the Ink clan had come up with a seal to silently bypass the Leaf's border seals. Umara had been able to do that for Onion and Carrot because their chakra cores were small and ignorable. Oh. A week later. Onion bent down into a trash can and looked through, picking out an old worn-out booklet on safe sex. He gave it one look and threw it over his shoulder, digging through the trash again. How is Carrot, Auntie Sue? The waste bins of the red light district always bore some sort of surprise. She is with Kushina and Mito. Is she okay? She misses you too, Onion. Oh. 2 months later. 11:59 p.m. 6th Annual Historical Art Exhibition. Eastern Region. Dark Country. The assembled band played soft music as people of all walks of life Dark Country Clan, Clanless, Uzumaki, Suna, River and Kiri milled around the massive Chueinku Museum, marveling at the paintings on the wall and the few recovered pieces of clothing excavated some months ago, dated a few hundred years ago and proven to have been used by older members of the Ink clan, as well as the Hogo clan, when the Dark and Light release user that unified the country. Naruto, wearing full dark leader robes and half mask, minus the hat, slowly moved with his hands behind his back and a reflective gaze in his eyes as he looked over the paintings hung on the walls of the immaculately white museum. The Chueinku clan head walked beside her leader, pointing at some paintings and giving a short summary of their history or suspected history as Naruto listened attentively. Amara was a petite lady with straight lime green hair that gradually turned white at the tips, reaching down to her lower back and fringed over her forehead. She was pale with delicate, aristocratic features, a sharp nose, small black painted lips, black eye-lined, lime green eyes. She was in a knee-length black dress with white and black striped leggings going down into black ballet flats. Her last physical feature was something she shared in common with the rest of her clan. She had a pair of 3.5-inch horns sprouted out from both sides of her temples, pointed upwards. All of the members of the Ink clan, ninja or civilian, clan bloodline or not, carried their heads up with pride at the distinguishing feature. A/N, think Kagaya Otsutsuki's horns and how they're positioned. Naruto wasn't sure why Sueki or her parents didn't have horns, maybe it had to do with her controlling blood instead of ink. Naruto nodded with furrowed eyebrows as the duo walked to another painting. Sueki was nowhere to be seen at the moment, but the white-haired vampire had discreetly entrusted her teacher into her clan head's care, after the goth ink user had sworn on her eternal soul not to make any advances on Naruto. Amara motioned at the next painting, making sure not to touch the surface with her thin fingers. It was simply an oil painting of the sun rising over calm blue and white water. There was a fleet of boats on the water sailing towards the sun from all sides. This is the first known Kurama painting in existence, dated all the way back before the country was founded. Amara said in a low voice. All the records my clan mates were able to find were that this was some years before the Kurama curse. I think it symbolizes the Kurama clan's migration from the west towards the east and onto the continent, their search for a new beginning and their hope for a new future. Naruto scratched his chin, asking. Why did he use oil? Right, because the Kurama people now use anything but oil. She shrugged. That, Lord Naruto, I'm not sure of. What I'm sure of is that this is the only Kurama oil painting in existence. Other oil works might have been lost. I suspect it's from the first Kurama clan head. Amara was the youngest clan head in Naruto's council. She was in her late 20s, and this was because during the movement of the Kurama clan from Dark Country to Konoha, her mother had been killed. Even if she didn't look like it, she was the most enthusiastic to prove herself, as she was the youngest in a group of veterans. Her combat experience had been during the Civil War, but with how blood that had been, it was more than enough experience. We excavated it from the Southern Sea. It was in a chest of other paintings. If you turn the painting around, there is an ancient inscription Umara translated for me a while ago that says that only one with Kurama blood can unlock the secrets of the oil. Naruto chuckled. Cryptic. The woman smirked and jabbed his side, ushering him to another archaic piece of artwork, this one from ancient Chueinku recovered just last week from a newly discovered cave within the Ink clan's eastern territory. If you think this is cryptic, then you're gonna love this dash. Sueki came in abruptly and Naruto leaned down as she tilted her head up and whispered into his ear. It's happening. Right now, she nodded. He stood back and his eyes turned up. You remember the jutsu, right? She nodded again, recalling the privately trusted hidden Kurama clan jutsu. She was not to mention it to anyone and it shouldn't be used by her on any other occasion. The essence of sharing the two techniques is for the mission. Clan techniques were extremely protected, comrade or not. Konoha to darkness, at a leisurely, civilian pace, was exactly 4 hours 40 minutes, but a ninja could slash that down to 1 hour 30 minutes. Wait for your opportunity and then throw up that genjutsu. I don't want Onion wasting away his chakra. Make sure they take their time coming here, but no Leaf Ninja is to see them leave. He quietly ordered his student. Hi, sensei. I'll have Umara cover their exit. The Defense Corps can draw away the sensors from the border. Misdirection was an important class being taught in the Dark Country's Shinobi Academy. Any ninja, or assassin, worth his salt should know the bare basics of misdirecting an opponent without using too much if any chakra. The Kurama clan head was knowledgeable in this, even if her painting art used chakra. They'll be here in a few hours. Naruto apologized to the mildly confused clan head and left the art exhibit. Oh. About the same time. Somewhere underground. Konoha. It was all a blur of color and motion. They were shaken awake by their matron and herded out of the orphanage into a tunnel under her office desk. He barely had enough time to grab his beanie and hide his freshly scraped bald head. Some strange, harsh voices they haven't ever heard before yelled at them to keep moving, bellowing at any child that was unfortunate enough to trip onto the ground from the lack of visibility and congestion of the subterranean tunnel. They couldn't see anything. They could only move forward. Then the black started moving at the end of the tunnel and they saw many men and women in black combat clothes, featureless white masks and holding the handles of sheathed blades. Their empty, hollow eyes bared down on them and the less of heart fainted from the thick tension. Onion helped a sobbing girl, no older than a toddler, back to her feet, supporting her with his hand until her older brother pushed to where they were and took her out of his hands with a silent, begrudgingly thankful look. Onion didn't see it though, his eyes were fixed firmly on each and every root ninja staring at them from each side of the widening tunnel, standing like statues. The Kurama kid tried his best to control his breathing, keeping his mind from falling into fear by squeezing his hands, opening and closing them, slipping back and forth from his mindscape to reality, somewhat faltering in his step from each unseen movement. This was it. It was really happening. They entered a large, oval domed room at the end of the hall with a high wooden stage with a podium on top. There were doors to their left, to their right and behind the stage, and of course the one they were herded through. A man walked out and stood behind the podium. He had an X mark on his chin, bandages covering the upper right side of his face. He was in a robe and his right arm, or apparent lack apparently, was completely hidden while his left held the top of the podium. He looked down at them with eyes devoid of emotion and some of the children shuffled from him, or at least tried to, for the door behind them was jammed shut. White-masked ninjas lined the walls. No one dared speak. Children of the Leaf, Danzo began, his voice loud and deep, echoing in the deathly silent room. He surveyed them again, subtly nodding to himself. I am Danzo Shimura and from now on I will be your one true master. My dedication is to the Leaf, your allegiance and dedication is to me. Until the end of your training you are nothing but filth, impure iron that will be bathed with the flames of hell that will ready you for the world you will be tasked to save. You will all be conditioned to look only to me for salvation, for I am the only one that can save this wretched world from impending devastation. You will all be fashioned into the finest tools, the sharpest and swiftest of weapons. My tools. He slammed his fist down onto the pedestal, narrowing his eyes at the whimpering children. He then stood back and sniffed. For those that perish in the course of your training are not worthy to be referred to as my tools. Those that fall back, stumble, fail me in any way, will be promptly disposed of. His fist cracked. Service to me is eternal. Your life and death are mine. Your souls are mine. For the sake of maintaining peace on Konoha, your all is mine. The corner of his lips twitched up at the fearful gaze of the children. He looked through them again, skimming over each face, then he stopped at one. One looked back at him, his dull brown eyes glazed over with tears and emotions he knew all too well. Anger. Rage. Wrath. Danzo took this all in within the split second the emotions surfaced. Then the man blinked and he saw none of those emotions again, only an empty gaze. The emptiness of the boy's brown were bottomless. Almost like the void in the eyes of the person that had crippled him. Oh void. Fuck. The boy lifted his arms and he swiveled on his heel. The air warbled and shifted, the colorless world he had created changed to bright colors, bright red, neon green, light yellow, and more eye-piercing shades. His body failed him, adamantly refusing to move as he saw his skin turn a childish pink and his dark brown clothes shift to bright orange. The people around him were no less affected by the illusion. His ninjas were in pink and green gear, the children had inhuman-colored skin and the air itself was a serene shade of blue. It could only be a Kurama illusion. The clan of painters had an illusionary Kekai Genkai that he had not had the opportunity to steal and study. Kai, his voice rang around but he didn't feel his lips move. Kai. He needed to get out of here. He needed to get away from that brat. Kai. Kai. Kai, his voice rattled around in his head. His chakra felt like thin water, slipping from between his fingers as he dipped his hands into his chakra pool to push away the bloodline illusion. Kai dash. The boy slipped into his line of sight, the only one with normal skin in the room, and he said, "You're coming with me." The boy stood on his toes and his hand, his ring palm, touched his face. Foreign chakra flooded into his body and he bent down, picking the boy up and slinging him onto his back, piggyback ride. Where are you taking me? Danzo grunted, moving through the room of colorfully painted statues. To your filthy pig lord? Shush. Onion hissed and the man's tongue lost its strength. His ninjas, the ones outside and not frozen in time, stared at him as he carried the boy on his back, passing them. He tried to yell for them to attack but, like before, he couldn't speak. Return to your quarters. Now! Onion yelled, not sure if it was him speaking or Auntie Sue. The ninjas followed his order. Danzo then realized something. He was the one that made the order. How did this genjutsu even work? His perception was distorted, his reality was warped, his limbs betrayed him and his chakra left him. There was a reason Naruto had chosen Onion. Not only for the obvious reason that his clan, the Kurama clan, were already inside Konoha, but because of his hands and his unique even for a Kurama chakra. It was a long story, the short form being that the man that had sealed Mania into the demon's very first holder, an uncountable number of years later, performed a long-lost forbidden technique to loop back his chakra and his power back into his clan to ensure that Mania, the wrathful demon cursed on his people, would always have an adversary that would battle it into submission and seal it back. In essence, Onion was the reincarnation of the first Kurama clan head. Mania was too much of a threat to his clan and to all of humanity to not have a semi-reliable countermeasure to combat it. If it meant his soul and his chakra not finding eternal rest, then he would have done it again and again. Even if Onion didn't know it and he didn't know the extent of his abilities, he was the best candidate to subdue the thorn that was Danzo before said thorn could become a bigger problem. It was because of the power of the Kurama clan, not just the first clan head, that they had been cursed. Umara whipped out an average-sized canvas and, with a few elaborate strokes, she drew the attention of the guards from their post and into the village as Danzo and Onion passed them, quickly dipping into a run into the dense forest. The current clan head often told Onion, Carrot and her daughter the story behind the Kurama curse. Onion's mind went to it as they blazed towards darkness, under the shade and protection of the night. Umara stayed back to erase the presence of her genjutsu from the environment. Before the Kurama clan had their first head, some records say that the first community of them were born from an angel of Kami that had been combating Mania. After winning the annual bout, the angel fell in love with a human male and she defied Kami by staying on Earth for an extra day, giving birth to 20 children with orange hair and brown eyes. This was seen to be the stretched fairy tale portion of their history, for no one was 100% sure about it. The Kurama father ran away and drowned himself as his lover went back to heaven, and his 20 children increased in number, not having a true head, until they set out on a fleet of boats to the elemental continent. They settled into where was presently the and finally selected a man to lead them, but Kami noticed their existence and deemed them a threat to her heavenly rule because of the part angel blood pulsing through their bodies, so the goddess convinced her sister, Yami, to send Mania to wipe them out. The first time, the clan head won and sent the beast away, then Mania came back stronger. Each time, it came back stronger and stronger. It became too much for the man and he sealed the beast into his eldest daughter, dying soon after from exhaustion but only having the power to loop his chakra back into the clan after his death, doggedly appointing the current holder to carefully watch Mania. The man was reputed to being so powerful that he had the ability to turn his paintings into reality, and not an illusion. Those of his direct lineage had power similar to his, and even if Onion was not of the first clan head's direct blood, he was still chosen to host his chakra. The Kurama curse was Kami's way of limiting the Limitless clan. They had to be within a certain distance of the holder of the beast or else it would wake up and escape its seal prison. They couldn't physically touch the holder or the beast would wake up. The holder always became sickly, someone that needed constant attention, making it much harder for the clan to cater for him or her. A man made entirely out clay rumbled past the Danzo puppet and Onion, a Gato clan shinobi, and flashed through 10 hand seals. The ground under Danzo caved under him and he continued his mad speed under the earth. They heard frantic feet passing over them, though none ever turned their attention to the two people running under the earth. Take them into their country, a voice above buzzed, nearly muted. Lady Swakey wants this done quietly. There was a worrying thud from above. Stubborn little shit, huh? A round of muffled laughter went round. Misdirection successful. Someone else said, another Gato ninja, this one a dark-skinned kunoichi. The lower half of her body was melded with the ground, made completely out of clay, and the upper half was saluting to who could be identified as her superior in rank. They chased the clay clone into some moshi sinkholes. Did you dash? Hi, I gave them the injections and healed the holes. They won't remember anything and they'll test positive for drugs. The ground Danzo was blazing over slowly sloped upwards, taking him out of the ground and into Dark Country's border. Teams 2 and 4, go and observe them. The rest of you, back to home base. Four Gato ninjas, now in their human forms, ran with him in a 4-point formation, stopping only for Danzo and Onion to push open the door leading into a different sentry building than the one Naruto met Orochimaru and Tsunade in. "Well done, Onion," Naruto said, sitting behind a rectangular table. He was leaning back and he wasn't in his leader's robe or hat but his normal shinobi uniform, a dark gray short-sleeved shirt that showed strange-looking black lines on his arms and black pants with ninja boots. His forehead protector was on his temple and over his torso was a black jounin flak jacket. There was a ninjato on one side of the table and a set of kunai and shuriken on another side. Sueki came by and helped Onion off the warmonger's back, gently setting him down onto the ground and patting his head with a phantom smile sparking from her crimson orbs. "I'm really proud of you." The vampire directed the one-eyed man into the seat opposite the leader of the dark. "Please, get him something to eat, Sue. He's done a really good thing this night," the masked man said with his blue eyes beaming at the boy. Onion felt his chest swell with pride. "You can take down that genjutsu now, I've got this." The haze over Danzo's face lifted and he was about to flip out of his chair, but a rope of smoke whipped from under the table and slammed him back down. Sueki grabbed Onion by his shoulder, the boy being mystified by his idol's effortless use of his unique bloodline. She turned him around, making sure to use her body to block his view of the leader and his captive. The man-student too wasn't in a cloak but in a long-sleeved dark red shirt and black ninja pants that stopped above her ankle like Naruto's with red ninja sandals, instead of the ballet slippers Kunoichi and her clan mates mostly wore. "Let me show you something cool, Onion," Sueki said down to him, a tiny smirk etched on a corner of her lips. She lightly clicked the door shut, suddenly sapping out more of the light and leaving just a faintly shining bulb above them. Naruto studied the glaring Konoha ninja in silence. Then he hummed pleasantly and flicked his fingers at each corner of the room, pointing at small black wisps hovering there. "Those are thunder clouds but they do more than just shock. It'll be in your best interests not to do something you'll regret, Danzo." He saw the man place his hands flat on the table, twitching to either his ninjato or his other ninja weapons, and he smiled again. "You were so far down my list of priorities. I almost even forgot about you." The masked man leaned forward on his elbows and whispered. "Lord Author of Death, you fell before you could truly find your feet in your oh-so-scary threat. It would have been best if you had remained in hiding. The Hokage was smart enough to stop bothering me, haven't you wondered why?" The man snarled slightly. "What do you want, brat?" The blonde tapped Danzo's forehead, an action that made the man snarl fiercer. "Everything in there. I'll never talk. They all do eventually. Not you. I don't need you to talk." Naruto sat back again, saying, "I'm guessing that since you haven't killed yourself already, you don't have a cyanide pill on you or you have too much going on to simply kill yourself." He nodded to his weapons. "Like I said, I don't exactly need you to talk, Danzo. A few interrogation methods come to mind but I've got something better." His right hand went to his mask and he clicked it off, slowly lowering it and gently dropping it on the table. Danzo's eyes widened at what he saw. "Are you ready to let me in?" An hour later, the door opened and Danzo stepped out. They heard their leader's voice from inside, telling his subordinates as they surrounded the one-eyed war hawk. "He can go." A small smirk flashed onto Danzo's face. Chapter 7. Hidden Art, Smoke Release, Smoke Demon Possession Clone Jutsu. The world changed around them. He was on his feet in a field of burnt black earth and burning, festering vegetation. The sky was light gray and the moon was pitch black. Wispy white clouds floated before the dark moon, casting ominous light down onto what the one-eyed warmonger could only guess was a field in the underworld. The demonic world shifted and Naruto warped before him, standing 3 feet away from him. The leader's cerulean eyes glowed darkly. The ghost had no skin on his lower jaw. It looked like the skin there, and the skin just under his nose, shrunk and dried up, revealing a horrifying set of wide, serrated, pearly white teeth that seemed to be permanently grinning, curved up at the edges. The shark-like teeth of the dark leader creaked as he laughed lowly in a demonically deep voice, opening and closing in ways that could have killed any other man's. Choking black smoke billowed from and around Naruto's gnarly maw. Danzo felt dread. For the third time in his whole life, he felt the painful, soul-churning heaviness grow deep down in the pit of his stomach, blocking air from entering his lungs and rendering his limbs unable to move. 2 of those times were caused by the same man or beast that stood before him. He didn't know when he had crumpled down onto his knees and he was staring straight up at the terror-inducing assassin, looking into the killer's demented, merciless blue eyes as the orbs darkened and Naruto grabbed Danzo by his neck, forcing the older man's head further back. Then Naruto's jaws creaked open and he roared. Smoke surged out from Naruto's chilling maw, bathing the one-eyed war hawk and pouring all over the man's body, curling over his face and over his body. Some wisps of smoke seeped into Danzo's mouth and more followed, tunneling through his throat and spreading into both of his lungs. The smoke that hadn't entered Danzo's mouth and nose slithered over his body, sinking into his pores and fastening into each and every cell in his body. The smoke stopped pouring from the ghost's mouth and the assassin stared down at the older man, who was looking back up at him with gaping mouth and wide, horrified brown eyes. Black bled into Danzo's eyes and Naruto chuckled demonically. I almost feel sorry for you, Danzo. Black blood ran down the corners of the downed man's eyes and his ears, and he began trembling, shaking vigorously as the Foley went into effect. Naruto's head stayed firm around Danzo's neck and his evil blue eyes maintained eye contact through it all. This is a very painful way to die. Do you know why? The smoke billowing from Naruto's upper jaw, masking the nothing of his lower jaw. It takes quite some time before you are allowed to die. Strong wind began blowing and haunting screams whistled. You can hear your comrades now. The first thing to go was Danzo's chakra core. The smoke would soak through the 7 main tenketsu of the War Hawk's body, breaking them down and piecing them back together, this time with it as its sole controller. It would rush to the heart and, at that point, Danzo would not be able to do anything. Not like he ever could in the first place. The smoke demon possession clone rushing through Danzo's body would gradually, clinically, soak through all of his muscles, dig into his organs and attack all of his cells, dominating his entire system. The smoke would travel into his head, creating deadly pockets of smoke and leaching into both sides of his brain, scorching and charring his brain cells and negating any brain activity altogether in Danzo's head with Naruto's powerful lightning release tripling the effect of his smoke. The lightning in Naruto's lightning water smoke would make the Danzo's brain shrivel up into a small stone, filling his head with the smoke so his shrunken brain would remain suspended and perpetually attacked. The smoke would slowly, carefully, hollow out Danzo's bones, oozing through them and drying up the blood and bone marrow. The bone itself would stay strong but it would be completely and utterly saturated by Naruto's smoke. The best way to describe using the jutsu was that Naruto was gently putting on a t-shirt and a pair of pants that, if he wore them too quickly, would tear into shreds. It was painful all the same. Well, for Danzo. It was excruciating. Human logic and understanding couldn't even begin to describe the universe of agony Danzo was in. Naruto laughed, this time calmer and yet no less saturated with evil intent. Danzo didn't know when he fell back into his chair, the table between them zoomed back in place and the weapons fell down from the sky, setting themselves back in their normal place. The black charred floor rippled and flipped over, changing into dark gray concrete. The walls of the interrogation room rose out from the ground and the roof slammed down on top. Naruto sat back heavily in his chair, staring at the possessed man across from the table, and his right hand moved up, grabbing onto his half-mask as it blazed along with his weapons. Danzo blinked frantically, his vision blurry, as the sound of his tormentor's mask clicking onto his face roused him from his daze. Naruto made sure his mask was in place as he said, "For the last 5 minutes I have you, Danzo, I want you to know something." The man leaned on his elbow, heavily, and perched his hand on his right palm, his eyes closed and curved up into a smile as he said, "Your precious Konoha would burn. Not now, and maybe not tomorrow, but someday. He tapped the man's forehead and this time Danzo only blinked again, groaning weakly and lightly swaying from side to side. Will be a major player in its downfall." His head went back to his hand and he sniffed, exhaling with a quiet laugh. Everything in the improvised interrogation room went back to normal, the door warped out of the wall and finally the windows cast in the dim light of the stars. "You will slowly die, old man. With your age, I'll say it'll take you roughly 5 years before you can die for real. I personally haven't experienced what my demon clone can do, and heaven forbid I ever do, but I'm guessing that it feels like hell." "Hell, huh?" Understatement. Naruto flicked Danzo's forehead with his other hand. "Stay with me. I've still got 2 minutes. Aim, scum. Now, calling me names won't change your fate." Naruto tooted. "This is gonna be your last conscious moment, Danzo. Do you really want to spend it hating?" He got no reply, only the man falling forward onto his face, thumping his forehead on the edge of the table. "Seems you want to sleep. I'm sorry but sleep is the last thing you'll be getting." He didn't even sound apologetic. Naruto silently watched the man, counting down in his head. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. 2. 1. Danzo snapped back, his back straight and his head tilted down. He looked up sharply and Naruto, still lazily leaning his head on his open palm, simply gazing at the dying man. Danzo's eyes were coal black, even the whites of his eyes, and his face was devoid of emotions. "Is it 1 hour already?" Naruto yawned. The possession jutsu took a monumental amount of chakra from Naruto, and Naruto wasn't exactly lacking in the chakra store department. He had arguably the largest reserves in the country, and he was just behind Nagato in the chakra store department in the upper ranks of the Akatsuki, back when he was in AIM. The smoke demon-possessed man nodded slowly and Naruto blinked. The risks of using the jutsu was worth the reward, in spite of the danger he was in from falling asleep, for his smoke demon clone could perfectly impersonate the victim for as long as the victim's main body was alive, constantly feeding and leeching from the dying or dead victim's chakra core and using said core as its own. The setback to this clone, besides the chakra drain, was that it couldn't simply read the memories of the dying or deceased. Still, the smoke clone was semi-independent, self-sustaining and partly sentient, much like the average blood clone. Also like the blood clone, the sacrifice to create a single one was heavy. The blood clone needed several pints of the user's blood and the demon smoke clone needed a massive chunk of Naruto's reserves. The first time Naruto used the technique was on one of Hanzo's loyalists, using the man as a spy behind enemy ranks, collecting information and relaying it to him via letter. When the clone had been discovered, it had taken down as many other loyalists as possible before it was effectively felled himself. There was no backlash of memories and the only notification of foul play was the thick black fog that escaped the corpse. Get to it. Yes, boss. It got up and marched out of the room. He can go. Naruto called. The clone felt a smirk crawl up its face as the leader's loyal subordinates surrounded it, convinced that it was the real deal and not a possession clone. Perfect. The first test had been passed. The clone-possessed man blazed to Konoha and Naruto rose off his chair, walking around the table with as much ease he could muster, covering how tired he was. Sure, he could take a chakra pill to rejuvenate himself, but there was definitely going to be a backlash when the temporary chakra increase depleted on its own. One way or the other, he was going to face the tiredness. It was best to do it and get it all over with. The leader waved for Sueki and the upper ranks in Dark Country's Defense Corps teams 1 to 5 to stand down. Onion worriedly stayed to the side. Is there anything else we need to worry about? He directed this question to the head of his defense corps, the Gato clan head. Makoto Gato was a man of average build with almost unassuming physical features, short, light brown hair, brown eyes, and a healthy tan. He was wearing his clan and the country's colors of dark brown long-sleeved shirt and black pants and shinobi sandals. His forehead protector was shifted to face the right side and his black jounin flak jacket had yellow straps crossing over his torso, from over each shoulder and intersecting in the middle. The man was in his late 50s and he had hardened eyes, deep burn marks on both of his hands. His last physical feature was a long white goatee going down his chin. He was a rabid cursor and his temper was one to be rivaled in the country, but he controlled himself in the midst of his leader. My subordinates are scouting out the immediate border for any more witnesses. So far nothing to report, sir. Makoto said. With all due respect, sir, what happened to the leaf shit I mean scum I mean rat dash? Naruto held up his and the man stopped. He'll be back in about 3 days and I want you to be the first person he meets. He'll give you some documents and I want you to pass it on to the BLAK commander. He patted his student's shoulder familiarly. Rotate the border security every 2 hours for the next 2 weeks. I want fresh eyes on the ground at all times. After that we can go back to normal security rotation. He still saw the question in the clan head's eyes and, as he looked at the other Gato ninjas, he saw them too looking inquisitively. I possessed him. He waved for them to relax when they were about to exclaim. Don't worry about. I just need a nap. Allow us to escort you to the capital, sir. Makoto said sincerely. I don't want to disrupt your duties. The man didn't look convinced. Naruto swayed imperceptibly and his eyes were half-lidded. He leaned heavily on Sueki for support but no matter what he refused to pass out. It wouldn't look good if he did that in front of his ninjas. Makoto pulled out his walkie-talkie and was about to mutter in a string of codes to summon a level 5 protected carriage for their leader, the highest level of protection reserved for Naruto alone. But Sueki reached to him and pushed the device down. I've got this, Lord Makoto. Escort Onion back to Konoha? The man stood back and nodded, studying his superior with shaded hesitation. As you wish, Commander Ketsueki. His head jerked backwards and his subordinates melted into the ground as clay, leaving behind no trace of their presence. It wasn't that he didn't trust Sueki to look after their leader, after all he was among the majority that wanted her as BLAK commander and she had been his longest and closest friend since before Naruto was Ghost and Sueki was Blood. His problem was that he still couldn't give her a proper position on the scale of power. General Bingo Book entries on her placed her under a rank with strict orders to flee on sight, much like with Naruto. They all haven't seen her fight but her prowess on the battlefield followed her, like of her fights with Hanzo's ninjas. Her bloodline too gave her an air of mystery. they knew the gist of what she could do but not everything. What they did know was that her skills and her bloodline placed her dangerously close to her teacher in power. Compared to most of the bloodlines in the country, controlling her own blood and the blood of others, theirs came up short in several aspects. Sueki took after her teacher more than anyone wanted to give her credit. The air of mystery hovering about her came from her teacher. The Gato clan, and nearly half of the clans in the country, believed that anyone in a position of power has to actually have the power to keep the subordinates in line as well as to protect those that did not have the power. Naruto, the ghost, had proven his strength on multiple occasions before and after his arrival into the country. Outside of Dark Country, his name could only be said in hasty whispers. His legend was used to drive the fear of Kami into any unfortunate soul. No one had seen Sueki fight, they just knew that she was a formidable combatant. She went on mission with only 3 particular Black operatives. Her team was codenamed 11. The clan heads weren't privy to the identities of the members of 11 or of the missions they had gone on. The Shinobi and Civilian Council did know that Black had not stumbled in their mission success rate since her secret inauguration as its commander. The vampire was as secretive as her post required and she made sure this secrecy was maintained in all of Black. They trusted her leadership. Have a nice night, Lord Leader. Report to me tomorrow morning, Makoto. You'll come with Nanako Hogo clan head. And you too, Sueki. Naruto said, ambling with Sueki towards the capital and to their quaint, 2-bedroom house that would only serve as a temporary residence for Naruto until his tower was ready. Later. Oh. It's been a while since he last had this dream. Hanzo stood atop the head of his salamander chief summon, his arms crossed and looking down on the lone shinobi on the field of corpses and felled trees. The masked Kage glared down at the masked assassin as rain pelted down mercilessly on both fighters. Naruto cracked his fists, lightly panting for air, meeting the old Kage's eyes with electric blue orbs. Unhinged. Stubborn. 220 AIM ninjas, gone. Dead. Scattered about haphazardly by the same man that was stopping Hanzo from capitalizing on Nagato's weakness and attacking the Rinnegan holder. The newly dubbed ghost didn't give the Amikage any chance. For hours and 30 minutes of fighting and only he, the Kage, was left out of the army he had brought along. The older ninja broke the silence by clapping his hands. The sound echoed through the tense din of the rain and thunder clapped above his head, rumbling through the sky in white bolts of energy. Naruto, wearing a beastly grinning mask that vaguely mirrored what would happen to his face soon after the catastrophic fight with Hanzo, exhaled slowly and leaned back lazily, his clear blue eyes churning silently. I'll have to give it to you, young man, you are exactly what my ninjas say you are. The man stopped clapping and said in a deep voice, echoing far and wide in spite of the fact that he wasn't shouting. A beast. Too bad I can't convince you to stop this nonsense. Naruto answered. Rubbish you say. Do you call the execution of my ninjas nonsense? They were imposters. They were my ninjas. Hanzo said strongly, glaring hatefully at the ghost of AIM. Naruto shrugged limply. I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm shit tired, dude. The 17-year-old assassin then clapped his hands together and melded them into a dragon hand seal, shifting it into a snake, then a tiger and finally back into the dragon seal. It was a short sequence of seals the Kage could not recognize, thought he still bent his knees in preparation for whatever was going to happen. The boy closed his eyes in concentration and whispered. Silent night. A hush ran through the battlefield. Naruto hunched forward and hot white lightning broke out of his back, forming spiny, skeletal wings with black smoke covering some of the lightning to form a leathery though warbling surface. The lightning and smoke wings flapped twice and Naruto bowed his head to the ground, falling into a crouch on the ground, resembling a demonic monster as his shredded Akatsuki robes bathed in black smoke, covering every inch of the robe perfectly and lacing itself in. His hair rose up and stood on end, crackling and fizzling with activity, until his blonde hair changed, erupting into white lightning. The teen opened his eyes and Hanzo smirked under his oxygen mask, seeing the harsh white energy surging violently through the boy's normally blue eyes. The thunderstorm restarted above their heads as the dark smoke seeped over Naruto's shoes and over his hands, leaving only his pale, masked face visible. Are you a beast, or a ghost? I'm not sure anymore. Hanzo said to himself. The monster of lightning and smoke dug his fingers deep into the heat-scorched ground of the recently leveled forest and the ground cracked groaning under the weight of the immense chakra. Naruto flapped his demon wings again, then he spread them out, showing the lightning skeleton. The assassin exhaled black smoke from his nose. He looked up sharply, the chief salamander summon seemed unsettled as the tiny human leveled them with an even gaze, his pupilless white eyes electrifying the very air they were breathing. Shut it. Wadash. Hanzo got no chance to finish his retort, forced to cross his arms in front of his face as a savage knee appeared out of nowhere, ready to cleave off his head. He winced as white lightning arced over his body and he flipped off his salamander as black demon wings made to surround him, flashing through hand seals and blowing out a volley of dark red fire, only to falter as the winged assassin phased out from sight and out of sensory detection. The Kage landed on his feet, sliding back from a deadly slash from the demon wings, bent under a roundhouse kick but had to flip back from a rising knee to his chin. He barely got his eyes back up to the assassin but spat out a foul curse as Naruto's wings spread open again in all their terrifying glory. The black-bathed winged teen mutely tilted his head back and examined the man briefly. Pumph! A blade made completely out of bright white lightning found its way deep in his chest. Hanzo's eyes bugged out as blood pulsed out from his chest, then he exploded into white smoke, leaving behind the corpse of a dead-aim ninja. Naruto quietly stared and disappeared in a burst of smoke, reappearing back on top of the chief summons and engaging the also reappeared Kage in a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Hanzo batted down two of Naruto's jabs and went in for a straight punch to the teen's gut, gaping as his fist harmlessly passed through the assassin and grunting as he rolled forward with the momentum of his blow, away from a kick to the back of his head that, again, would have left him without his head. Naruto followed up with an axe kick that bounced off the back of the summons, forcing him to bend backwards into a crab as the Kage blasted a massive ball of fire at him. His feet nicked under the man's chin as he flipped back onto his feet, sliding under a roundhouse kick from the Kage and rolling on his side from another ball of fire. The fight on the summon's back intensified. The back of the salamander became slippery but the summoner of the giant animal found no trouble combating. Naruto's wings flapped and swept aside a tornado of shuriken, cutting off the ninja wire that had aimed to trap him with lightning that broke the ninja stars to metal pieces. Naruto crossed his forearms and then pointed his fists at Hanzo. The metal pieces from the failed attempt hovered up from the slimy back of the salamander and whizzed to him with multiple blinks of light. The Amikage closed his eyes and allowed his rigidly muscular body to move on instinct, dodging each and every tiny fragment with the skill of a trained veteran. His fist rocketed forward, meeting a full-on bolt of lightning with a punch. Crack! He opened his eyes and shifted his head to the side back from an uppercut, swiping his feet to trip the assassin and cursing when he realized that Naruto's feet weren't even touching the ground but rather he was levitating on small white crackling lightning and moved around with the speed of light with his wings. Darkness swept over him and he blazed through some hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. He blew out the gale of wind from his mask, speeding forward as he did so. The smoke didn't let up but the muscular man slammed his shoulder into the solid black wall of smoke. He tried another jutsu as the wall of smoke quickly collapsed with him inside. Water release, salamander slime prison. The back of the salamander they were fighting on gave way and the Kage felt the prison fall down into the gut of his chief summon. The chakra absorption thinned out the smoke and the man escaped from the open mouth of his summon animal. His feet fought to find purchase on the slippery ground the gradually rain-soaked former forest, turning on his heel and blocking a knee to his chest with his forearms. Pushing back and ducking a roundhouse kick, he grabbed the assassin's black ankles and yanked back, only for the teen to bring down his demonic wings on the Kage. The man careened and bounced off the ground, skidding back first into a deep depression on the ground. The white lightning-haired, black smoke-clothed assassin phased out of detection once again as the man shook his head, fighting past the cobwebs in the head after the surprisingly blunt force of the leathery black wings, like being hit on the head with a giant war hammer. He shook his head again and blindly bashed his knee into a readily assembled defense of Naruto's wings bending inwards before their owner. The Kage roared again as he was blasted back from the resounding lightning smoke combination. The man bounced on his back and got his feet back onto the ground, clawing the ground to stop his backwards movement and lunging back to the winged assassin, somehow finding more strength deep in his core. Naruto flapped his wings and blazed to the man, a gleaming silver tanto in his right hand. Knock knock. Naruto's eyes snapped open at the soft sound of knocking on his bedroom door. He looked to his right and checked his alarm clock. 2:13 a.m. flashed with green lights. He groaned and sat up, swinging his legs off his bed and settling them on the ground. An hour of sleep and he was fairly refreshed. He could even get some work done in the southern region of the country, signing off on a shipment of sweet potatoes and yams to Yuzushio. The leader rubbed his eyes and blindly clicked on his half mask, rising off his feet and stretching, cracking his back and his shoulder wonderfully. Knock knock. The 24-year-old legend slinked to the door of his two-bedroom house and opened the door. On the other side of the door was his student. Sueki was in a large white vest he recognized as his own and dark gray shorts that stopped just short of her knees. She was barefoot and her white hair was tied up in a messy ponytail. She was standing with her hands to her sides and her head tilted back to look up at him. He noticed her eyes were tiny, bleeding red dots and her fangs slightly poked down from her light red lips, unmasked. Her chest heaved quietly, almost unnoticeably, and he caught a heavily buried scent he was very much familiar with. I'm horny. The blonde's right eyebrow quirked up at her frank statement. The vampire waited for his answer, watching as her master leaned onto the frame of his door and crossed his leanly muscled arms. Naruto stepped aside and nodded into the room. Come in. Naruto closed the door behind her and made sure to throw up a silent seal. Lemon starred. I need you now. Sueki hissed, not bothering to suppress her need anymore. She pulled off her tank top and kicked off her shorts, lunging hungrily at him. The thirst pulsed in her orbs. Please, sensei. The silent seal was a smart move on Naruto's part, for some minutes later, Sueki's long, loud moan rocked through their suburban home, releasing all the pent-up emotions as Naruto plunged into her with a strong thrust. His right hand wrapped around her neck and she clawed at his wrist like a wild animal, snapping madly at him as he drove in and out of her with abandon, egged on by her screams for more and more. The vampire's back arched and her red, pin-like eyes rolled far into the back of her head as she stumbled into her earth-shaking first release. Her master held onto her with both of his arms around her torso, slowly driving himself in and out as she writhed and whined, gradually coming down from her high, until she registered his renewed movements. Her ankles locked behind him and her arms held him as close as humanly possible. The commander panted and the leader grunted. Sueki found herself on her knees and her hands gripping her master's headboard, moaning wantonly as he hammered into her core, continuously striking her spot. Her fangs descended down a little past her chin as she bit her bottom lip, closing her eyes and savoring the feeling of her idol ramming into her from behind. Her insides quivered and she released a small jet of clear liquid onto the bed sheets from her slit. She slumped forward weakly, her shaky hands stubbornly holding Naruto's headboard as she panted, moaning hard as her teacher slid into her again, this time rocking slowly as she pushed back against him with what little strength she had. They couldn't get enough. Naruto. Please Naruto-sensei, I need more. Sensei, I need more. She pressed her face into her teacher's pillow, inhaling his scent desperately. Hot tears ran down her face as she clenched his bed sheets with her pale hands. Don't stop. Don't stop. Their night was wild. You can look now. Oh. About the same time. Konoha Shinobi Ward. Konoha. Tsunade lifted up an X-ray of her longtime teammate and her eyes narrowed at what she saw. Orochimaru sat perched on her desk, idly skimming through test results of other, unrelated ninjas. It's good you came to me first, Orochi. The Senju Star medic said. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, this looks bad. Orochimaru looked up and coughed into his fist. It's slowly spreading through your left lung. She said, looking at another X-ray and humming. It's already got 1/5 of your left lung and it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon. I ran some tests on myself in my lab, the Snake Sage said, dropping the test results of the head medic and fixing Tsunade a strong look. It's feeding on my chakra. How much longer before I'm a lost cause? At the pace the virus is going, I'll say, 40 years dash. Years? Tsunade nodded certainly. Give or take a few years. Your sage chakra is putting up a good fight. There were 2 dark spots in the lowest part of Orochimaru's left lung, clusters of smoke the Snake Man had unintentionally inhaled when his former student had expelled his killer intent after their attempted assassination. He was almost certain Naruto had intentionally poisoned him, not surprising since they had tried to kill him and reclaim darkness for Leaf. He suspected when his lungs were taken over by the potent smoke, it would result in a full system shutdown at worst. Tsunade answered the unvoiced question in the room. The brat's virus didn't infect me because my sage chakra is stronger at healing than yours. The man scoffed. You almost sound smug, Tsutsu. The woman shrugged with a smirk. Sage chakra is still sage chakra, at the very least yours is giving you 40 more years before what happens. She added as an afterthought. Give or take dash. A few years, I heard you the first time. Orochimaru sighed and coughed again. Is it airborne? No. Can anyone contact it? I'm not sure. Orochimaru scratched his chin in thought. Don't tell Hiruzen-sensei just yet. I want to run some more experiments on myself. I'm positive I can find a cure. The woman sat down behind her desk and crossed her left leg over her right. Are you sure you don't want to go back and ask the brat to take it out? If you were in his place, would you do that? I see your point. Orochimaru hopped off her desk and walked to the door, his hands deep in his pockets and his torso bent in concentration, his mind working at a mil a minute. Can you at least do something for me, Orochi? As you're looking for your cure, that is. The man stopped and looked over his shoulder, silently waiting for her to continue. Please, just, don't do anything illegal. Orochimaru only chuckled deeply and left the head medic's office. Tsunade sighed and pulled out a jug of sake from a secret compartment under her desk, tipping it into her mouth and slumping into her chair. She turned her chair to the window and quietly stared out at the starry night sky.